Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
A figure staggered and rolled down. Hanzo. The steel blade on his arm was neatly broken, and his arm was cut. There was also a huge size 48 shoe print on his chest. He flew backwards out of the training ground. Ding! You defeated Hanzo in the battle posture, and there is a 10% chance of automatically collecting entries. Ding! Copying successful. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Mind Clone Technique Gold. Oh! Ha ha ha! It came out of gold. It came out of gold directly. Without the premise of a strong luck critical hit, this is my own destiny. Entry, Mind Clone Technique, Gold. Description: this ability can release multiple telekinetic clones of oneself, and can be retained for a certain period of time. It requires manipulator telekinesis, control system telekinesis, and transmuter telekinesis compound skills to perfectly master it. The specific effect depends on the degree of telekinesis mastered. TSK. Comfortable. The telekinesis clone technique exploded. This thing can be used directly now. Because he already has Menshi's materialized telekinetic foundation, although it is only a blue item, it is still a real manipulator. But because there is no telekinetic foundation of emitter and transmuter, Li's 600 grams of clones cannot form combat power in the true sense. This thing belongs to a composite telekinetic skill. From the description alone, it is obviously much stronger than Huash or Do Lang's clone. But it has requirements for the user's telekinetic foundation. In fact, Li Ke can use it. As long as he turns on the red eyes. All the attributes are maxed out, and all his items can instantly burst out with the full effect of the original stage. Not bad, it takes some time to polish gold items, but it's a pity, Hanzo. Kenpachi Li Ke murmured in his heart. For the entry, don't blame me, Xinlang. Ahem. I lost. I will practice harder. Examiner Kenpachi. One day, I will definitely defeat you head-on. Hanzo, who fell to the ground, got up with difficulty, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, but his eyes were more determined than ever before. Although he failed the hunter assessment this time, it was definitely worth the trip. This battle. Let Hanzo truly understand what it means that there are always people better than you. He understands, his practice journey has just begun. After saying that, Hanzo turned around and left without looking back. Kpsai. Everyone stared at Hanzo's leaving figure in a daze. The mind was a little blank. Hanzo's strength has even surpassed some ordinary hunters. But it was only because of bad luck this time that he was eliminated. Or the luck was a little bad, and he met the perverted examiner Kenpachi Zaraki. Then I'll wait for you anytime. Hanzo. Li Ke smiled. Hanzo still had many entries that had not been released. Young man. From the moment you lost to me for the first time and your entry was copied, you no longer have any chance of turning the tables. There is only one left, candidate number 44, are you ready? After sending Hanzo away, Kenpachi Li Ke grinned. Becoming an examiner is the best use of this system. Otherwise, how could I have such a good opportunity? And now. The scene of the president's office. Netero looked at everything that happened in the training ground, and his emotions fluctuated. I don't know if it's an illusion. I actually felt the same telekinetic effect as Zeno at this moment. This kid, could it be that he has this kind of talent? He couldn't help but whispered. In the training ground. Li Ke felt a little sore in his legs. This is the sequelae of stimulating the body cells with the power of thunder, which will cause temporary weakness. Tit. Super Endurance Gold. Super Endurance Gold. Healing Purple. Under the exaggerated effect of the terms in Li Ke's body, this leg soreness even lasted for less than a second and then disappeared. His current physique is definitely more abnormal than that of Warcraft. There is one last candidate, number 44, are you ready? Kenpachi Zaraki. Li Ke showed a beast-like smile. It made people's scalp tingle. Hee hee. Hisoka crossed his arms, a playful smile on the corner of his mouth, and he was already playing with the playing cards in his hands. His eyes were cold and terrifying, filled with unprecedented cold murderous intent. If you kill him, you won't get your license, and you might even be on the list of targets. The nail-headed man Ilmi reminded him. Really? Hee hee. Hisoka glanced at him, licked the corner of his lips, and strode onto the training ground. 3 minutes. If someone leaves the field alive, it's considered a failure. What a boring rule, what if someone dies? Hisoka smiled, looking at Kenpachi Zaraki and Li Ke with fiery and excited eyes. His body was shaking slightly. This guy's eyes are so perverted. Crazy. I think this guy is also crazy. Hiss, the situation may not be good, should I notify the president? The president should be watching the game. Menchi and several other instructors' hearts were pounding at this moment. Hisoka gave people a very dangerous feeling. Like a poisonous snake hidden in the darkness, it seemed that he would give a fatal blow at any time. But Kenpachi Zaraki Reich was equally terrifying. Like a tiger or a lion with meat on the corner of its mouth, it looked arrogant and conceited, as if it would kill people at any time. Monsters vs. monsters. Top floor. Netero was also watching the battle. President. This candidate number 44 killed last year's examiner in this assessment. His strength has far exceeded that of ordinary professional hunters, and examiner Kenpachi. The bean-faced man was a little worried. He had detailed information on all candidates, including all the performance of each candidate in each stage. Number 44 Hisoka was listed as the most dangerous candidate. This guy should have gotten it last year. Hunter license, but was sent off because he made the examiner almost die. Now. Is the scene from last year going to happen again? Number 44. Is indeed a very motivated little guy, but this examiner Kenpachi is also very motivated, ha 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 ha. Netero shook his head and laughed with emotion. Also very motivated? The bean-faced man was confused. Could it be that President Netero is not worried about the situation at all? Outside the training ground. It was extremely quiet at this moment. When Hisoka and Kenpachi Li Ke confronted each other, the air seemed to be filled with the smell of gunpowder. Everyone seemed to be carrying a heavy burden on their chest. It was like watching a lion and a tiger fighting fiercely, even watching would make people nervous. If you fight me, you must be prepared to die. Hisoka walked slowly to the training ground, with a perverted smile on his lips, his snake-like eyes narrowed slightly, and a few playing cards in his hand. Of course, I don't like playing cat and mouse games, but I like playing cat-eat-mouse games. Hee 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 hee. Kenpachi Zaraki also laughed pervertedly. At this moment, with the beast-like mask of Kenpachi Zaraki, Li Ke naturally released all his emotions. What's more, his opponent is a pervert like Hisoka. So, whether it's killing, arrogance, or all kinds of negative emotions, it doesn't matter. He has directly regarded the opponent as his emotional trash can. After saying that, Kenpachi Zaraki directly grasped the hilt with both hands. This subtle change in movement made Hisoka, as the opponent, narrow his eyes slightly. Do you know? Something like a sword, holding it with both hands and swinging it will be stronger than holding it with one hand. Like grinned. What an amazing momentum. This examiner Kenpachi, why do I feel like there is a beast present, even standing next to him, I can't help but tremble all over. So strong. They both seem so strong. Is this the strength of a 2-star hunter? The difference between holding the sword with 2 hands and holding it with 1 hand shouldn't be that big, for a true swordsman. Menchi, several examiners outside the venue, were shocked. Completely different. Momentum. His momentum has changed. If he was just a tiger holding the sword with 1 hand just now, then, why does he feel like a Tyrannosaurus Rex now? A trace of crimson appeared in Kurapika's eyes, and he was extremely shocked. As a member of the Red Eyes bloodline, he would be more sensitive to the breath. As the person involved, Hisoka's heartbeat accelerated at this moment, his whole body trembled slightly, and his mouth corners opened wider and wider. It was excitement. Unprecedented excitement. For the first time, when he faced an opponent, he felt this sense of life and death crisis. The oppression released by the opponent even made his pores all over his body tremble, as if he would be beheaded if he made a mistake. It was this sense of crisis of death that made Hisoka was intoxicated. Really? Then I'm looking forward to it. Delicious fruit all. Hisoka showed a perverted smile, but his speed was not slow at all. Swish, 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 swish. A series of cards shot towards Kenpachi Zaraki. All the cards were easily shattered, but these seemingly thin cards were easily cut into hard stone floor ministers like tofu. That's not good enough, brother Hisoka. Kenpachi Reiken showed a beastly smile, grinning, white teeth, and extremely bold upside-down hair. Song. The sound of lightning. The 2-handed sword slashed down. Hisoka dodged, but the sword energy that hung over to him tore his sleeves apart, and a few strands of hair slowly fell, and there was already a scratch on his arm. And starting from the direction where Kenpachi Reiken swung his sword, the entire training ground was split in 2. King. Am I not dreaming? Is this really a slash that can be burst out by a sword? Menchi was dumbfounded. Kenpachi Reiken's attack before was considered terrifying, but it was definitely not to this extent. The entire training ground was split in 2 with just 1 sword. You have to know that the ground is made of extremely hard light steel stone, which is difficult to be damaged by ordinary weapons, but now, it is completely cracked and shattered. He is also an expert in swordplay, so he naturally understands the horror of this slashing wave. Kenpachi Zaraki and he are not opponents of the same level at all, the gap is very large. Xiahari also felt a chill on his back. Although he has thick skin and flesh, if he encounters such a slashing wave head-on, he will probably turn into a pool of meat paste on the spot. Saditz was even more stunned. The strength of Kenpachi Zaraki was too unexpected. Pengsi, Kurapika, Ilmi and others were also shocked. In the high-rise office, in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. President. It turns out that Mr. Kenpachi Zaraki is so strong. That's why you are so sure. Dumianren finally understood why Netero was not worried. With this strength alone, Kenpachi Zaraki is definitely enough to be ranked among the top 10 masters of the association. Alas, this kid didn't use his full strength. He didn't cut me so softly when he was on the spot. Netero sighed in his heart. In the training ground. Hisoka's eyes finally became very dangerous. He had a premonition of the opponent's strength, but he had never foreseen such a shocking premonition. If Ilmi is the top assassin, then the Zaraki Kenpachi in front of him is definitely the top swordsman in the world. Hisoka brother. If you don't take it seriously, you will really die. Ha ha ha. Zaraki Kenpachi Liku, holding the sword with both hands, laughed wildly. I also want to see your true strength. The battle is almost over and it can be ended. Hisoka smiled. He stood elegantly in a corner of the intact training ground with an extremely confident smile on his lips. It's over. His words made several examiners on the side confused. The moment you attacked me just now, the outcome of this match has been determined. Your strength is indeed very great, but your perception is also very slow. Don't you feel the discomfort in your body? 0. Hisoka smiled and flicked his fingers. Suddenly, Kenpachi Liku's hand raised the knife uncontrollably and pointed it at his neck. Ah! What's going on? Examiner Kenpachi. Stop it quickly. It's telekinesis. Hisoka used telekinesis to attach to Examiner Kenpachi's body in the previous battle. It's over. It's completely over. Examiner Kenpachi, give up quickly. Menchi and others attached telekinesis to their eyes and vaguely saw a series of telekinesis threads connected to Kenpachi's body. Flexible love. This is the characteristic of Hisoka's telekinesis. He can emit his telekinesis and stick it to the opponent's body like chewing gum and spider silk, thereby controlling the opponent's movements. Because the whole process is very hidden and difficult to be discovered, once the opponent is stuck, it is almost equivalent to announcing the end of the battle. In fact, the cards that Hisoka attacked at the beginning had these threads, and now it is just going with the flow. The game is over. The nail-headed man Ilmi made an emotionless sound with his paralyzed face, and his head slowly twisted, as if he was ready to leave. Hee hee. Hisoka chuckled, and the broken clan cards that had fallen to the ground flew back one by one. Puff puff. It directly pierced into Kenpachi Zaraki's back, and then used telekinesis to pull the opponent to the suicide river. Examiner Kenpachi. Menchi couldn't help but exclaim. Kenpachi Liku Zaraki was attacked from behind, and the knife in his hand began to cut himself. Ha 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 ha. Brother Hisoka, is that all you have? Kenpachi Liku Zaraki suddenly laughed wildly. He actually stopped the blade that was almost at his neck. Ha! Hisoka frowned slightly, because he found that the telekinetic thread he controlled could no longer pull the other party. Fighting like a trapped beast? Or bluffing? Unfortunately, you don't have any chance of winning, Hisoka sneered in his heart. The clown is really a clown. This kind of sneaky trick is never up to par. No matter how many skills you have, they are useless in the face of absolute power. Your attack is only worthy of tickling me. Ha 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 ha. Red eyes. Open, 857. In an instant. Kenpachi Zaraki Reich felt as if a boiling boiler had been installed in his body in an instant, and all the telekinesis systems were maxed out. Conjurer maxed out. Thunder telekinesis, red. Light up. Open. Buzz. Zila zila zila. Wisps of lightning appeared on Kenpachi Zaraki Reich's body, and his smile became a little perverted, and even arcs of electricity were constantly jumping on his long black hair. Thunder emerged in his pupils, and he slightly moved his thick neck, making a sound of bones crackling. Hey! His body shook slightly. All the telekinesis threads stuck to his body broke. The cards inserted behind him burned one by one, and turned into ashes and fell to the ground. Hisoka increased his control over the sword, and his expression became extremely ugly. There was no longer a playful smile on his face, only a bottomless gloom and shock. At this moment, Hisoka was extremely shocked, because he felt that his thread was not pulling a human, but a prehistoric beast. At this moment, he even had an illusion that he was extremely small. Ilmi, who was about to leave, stopped, his pupils dilated, and looked at the arcs jumping on Kenpachi Liku's body, standing there with a dull look. Not only him. The entire training ground had become silent, no one spoke, everyone stood there like a wooden chicken with eyes wide open, as if the pause button had been pressed, the open mouth was full of disbelief. Only heavy breathing could be heard. And the sound of lightning crackling in the air. Kenpachi Liku grabbed his katana, no, it was a knife that Netero asked him to choose. His hand wrapped in lightning slowly clenched, in the extremely shocked eyes of everyone. The katana forged by steel was actually deformed by the hand wrapped in lightning, and then snapped with a snap. Even the steel began to melt. Jing! Bohara gasped, and an unprecedented fear surged in his heart. Too strong. The physical strength of this examiner Kenpachi is far beyond the reach of his subgiant bloodline. This guy is as terrifying as Superman. Not only them. Netero on the high platform also stayed where he was at this moment, motionless. A figure emerged in his mind, Zeno. Zoldyck Zeno. The former head of the Zoldyck family can be said to be one of the people closest to his combat power in this human world. Zeno's signature ability is lightning, but this ability is often only mastered by people in the Zoldyck family, and rarely appears in other people. Now, he actually saw this ability in Kenpachi Liku, and with Netero's familiarity with Zeno, he felt that the strength of this lightning telekinesis in Kenpachi Liku was definitely not inferior to Zeno. It's just that the two are completely different development directions. Zeno can use transmuter lightning, but it is obvious that this Liku uses more like conjurer and enhancer lightning to strengthen himself. In addition, this Kenpachi is essentially just a change of Liku, so this little guy has mastered at least 3 types of telekinesis. In fact, he is just a candidate for this assessment. 014512321 Faloo 1834735561. But now he is acting as an examiner, and even the strongest examiner in the Hunter Association's professional assessment in history. Genius. No, using this word to describe Liku Netero feels insulting to him. Monster. A real monster. This professional hunter assessment is definitely the biggest gain for me in these years, and it has even exceeded the accumulated achievements of all the past hunter assessments. Because he recruited this monster-like evildoer into the Hunter Association, and after this period of contact, he found that Liku did not have any bad characteristics. He was a truly trustworthy partner who could give everything to him. If this kid could succeed him as the president of the Hunter Association, even if he died now, he would definitely die with his eyes closed. Netero had a strange idea in his mind for no reason, and he couldn't help laughing. In the training ground. With Liku as the center, a trace of electric life jumped and bloomed on his body. At this moment, he was as terrifying as the god of thunder who destroyed the world. He raised his head and looked at Hisoka, grinning, revealing his beast-like white teeth, and there were arcs jumping between his teeth. Not good. Hisoka felt his scalp exploded in an instant when he saw this look, and he instinctively pulled back frantically. Ode. Zaraki Kenpachi Liku's figure disappeared on the spot, leaving only a shadow of lightning. Thunder, sonic fist. Boom. When Hisoka reacted, he saw that the opponent had appeared in front of him. He could only cross his hands to resist instinctively, and a large amount of telekinesis covered his arms. But at the moment of contact, it was like being bombed by a missile. The amazing thunder exploded in Hisoka's arms, and then the whole person was wrapped in electric arcs, and was blown away like a cannonball, and the extremely hard wall behind him was completely blown through. Through the transparent hole in the wall, it can be seen that Hisoka was blown away, and he stopped at nearly 500 meters. His right arm fell weakly, and his whole body was covered with charred marks, and 5.6 exuded a barbecue aroma. The whole audience was silent, and everyone was dumbfounded. This terrifying punch can no longer be called a punch. It is like a Superman, completely out of the level of ordinary professional hunter. Even if a heavy truck was bombed head-on, it would probably be scrapped on the spot. Everyone thought that this examiner Kenpachi was good at swords, but they never thought that his fists and feet were so terrifying. Ah! You lost. Brother Hisoka. Kenpachi Liku grinned, the red-eye special effect turned off, the arc on his body quickly dissipated, the flying death suit stopped, the tall figure crossed his chest with his hands, his hair stood up, and his eyes like a beast looked down at the defeated Shisu. Me. Ding. Congratulations on copying the entry, Conjurer Telekinesis Master, Gold, automatically absorbed this entry. A sound like the sound of nature rang in Liku's mind. Instantly, countless methods of using and practicing Conjurer Telekinesis emerged in Liku's mind. Among them, Hisoka had gone through extremely arduous training. All the sweat and effort he put in. I just accepted it with a smile. Conjurer telekinesis. With this, even if I don't open the red eyes, I can successfully activate thunder telekinesis, red. Because now Liku is equivalent to directly owning Hisoka's conjurer and Menchi's embodiment system, which is enough to deal with many regular small scenes. The whole battle process didn't even take a minute. It took much longer than the time spent fighting Hanzo, but many people present couldn't help but sympathize with Hanzo in their hearts. Because that guy left without watching this game, Hanzo even thought that this Kenpachi examiner had used all his strength to fight him. Maybe when Hanzo returns from training next year, he will find out what a wonderful game he missed. He will even know that all the efforts he made in the past year were just a joke. The Kenpachi examiner was just playing with him. The whole place was dead silent. No one expected that the battle would end like this. It was a completely one-sided crushing attitude. From the beginning to the end of the battle, even the Kenpachi examiner was not really injured or in a disadvantageous situation. He absolutely mastered the rhythm of the entire battle. But the question is, isn't this the last level of the professional hunter assessment? Why is the difficulty so terrifying? Menchi and others were dumbfounded. Not to mention Hisoka, even the professional hunter examiners like them would not have any chance of winning against this terrifying Kenpachi examiner and would be eliminated directly. To put it bluntly, this examiner Kenpachi didn't want Hisoka to get the license. Or did he want to defeat the unlucky Hisoka deliberately? Okay, after stretching his muscles, this year's assessment ends here. If you still want to get a license, try again next year. Kenpachi Zaraki Reich smiled and stretched his shoulders, turned and left. No one dared to question or ask. Because no one could guarantee that this monster-like guy would not suddenly turn around and punch him, everyone watched this perverted examiner leave the training ground. Hisoka in the distance had a complicated expression at this moment. His right arm was drooping weakly. This arm had completely lost its combat power. The only remaining left arm was also trembling slightly. Obviously, he was seriously injured, but his narrow eyes like snakes stared at Kenpachi Zaraki's back. He understood. He had one more target to hunt in his life, Examiner Kenpachi Zaraki. Hunter Association Auditorium. Only 7 people passed the assessment this time. Reich, Gon, Killua, Leorio, Kurapika, Ping Si, and Bodaluo. All the others were eliminated. However, when Liku left the association hotel, he got a business card. The black card had a mountain on it. Then there was a cross-poison dagger logo. Inside the auditorium, Liku played with the black card in his hand, and the bean-faced man was issuing licenses to everyone. After learning that Hisoka and Hanzo were defeated, Gon and his friends were extremely surprised, but there were some unexpected things in this ceremony. Brother Ku. Killua was taken away. Even his license was taken away. Why didn't you tell us? Gon was a little indignant. Sorry, Mr. Killua made his own decision. He left with another player. Before he left, he asked me to tell you not to look for him, he was just going home. The bean-faced man explained. Because all these things happened while Gon was unconscious, even Liku didn't shudder. Oh, then it's probably that Il was lost, and he took Killua back to the family, so this card makes sense, the mountain on the card is this. Liku looked at the information he searched on his phone. Kurukulu Mountain, located in the Dentola area of the Republic of Bartokia. That is where the assassination family Zoldyck is located. Maha Zoldyck, Zeno Zoldyck, Silva Zoldyck, it can be said that the Zoldyck family is full of treasures. Is the other party leaving such a card for himself an invitation? Or a demonstration? I really hate the riddle man, boring. Killa told me before that he didn't want to return to the family, he must have been forced, Brother Ku. We have to find Killua. We must not let him see it, just like that. Hush, be quiet, get the license first, don't worry, since Killua agreed to go back, and naturally he had his own plans. That was his family affair, and we didn't have to get involved. Lee smiled and rubbed Gon's head, and the latter sat down unwillingly. Okay, everyone, congratulations on getting the hunter license. I believe Xiaodo has already told everyone about the license. With this card, you can enter $04 banned countries and 75% of restricted areas. Free use of 95% of public facilities and the same financing quota as first-class companies. If you sell it, you will have money that you can't spend in 7 lifetimes. By the way, Li Ku, please go to my office after the meeting. Netero looked at everyone with a smile, and Dumian introduced some precautions and privileges of professional hunter. After the meeting, Li Ku went to Netero's office. Come in. Little friend Li Ku, come and have some tea. This is the best tea. It tastes great. Try it. By the way, Xiaodo, are the things I asked you to prepare ready? Seeing that it was Li Ku, Netero's face was almost full of smiles, and he enthusiastically pulled the protagonist's hand in. President. Is it not in line with the rules if you do this? The bean-faced man had a bitter face, but he was still very obedient. Wang Ma hello, took out a beautiful box. There was a beautiful card in the box. The card was a triangular and T-shaped pattern with 2 crosses, which was very similar to a hunter license, but the ordinary hunter license only had 1 XX. On the other side of the card was a series of codes. Is this an account? Li Ku was a little curious. 2-star hunter license, hehe, I applied for it specifically for you. You can carry it with you. Even if you lose it, I can ask you to reissue it at any time. Different from ordinary hunter licenses, with this license, you can enter all restricted areas in the world where our association has the power to enter, and you can issue 3 unconditional commissions to 1-star hunters every year in any branch of the Hunter Association in the world. In addition, 2-star hunters enjoy an annual interest-free loan of 20 billion yuan from the organization and... Netero said a lot. I didn't expect that there are so many benefits for a 2-star hunter. If a 1-star hunter is a well-off society with no worries for the rest of his life, then a 2-star hunter will directly enter the wealthy class, without having to work hard at all. Every month, you can receive a generous allowance from the association, and the price you need to pay is also very easy. You just need to respond to the association when the association needs help. According to the instructions in the Professional Hunter Manual, don't the 2 series people who want to be promoted have to complete the relevant commissions and qualifications? I don't seem to have reached them yet. Li Ku was a little surprised. Special matters are handled specially. This is what I, the old man, specifically allowed. After all, I am the president of the association. If I can't even do this, wouldn't it be in vain? Don't worry, your guidance is absolutely genuine, and with your strength, you are fully qualified to be a 2-star hunter. I just sent this thing to you in advance. Netero laughed. Oh, then I thank the president for his kindness. Since it is a gift to me, I will not be polite. Li Ku did not mean to be polite. After all, this 2-star hunter license is like a bound identity. It is impossible to lose it, and it has various benefits all over the world. It is much more convenient for me to do things in the future, and it has much more power than ordinary hunter licenses. You are welcome. By the way, Li Ku, what is your lightning ability? Netero laughed, but his words made Dumianren look confused. What lightning? What Li Ku lightning? How could he not know? He is the statistician responsible for all the examinee data. Now he is worried about how to help President Netero to get by. After all, the guys on the V5 side have been eyeing the president and want to find his handle to make him. Issuing 2-star hunter licenses for no reason to use his power for personal gain. Although this thing is not enough to make President Netero step down, it will definitely cause him a lot of pressure. This Li Ku is the examiner of Kenpachi. Ha ha ha, little friend, just let Xiaoduzi see it, otherwise he will blame me. Netero couldn't help laughing at the confused bean-faced man. That's right, hello, Xiaoduzi. With your height, you can only jump up and knock on my knees. Zaraki Kenpachi Liku appeared, with a burly and tall figure, a beast-like gaze, and a huge shadow fell on the bean-faced man. The poor bean-faced man was frightened and trembling on the spot, and then he reacted. You are the examiner of Kenpachi. Liku examinee. Ah. What's going on? The bean-faced man finally reacted, and he understood why the President Netero, who used to be very steady, was so reckless this time. If it was this examiner of Kenpachi, it would be no problem to get the license of the 2-star professional hunter. But he never dreamed that this terrifying examiner turned out to be a harmless-looking young candidate. This was too unexpected. Okay, now you can rest assured, Shadow, my decision is very wise, ha 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 ha. Netero said proudly. President Netero, about the lightning telekinesis. Liku returned to normal, but he was interrupted by Netero before he finished speaking. I don't want to find out your secrets, you don't need to tell it, I just want to remind you that the lightning telekinesis is quite special and may attract the attention of the Zoldyck family. Although the old man has some friendship with them, these guys may receive some tasks, so you need to be most wary of them at any time. Netero said a lot of things, just like teaching his juniors. He and Zeno are friends, or he watched Zeno grow up, but there is no guarantee that other guys in the Zoldyck family will receive the task of assassinating Liku, and he does not want this monster to die young. Of course, judging from the current performance, the probability of Liku being successfully attacked is very low, but it is better to be safe than sorry. Killing people does not necessarily have to be done through fighting. There are endless ways such as poisoning and accidents. Thank you, President Netero, I understand your kindness. I will accept this hunter license. By the way, there is this card in the hotel today. Can you help me check what it is? Liku took out the other card on his door. Oh. The Zoldyck family's tag card. It seems that you have been tagged by someone from the Zoldyck family. You just need to log into the association's official website and enter the serial number behind the card to see the other party's message. I'll help you. I'm not very good at using computers, Shadow, you do it. Netero awkwardly handed the card to the Dumian man, and soon the little guy entered a special interface with a series of operations. I saw you. If you want to keep the secret, come find me. Just these 2 sentences. Then the entire page disappeared, and the information left in it could be burned after reading. Interesting, it seems that I have been targeted. Who else in this association can target me, except Ilmi? As expected of a top killer, it seems that the other party is very likely to have guessed that Zaraki Kenpachi is me through yesterday's battle, otherwise he would not have left so many card moons on the door. It seems that I have to go to Zoldyck's hometown. Originally, my people did not plan to go all the way there, and Gon also clamored to go. What's more, the Zoldyck family has a large number of entries, which is equivalent to the next top secret realm copy, enough to make a fortune. Now my strength is indeed very good, but once the Chimera Ant crisis breaks out, it will be a huge crisis for the entire human race. To be honest. Although Netero is a bit stubborn and obstinate, if you watch him die in the hands of the Chimera Ant, Liku still felt a little bit reluctant. At least this old man was very good to him, almost saying that he had been very caring to him all the way. He was not a cold-blooded person who would repay kindness with enmity. The matter can be considered. Don't worry, Liku, I will contact Zeno and ask him to find out who in the family is hostile to you. I will settle this matter for you, don't worry, but other assassination families may not listen to me, the old man, you still need to pay more attention. Netero said with a smile. Although he is recognized as the strongest among humans, after all, not every organization in the world is willing to listen to him. Netero's deterrence is still limited. No need, President Netero, Gon is clamoring to find Killua, and I am also very interested in the Zoldyck family. What's more, the Zoldyck family's use of telekinesis is a world civilization. I also plan to spar with them, so there is no need to trouble you. Ah. Ha 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 ha. Good, good, ha 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 ha, but after all, the Zoldyck family has never violated the regulations of the association. If any one of them offends you, please leave them a way out for my sake. I will be grateful to you. Netero laughed. Association Square. After receiving their respective licenses, everyone gathered here. After all, as classmates, it was also a kind of fate. What a pity, I didn't get to see that examiner Kenpachi. I heard that this guy beat up Hisoka and Hanzo. Did he really let us pass? Kurapika. Leorio couldn't believe it now. He was knocked down in the test, but he successfully got the hunter license. This was really lucky. I guess so. Kurapika was silent for a while and nodded. Gon's eyes were complicated, because he also heard the legendary story about this examiner from other people. Books and literature. Especially the traces of battle left in the training ground were too shocking. It can be said that the reason why this group of people were able to obtain the hunter license was entirely because of the examiner's leniency. But everyone was not familiar with that examiner. Why did the other party choose to let us pass? Gon thought about it for a whole day and couldn't figure it out. Brother Ku. Brother Ku. What does the old man want to see you about? Seeing Li Ku coming out, Gon and his friends also surrounded him curiously. I explained some related things. By the way, Gon, I decided to go to Killua's house. He should have been taken back. Great. That's great. Kurapika, Leorio. Do you want to go together? Let's go together. Gon cheered excitedly. Well, I just got the hunter license and I want to travel around the world. I'm fine for the time being, so let's go together. Leorio and Kurapika agreed. Wow. Great. Killua, we're here to find you. Let's go and check quickly. Where is Killua's house and how to get there? Gon was very excited. Everyone, that, Mr. Li Ku. Suddenly. Menchi came over, her pretty face slightly reddened as she looked at Li Ku, and then at everyone. Your friend Zoldyck Killua should be here at Kukulu Mountain, and it will take 3 days to get there by airship. Mr. Li Ku, I hope you can remember the previous agreement. This is my hunter number, you can contact me on the hunter network at any time. She wrote a number to Li Ku. And my Mr. Li Ku, congratulations on becoming a professional hunter, we will be colleagues in the future. Congratulations. Bohara and Saditz both came to congratulate. Li Ku made a deep impression on them. And they were also very lucky, and did not encounter the monster-like Kenpachi examiner. Okay. Thank you, I will remember it, Menchi, Bohara, Saditz. Li Ku took it and smiled, and Menchi and the others said goodbye. That Lord Li Ku. This is my contact information. No matter what, please give me a chance to repay you. Peng Si ran over, panting, her face flushed. I didn't help you get the license, Si. No, it was you who helped me pass the 3rd level. Thank you for this favor. If you have the chance, please come to my city and visit. Peng Si shook her head like a rattle. Boudreaux didn't say anything, and Li Ku and Peng Si chatted for a few words and then separated directly. This girl seemed to be reluctant to leave Li Ku. Wow, Brother Ku, I feel that Peng Si likes you. Gon said with a sly smile. Hurry up and book the tickets, otherwise it will be too late. Let's pack up the things we want and go to Kukulu Mountain. Books. Li Ku knocked on Gon's head, and the 3 of them booked the tickets directly. 3 days later. With the hunter license, everything went surprisingly smoothly. You can receive VIP treatment in any city and any place, and many services are even free, including this time's airship and the bus to Kukulu Mountain. Dear passengers, this is the Kukulu Mountain where the notorious Zoldyck family lives. It is said that their nest is surrounded by a sea of trees and no one has ever seen their true face on the stone volcano at an altitude of 3,722 meters. There are 10 members in the Zoldyck family, namely. The beautiful tour guide kept talking all the way, and finally the bus stopped in front of the so-called Gate of the Underworld. That is, layers of huge stone gates. This is equivalent to the mountain gate of the Zoldyck family. If you want to reach their manor, you must pass through the mountain gate to be qualified, but ordinary people can't even pass through themselves. This location is still a long way from the Zoldyck family's manor. It's all bluffing. Don't get in the way. No one has ever seen a phantom assassination family, and someone even offered 100 million to buy their photos. To put it bluntly, it's just some rumors, and I think it's all bluffing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A sturdy-looking man pushed the tour guide away, then strode to the guardhouse of the Gate of the Underworld, slammed the door of the guardhouse, and pulled out the old security guard inside. The sturdy man didn't have the habit of talking nonsense with the old security guard, so he snatched the key from the other party's hand, and then strode to the small door next to him and walked in full view of everyone. But the next second, only the roar of the beast from behind the door and the scream of the sturdy man were heard. A cleanly eaten corpse was thrown out, and the huge and hideous hairy claws still had broken meat and blood stains. This scene instantly frightened the tourists who were watching the show. They even ignored the tour guide's call and fled in fear. Tisk, TSK, TSK, it's really high profile, but this old guy likes to play the pig and eat the tiger. Li Ku saw everything. He looked at the old security guard. Name, Zoldyck security guards are inferior to me. Entries, giant strength, purple, disguise, blue, fighting, blue, cowardice, blue, etc. The old man, whose strength is obviously above the strong man, pretended that he was not the opponent of the guy and deliberately let the other party snatch the key from his hand. Then the other party naturally became the food of the monster wolfhound raised in the manor. Sure enough, the guy who got to this point is not simple. Alas, I told you not to enter from this door, but he didn't listen. Now that this happened, I feel very sorry. In fact, people have been coming to die over the years. If you are also planning to go in, I advise you to go down the mountain. The old man sighed, got up from the ground, and patted the dust off his body. The situation is worse than expected. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to get in. Leorio's expression was grim. But we have come this far. If we give up now, Killa may still be suffering in there. He told me before that he didn't want to come back here. Kurapika and Gon were worried and looked at Ji Yuan. Li Ku smiled faintly, looked at the movie Emperor security guard, and said calmly, "This is not the way to treat guests. Didn't Ilmi tell you that he invited me, little one?" Master Ilmi. The security guard was stunned, and seemed to want to continue. Li Ku shook his head. Since the other party was so secretive when giving him his business card, there was no need for him to be too polite. He just waved his hand. Boom. The old security guard was thrown out and hit the stone door next to him heavily, with a horrified expression. He never dreamed that, he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, but he didn't expect to become a real pig. Ding! You defeated the security guard Harada, 10% chance of automatic copying. Ding! Copying is successful, congratulations on getting, fighting, blue. A voice like the sound of nature rang in Li Ku's mind. In an instant, some memories about the old man's training when he was young poured into Li Ku's mind, some knowledge of fighting. For Li Ku, it was the icing on the cake, because the old man's own strength was not strong. But it didn't matter. No one would complain about the redundant entries. The entries can also be turned into experience points. Let's go in from here. Li Ku paused, looked at the direction where the burly man just died, and chose this short door. He could easily push open the Yellow Springs gate, but compared to this, he wanted to see the Zoldyck family's watchdog. The guy who can become a watchdog is definitely not the simplest and ordinary monster. I heard a rumor in my previous life that this thing might have been smuggled from the Dark Continent, and it might be possible to brush the biological entries of the Dark Continent. What's more, the vicious dog hurt people, and I am eliminating harm for the people. Brother Ku, then. That old man. And there is a monster behind this door. He's fine, I controlled the strength, let's go. Li Ku waved his hand and strode in directly. Gon and his companions followed without hesitation, and the security guard who was hit and stuck to the wall fell down. He took out his old mobile phone with trembling hands, dialed the number and said tremblingly. The enemy that Master Ilmi said, they broke in. Behind the yellow spring gate, because it was not a normal passage, there was a dense forest after entering the small door. The trees here are surprisingly huge. Lush and green, covering the sky. There are still some blood and meat on the ground, which are obviously left by the unlucky guy before. Brother Ku, it's the breath of a monster. We have to be careful. The claws of that guy we saw before might be a giant monster. Kurapika analyzed. Rio looked around nervously, ready to deal with the crisis at any time. Although the four of them are now professional hunters, in fact. Rio should be the worst, and without awakening men, he can only be said to be a little stronger than ordinary people, but no matter how strong he is definitely not the opponent of any behemoth. But what was surprising was that the four people walked for a long time without seeing the so-called monster. Finally, when they came to an open area, they stopped. To be exact. They heard a snoring sound that was as deafening as the sky. A monster dog as big as a hill appeared in front of everyone. This guy was lying on the ground and dozing off. The corner of his mouth was biting the thigh of the unlucky guy before and grinding his teeth. The snoring sound came from it. The huge body completely blocked the way forward for Jin Yi. So big. This guy is bigger than all the monsters we have seen. The giant boar is not even as tall as its feet in front of it. Why don't we go around it and not alarm this monster? It feels so dangerous. Gon and his companions were very nervous and were preparing to go around it on tiptoe. At least this big guy in front of them seemed quite dangerous to everyone. But just as they moved, the sleeping vicious dog suddenly attacked. Swish boom. The huge claws swept across like the shovel of an excavator, plowing several deep grooves on the ground, about to catch when Gon and his men were approaching. 10 figures blocked the way. It was Li Ku who punched out. A small fist was completely disproportionate to the huge dog paw, but it was strangely deadlocked. Name, Evil Dog Sanmao. Items, Black Large Creature, Gold, Super Strength, Gold, Super 5 Senses, Gold, Wisdom, Blue, Sleepy, Blue, Greedy, Blue, etc. Items, Black Large Creature. This species is a Pan-Asian species from the edge of the Dark Continent, with powerful genes far beyond ordinary magic beasts. This item will allow the creature to have the Dark Continent gene source, with a certain shock, deterrence and oppression effect. TSK. This is definitely a treasure. This thing actually came from the Dark Continent, but of course, it may just be a transitional area, equivalent to a hybrid creature in the gray area, belonging to the Pan-Asian species. But even so, this guy's 10 body entries are gorgeous and shining. 3 gold, the rest are all blue. But think about it and you can understand that it can be used as a door dog by this top assassination family. Of course, its own strength is beyond doubt. At least more than 90% of the troubles will be blocked by this guy. Ordinary strong men and even professional hunters are not opponents of this thing. Perception, attack, and nerve reaction speed are very strong. It's a troublesome guy, you leave here first, I'll deal with it. Li Ku ordered. Dars. Gon wanted to help, but was dragged away by Kurapika and Rio. We will only make things worse here. This guy is too big, and we are not opponents at all. With such a huge body, ordinary attacks will not work at all. Kurapika and Leo Rio explained while dragging. They knew that staying here would only make things worse, and would prevent Liko from concentrating on the battle. Roar, 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 roar. The huge wolfhound that was still sleeping in the last second has now awakened. When this guy stood up, he must be as tall as a 5-story building. Ordinary people have to look up to him. And the saliva flowing from the 5.4-inch ferocious teeth of this huge wolfhound is just like a faucet that was forgotten to be turned off. It also has a certain IQ and knows that the guy in front of it is the hardest bone to chew. In the Zoldyck family manner. My lord, the people ordered by the young master have arrived at the foot of our mountain and have now broken into Sanmao's territory. Should we consider saving them? After all, they are all professional hunters. A male servant in a black suit said in a deep voice. Wearing black-framed glasses, a neat black suit, and a meticulous man, the butler of the Zoldyck family looked at Wudong in silence for 2 seconds, and finally spoke slowly. Not needed for the time being, they are the people designated by Master Yilmi. After saying that, Wudong frowned, rubbed his eyebrows, and sighed softly. Master Yilmi is back, and he is injured. This is a big deal in the Zoldyck family. I am afraid that this day will not be peaceful. FFFF. The huge wolfhound in front of him was baring its teeth at Liku, with smelly saliva flowing down. Roar. The giant dog Sanmao was the first to claw. Its huge claws swept across in an instant. Liku jumped lightly to avoid it, but the place where he just stood was instantly like being grabbed by the shovel of an excavator, and a gully more than 1 meter deep appeared. Even the 10 huge trees in the store were easily broken. As expected, the creatures in the edge of the Dark Continent are much more powerful than the magic I encountered before, and the entries on you really interest me. I think you should be able to hear what I said with your IQ. If you have any skills, use them as soon as possible, otherwise you won't have a chance later. Liku landed and said lightly. Ding! You and the giant dog Sanmao have entered the battle posture. The system prompt sounded. The giant dog Sanmao was obviously angered by Liku's words, and this time it chose to pounce directly. Boom! Liku just raised his hands, one on the left and one on the right, and caught the opponent's huge claws directly. The ground under his feet cracked instantly like an ice layer bursting, crackling. If Gon and the others were still standing here, they would definitely be shocked by the scene in front of them. The power of this huge wolfhound is really amazing. Super Strength Gold. This is an entry that Liku is very familiar with. When he was on Whale Island, he also had this entry, but once used, the target is different, and the effect is naturally different. This giant dog Sanmao was originally a top-level magic beast in the edge area of the Dark Continent, and his physical strength far exceeds that of humans and other ordinary magic beasts. The bonus effect is also very amazing. In addition, he has the special entry bonus of Super 5 Senses Gold, which makes this giant dog Sanmao the well-deserved #1 watchdog of the entire Zoldyck family. But this time, its huge eyes flashed with disbelief. It was obvious that it was a little difficult to understand the scene that just happened, because it found that the tiny human in front of it was not as easily beaten into a meat pie as the humans it had seen before. And the huge force from the claws gave it the illusion of hitting a nail, a slight stinging feeling. Roar. It was obvious that the giant dog Sanmao understood what Liku said. This guy was a wise man. The muscles on his body surged like water waves, and his entire body expanded rapidly. The bulging muscles were like steel, and under the black satin-like shiny fur, it exuded an amazing sense of oppression. The giant dog Sanmao also seemed to be unable to control himself and let out a low roar of protest, and his eyes turned blood red. Roar. This time, the claws, which had obviously expanded a circle, swept towards Liku again. The claws tore the air and made a harsh sound of breaking through the air. The ground was easily crushed like tofu dregs, and even the wind that passed by neatly cut off the trees next to it. Boom. Amid the deafening explosion, the air waves rolled and smoke and dust rose. The giant dog Sanmao then let out a comfortable roar. When he used his true strength, not to mention a human, even a piece of iron made entirely of steel could hit the plaque. But when the smoke and dust dissipated, the giant dog Sanmao stayed where he was. He looked at Li Ku in front of him in disbelief. The other party simply stretched out his left hand and easily blocked his steel-like claws. What was weird was that Li Ku's left hand became a little hot and red at this moment, and even the left sleeve had completely exploded, looking like a red-hot iron. Why is this happening? The giant dog Sanmao didn't have much in his mind, so he only had this question flashing through his mind. The next second, he saw Li Ku, who suddenly turned his head to look at him. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, revealing his white teeth. A wisp of white breath gushed out of Li Ku's mouth. This is the effect after the divine power is activated. It's like a super high-speed engine starts to run wildly in the body, and the muscles and cells of the whole body will generally fall into a new state. Good power, but it's still far from enough. No wonder it's a creature from the edge of the Dark Continent. You should be just a hybrid. I really hope to see a pure snow-type Dark Continent creature. Maybe I can see it soon. Li Ku grinned. The moment he saw this smile, the giant dog Sanmao instantly felt that his hair was almost standing up, because in the terrifying breath emitted by the other party, it gave him an illusion as if he had returned to the deepest memory of his own genetic origin. That was the memory of the Dark Continent, the memory of the natural fear of those kings in the Dark Continent. Although it was not born in the real Dark Continent, the giant dog Sanmao's physical strength still flows with the blood of some creatures from the Dark Continent. The genes in its body are deeply engraved with the fear of those superior creatures. Whoa! The giant dog Sanmao suddenly howled to the sky, and started running without looking back. It was scared. Although the human in front of it looked no different in size from other ordinary humans, the breath emanating from the other party made it feel unprecedented fear. It had an unprecedented strong feeling that if it could not escape this time, it might die here, in the hands of this human. Boom! At the moment when the giant dog Sanmao turned around to escape, Li Ku's figure also moved with it. His legs stomped on the ground fiercely, and the ground burst instantly, and even because Li Ku's speed was too fast, it made a harsh sonic boom. Supersonic punch. In the air. Li Ku's fist, burning with a fiery red light, hit Air Damao's head heavily. This is the technique he learned from using the copying ability when he fought against Netero, the president of the Hunter Association. He may not be as powerful as Netero himself, but he has learned a lot. With the blessing of this boxing technique, the power is even more terrifying. The tiny body and the huge giant dog Sanmao, like a toothpick, the small fist hit the opponent's huge body, forming an unprecedented strong visual impact. But the power that exploded the next moment, made people feel like they were dreaming. 0145123321 Faloo 1834933071. In the dull sound of the explosion, the giant dog Sanmao didn't even have time to scream. He only heard the sound of Gu He's tax returns one after another, and his head instantly exploded into a bloody mist. The whole huge body fell down in the air like a broken piece, and the huge inertia even broke a row of trees before it barely stopped. When it landed, blood flowed out, but at this moment, this Zoldyck family's door-opening dog had lost its head. Its limbs twitched for a while, and then it stopped moving. Ding! Congratulations on killing the giant dog Sanmao, the same automatic looting worker. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining, black large creature, gold, super strength, gold, super 5 senses, gold. Automatically merge for you. A heavenly sound echoed in Li Ku's mind. In an instant, countless energies emerged from the darkness and poured into Li Ku's limbs. Li Ku could clearly feel every cell of his body, as if shouting and groaning with excitement. This force was rapidly strengthening his body and every cell. Li Ku landed. It seemed that high-temperature steam appeared on his body, and the whole body gradually dimmed and returned to normal. Even with Li Ku's current physical fitness, he couldn't open the divine power state all the time. This thing would get tired after using it for a long time, just like fighting with all his strength. But I didn't expect that this giant dog Sanmao would burst out with a strange power, gold, which is a preconditioning entry. After this entry was added, it automatically merged into the divine power worker, Red King. Li Ku could feel his physique and was further strengthened. The time to enter the full-strength combat state has also been greatly extended. If you can absorb the same entry multiple times, you may be able to push your red entry directly to the black entry. In addition, Super 5 Senses, Gold. Effect, you will have extremely sharp 5 senses, and your hearing, smell, vision, etc. will be greatly improved. After obtaining this entry and integrating it, Li Ku clearly felt that his 5 senses and 6 consciousnesses were greatly improved, especially his sense of smell became more acute. And hearing. He can even hear the movement hundreds of meters away. This is a Warcraft-type entry. The reason why the giant dog Sanmao can be so active is mainly because of the ability of this entry, but now this entry is directly blessed to Li Yuan. In other words, even if Li Ku has not comprehended the telekinesis circle thing now, he can also achieve a similar effect with this abnormal improvement ability alone. Ding! It is detected that you have the spider sense purple entry. This entry and Super 5 Senses Gold are of the same type. They are automatically merged, and your Super 5 Senses Gold progress has been improved. Not bad. Entries of the same type can be merged, but if you want to push this entry from gold to red, you still need a lot of accumulation. But at least this is a good start. Ding! It is detected that you are not a monster. Do you consider crushing the black large creature entry? The system prompt sound suddenly sounded. I actually brushed an entry of a dark continent creature. Li Ku was a little surprised. If I use this entry of the system, will I have the characteristics of beastification or be affected by this entry? Reply to the host, this system will ensure that all the entries left by the recycled entries will only have positive gains for the host, and entries with negative effects will be automatically avoided by the main host. This entry can be equipped by the host, but it cannot obtain a large body like magic. After using it, the host will have the breath of a dark continent creature. The effect of this entry can be chosen to be actively turned off. The system explained. As expected of a system, it is very thoughtful. At least it allows me to not worry that after using this entry, I will be affected by it and even turn into a werewolf. That would be a terrible result. Use. Do not crush, temporarily turn off the effect of this entry. Li Ku said in a deep voice. Anyway, this is a creature on the edge of the dark continent, and it is quite difficult to obtain similar entries in this world before the chimera ants appear, and chimera ants may not even have such entries. And if you want to really go to the dark continent, maybe this entry will be a special ticket, which can be temporarily retained and will not affect you. And in the distance, Gon and his companions were very nervous. From their position, they could clearly hear the deafening explosion coming from the woods, as well as the roar of the huge wolfhound. Brother Ku, will there be any trouble? That guy looks very difficult to deal with. Gon said worriedly. We can't help much there. Rio, you and Gon wait here, I'll go in and take a look. Kurapika frowned slightly. I'll go too. Kurapika. Gon wanted to follow. Just as several people were discussing whether to go in and take a look at the specific situation, a familiar voice suddenly came from a distance. It's been solved. Come here. Are you interested in trying the monster barbecue? I heard that this huge creature came from the dark continent. Maybe it will taste more delicious. Li Ku said with a smile. Ah. Brother Ku. Are you okay? Then, did you really solve the huge wolf dog? That guy is as big as a hill, bigger than all the monsters we have seen before. Awesome. If that guy hadn't been dealt with, Brother Ko wouldn't have stood in front of us. Warcraft barbecue. It sounds great. Gon and the other two were surprised. They saw Li Ko coming over intact. Except for the tattered sleeves and shirt, there was no wound on his body. They even noticed Li Ko's right fist with some charred marks. The three of them followed Li Ko in. After seeing the huge corpse lying on the ground, the three of them were stunned. The huge and ferocious wolfhound that was showing off its might before has now become a headless corpse lying on the ground. But even so, the opponent's huge body is as insurmountable as a small mountain. Even the hard fur, even if it is dead, cannot be cut by ordinary swords. Especially after seeing the cause of the opponent's death, the wounded people present were extremely shocked. Because this huge wolfhound was actually smashed in the head by Li Ko's fist. You should know that for monsters like wolfhounds, there is a saying that they have a copper head, an iron brain and a tofu waist. The head of this type of monster is the hardest. But the hardest part of the opponent was actually smashed by the hammer, and there were also the traces of explosions on the ground and the fallen trees around. Everyone witnessed, 10 very amazing battles just broke out here. Even everyone can imagine how shocking the scene of the battle was. And at this moment, inside the manor, Master Wudong, there is a noise coming from the foot of the mountain. I'm afraid that group of people have entered Sanmao's territory. They should be friends of Master Killua. Should we take action? A male servant said with some concern. Wudong's face was also a little solemn at this moment, but this time it was Ilmi's explanation. In this family, Killua's status is not as good as Ilmi's. After all, the other party is the eldest son. In fact, he will be more outstanding in all aspects. Although Wudong wanted to help Killua, his identity was destined that he could not interfere with what happened today. Since they chose to come here, they should have made the corresponding preparations. We just need to do what we should do. Wudong was silent for a few seconds, and finally shook his head helplessly. Once he exceeded his authority and made corresponding actions, he would be punished by his real master. The other male servants also lowered their heads and stopped talking. At the same time, in a secret room, Ilmi Zoldyck was standing quietly. In front of him were 10 men with golden curly hair and burly figures, exuding a great sense of oppression. Silva Zoldyck. The current head of the family is also his father. You mean, in the hunter assessment, you met a very difficult opponent, and you were not sure you could defeat him, and that person was Killua's friend, Li Ko. And even suspected that he had the ability to disguise himself like you, and attended the original hunter assessment as an examiner. The opponent's strength even defeated the clown Hisoka. Is it possible to reach our level? And also showed that he has control over lightning telekinesis. Silva Zoldyck's face was more solemn than ever before. Because he had never heard his eldest son evaluate an opponent like this. In the past memories, although his eldest son was taciturn, he also had absolute pride and strength, and never made so many comments on anyone. It is conceivable how big a problem there was in this seemingly casual hunter assessment. Silva Zoldyck had naturally heard of the magician Hisoka. The opponent's strength was definitely not weak, and he might even be 10 times stronger than his eldest son. But even such a powerful existence was completely defeated in that assessment. Of course. The defeat here refers to the failure under the original conditions. If it was a real life and death battle, it would not be possible to make a decision, but you have to know that the person who defeated such a powerful guy was just a teenager. The opponent was still under the premise of disguise. Silva, as the leader of the family, Zoldyck is naturally proficient in this ability. He is also very clear about this ability. Once he uses this ability to transform himself, he will not be able to maintain the full state of combat in the true sense, but the opponent can still do it. And he defeated the top strongman in this posture. It seems that this time the Hunter Association has really recruited an amazing guy. Do you want us to join forces to let him hand over his own training methods and skills related to the power of thunder? Silva Zoldyck narrowed his eyes and looked at his eldest son. Although Ilmi Zoldyck rarely speaks, and even keeps silent most of the time, as if he has no interest in everything. But as a father, I understand it very clearly. At least compared to Killua, this eldest son is the most suitable candidate for the family in the future and will inherit everything he has. Whether it is doing things or in all aspects, he is more mature and stable. But this time his choice is too risky. This is called Liku's profession. Hunter's abilities and value are also amazing. If we can cultivate this ability and the special disguise technique from him, it will definitely be of great significance to the future development of the entire family. Because as a top assassin family, the requirements for disguise are very high, and the other party also has the amazing swordsmanship and thunder telekinesis. Once these abilities are acquired, they can even be passed down as family heritage, allowing the entire family to grow stronger in the future. In fact, whether it is Silva Zoldyck's family or other top families, they can grow up far beyond ordinary people. Their original accumulation is very bloody, including the family inheritance skills they have, which are constantly collected. I need to consider, if the other party really has the terrifying potential you said, once we can't deal with it this time, it means that our family will provoke a terrifying enemy that is almost impossible to provoke. For our family, it is almost a disaster. Silva Zoldyck was silent, his face was extremely heavy. He may have more secrets. If we can get them, I'm afraid even you, my father, can go a step further. Ilmi suddenly said. His words made Silva Zoldyck stunned. In fact, it is very difficult to improve at his level. His strength is already equivalent to the real top in this world, second only to the level of Netero, the president of the Hunter Association, and belongs to the top powerhouse in the next echelon. And it is rumored. Like Netero, if you can break through to the level of the so-called strongest human, your lifespan will also be increased. You must know that in this world, ordinary people can only live for a few dozen years at most, and it is very rare to live for 100 years. But Netero, no one will doubt that this guy's lifespan will definitely exceed 200 years. Life is full of absolute temptation for any creature. Just when Silva Zoldyck was thinking, he suddenly stopped. He stared at the direction of the foot of the mountain. Father. Ilmi still wanted to persuade, because once it was confirmed that Liku was the examiner Kenpachi, he would not be able to take down Ji-Ku with his own strength. But if you add Father Silva Zoldyck and Grandfather Zeno Zoldyck, that's another matter. In this world, even if Netero faces such a super luxurious lineup, the probability of surviving is not high. He doesn't think Liku will reach Netero's level. Give up this idea. Silva suddenly spoke. Huh? Ilmi was stunned. I say from now on, you have to completely give up this idea. I won't allow you to have any idea about this anymore. From this moment on, Liku and his group of companions are the real friends of our family. Silva Zoldyck's attitude suddenly turned 180 degrees. Why? Ilmi didn't understand. San Mao died. Before dying, it was afraid. There are not many things in this world that can scare it, even my father, your grandfather has never reached this level. Your idea is too dangerous, it will make our family fall into an irreparable situation, so from now on, never have this idea again. Liku is Killua's friend, and he will also be a friend of our family. Silva Zoldyck's tone became extremely tough, like an order. As the patriarch of this family, he is naturally stronger than Ilmi. Just at this moment, he clearly sensed that the demon hound raised by the family, which came from the Dark Continent, had died. And before it died, it exuded an unprecedented breath of fear. Even if it was just a hybrid monster, the blood of the creatures of the Dark Continent in his body would not make him fear any creature in this world. Even his father Zeno, who tamed him at the beginning, did not make him feel fear. It was only through the continuous cultivation of trust between the two sides that he gained the recognition of the other party. But now, San Mao is scared. It is definitely not because he was scared by being beaten, but Fong has an aura that is comparable to those truly terrifying beings in the Dark Continent. Such a guy is definitely not someone his family can mess with. That's all. I'm afraid this time I still have to give the other party an explanation. You are the one who caused this, Ilmi, you have to be mentally prepared. Silva Zoldyck stood up and walked out with a cold expression, leaving Ilmi alone in the room. In the underground prison. On the walls of the prison, damp water vapor and mold intertwined to create a suffocating atmosphere. Killua was chained to the cold stone wall with heavy iron chains, his arms were hung high, and his body was forced to maintain an extremely uncomfortable posture. His clothes were tattered and his body was covered with scars left during the escape. Miji walked into the prison, holding a long whip in his hand and a cruel smile on his face. There was no trace of brotherhood in his eyes, only anger at Killua's betrayal of the family and the maintenance of his own authority. Do you think you can escape, Killua? Miji's voice echoed in the prison, cold and sharp. Killua raised his head, there was no fear in his eyes, but mockery. I just want to pursue the life I want. Miji sneered, swung the whip, and hit Killua hard. The whip cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound, and then a dull thud. Killua did not react at all, just looked at him indifferently. When he ran away from home, he cut a hole in his second brother's belly. This is why his second brother hates him so much. You traitor! Miji roared. The whip fell on Killua 10 times again and again. Every blow seemed to vent his anger and disappointment. However, Killua's endurance far exceeded Miji's imagination. Under the harsh training of the Zoldyck family, Killua had long been accustomed to pain. He closed his eyes, silently reciting the desire for freedom in his heart, and this desire made him surpass the limits of the flesh. Are you tired, Miji? Killua suddenly spoke, his voice calm and firm. I'm almost asleep. Damn it! Damn it! Hearing this, Miji was even more exposed and whipped the whip in his hand fiercely. The harsh whipping sound rang in the prison, and there was Killua's laughter. Although he was also a child of the family, his second brother did not have much fighting power. Even if he allowed the other party to whip him, it was not enough to make Killua say the word of pain. Are you tired of whipping? Brother, what time is it now? After a round of whipping, Killua still did not show any pain, but asked with an extremely calm expression. This made Miji feel that his anger was getting stronger, and he directly pressed the lit cigarette butt on the other party's chest. The hot cigarette butt burned Killua's skin. It's so hot, brother, I have reflected on it. It's my fault. Killua responded. Snap. The whip was whipped down heavily, directly on his face. Don't be too proud, Killua. Liar. Miji cursed. Huh, you figured it out. Killua laughed. Suddenly, Fatty's phone rang. It was their mother calling. Oh, ha ha ha. Killua, do you know there is good news? Your friends came here to find you, but they are very unlucky. I heard that they entered the area where our guard dog is. Now they should be eaten to the bones. I don't know if you can recognize them when you see their bones. I think it should be difficult. After all, Sanmao eats people without spitting out bones. Ha ha ha. Fatty laughed excitedly. At the beginning, he almost died at the hands of this genius brother. Now he finally has the opportunity to torture him, especially to make him collapse. That's the best. But at the moment he said these words, Killua, who was hung by the chain, suddenly changed his face and his eyes became extremely cold and sharp. Snap! The extremely hard iron chain actually trained the other party to break free from the forbidden iron chain with great ease. Miji, if you dare to touch him, I will kill you. Killua's voice was extremely cold, with a chill that penetrated his bones. As descendants of a killer family, the fratricide between them was allowed by the patriarch of the family and was even a tradition for many years. Snap, snap. Kilua easily broke all the iron chains that imprisoned him, and then directly broke the shackles. He was willing to accept the punishment here because of his father Enyia, but it had nothing to do with the second brother in the eyes. At this time, two figures came. It was a short old man with his hands behind his back, and Silva Zoldyck. Grandpa, Dad. Kilua has no intention of reflecting on this guy, he still wants to mess around with those guys. Seeing the elders in the family coming, the fat man hurried over to report. Enough. Me, I know, you go back and do your own things. The old man Zeno said with his hands behind his back and his waist bent. Listen to the arrangement. Silva repeated, and the fat man dared not say anything more. He could only leave quickly. Before leaving, he couldn't help but look at Kilua threateningly. Kilua didn't look at his father and grandfather. Instead, he broke free from the shackles and went out directly. Where are you going? Kilua. Silva said. I want to leave here, I want to save my friends, they can't die in Sanmao's mouth, if father and grandfather want to stop me, I will never give up. Kilua stared at the two with a determined look. Oh, I will never give up, do you mean to attack me and your grandfather at the same time with what you want? Silva said coldly. Kilua's face suddenly became extremely solemn, and he directly took a fighting posture. He knew that he could never be their opponent, let alone dealing with two, even any one of them could easily beat him. But he would never allow himself to do nothing and watch his friends die in front of him. Don't scare Kilua, Silva. Zeno smiled. Kilua looked at his grandfather and father in astonishment. He did not understand the meaning of the sentence just now. Grandpa, weren't you preparing to deal with them? Kilua was stunned. Your friend far exceeded our expectations. Illumi intends to let us learn about its related training methods and other things from your friend. But this decision is not wise. We do not intend to be enemies with your friend. Silva said. I heard from Silva that this little guy is really rare. At least I haven't seen such an outstanding genius for many years. Kilua, sometimes it is your luck and misfortune to be born in the same era with such a guy. The old man Zeno said sadly. He couldn't help but recall his own era, which was also a very similar scene, but his own era was already Netero's era. That guy was almost far ahead of any human in the world. Standing at an unprecedented height for humans. Even if he was also called a genius monster, but in the same era as Netero, all geniuses would become dim. But in the same way, the pressure of the whole world would be borne by Netero, not himself. It is unfortunate, but also fortunate. And it is precisely because of the friendly relationship between himself and Netero that the family has been prosperous and peaceful for the past 100 years. However, Zeno has already felt that he has little life left, and he cannot reach the level of Netero's strength. Naturally, there is no problem of extending his life, so he must consider the future of the family. Now, his grandson seems to be favored by the goddess of fate. She encountered a monster that is comparable to Netero in his youth. No, it should be a monster that is more powerful than Netero in his youth. You must know that Netero at this age does not have the strength of Liku at all. That guy is a real late bloomer. But it is precisely because of this that we can see more and more about the monster of his grandson's friend. I am afraid it will not take much, 20 years or even 10 years. This little guy called Liku will grow to a point that countless people can look up to, and even with the help of the friendship with this little guy, it will be enough to protect the stability of the family for the next 100 years or even longer. Because this little guy is only a teenager now. When he reaches the level of Netero, living to 200 years old is not a problem. Grandpa 720, are you talking about Brother Liku? He is, indeed very strong, but I am confident that I can catch up with him. Kilua said confidently. Brother Liku? Do you think your brother is just that simple? Kilua, you are a killer, and carefully observing the target is the most basic ability. It seems that you have been slacking off during this period. Silva's words made Killua a little confused. His brother Ko was indeed very strong, and his performance in the hunter assessment was also very outstanding. But he was still very confident that he could catch up, as long as he passed the hard training. What do you think of Instructor Kenpachi? Silva suddenly asked. Instructor Kenpachi. After hearing this name, Killua's face changed. Because he had never encountered such a terrifying opponent since he was a child. If that duel was not because it was a real battle in the hunter assessment, I am afraid I can't stand here and speak now. The opponent's strength is far above his own, and he even held back in the end. Very strong. Killua's answer. Very strong. How strong do you think he is? Compared with me and your grandfather. Silva said. Compared with Grandpa, he should be a little worse, but if it is father. I can't tell, because I have already lost in the previous battle, and I don't know what level this instructor is in the future, but based on the information I know, he should be able to withstand father's attack. Killua was silent for a second before replying. What about the future? He defeated Hisoka, you should have seen the traces of the battle. Killua was silent. Yes. Instructor Kenpachi defeated Hisoka, this guy is definitely the most powerful existence he has ever seen. Even to the extent of being comparable to his father. But in front of his father, he will naturally save some face for his family. Killa, you have learned to be smart and learn to consider other people's feelings, Zeno laughed, Silva, just tell him the result directly. Killa, Instructor Kenpachi is your brotherly coup. Silva said. Killua stood there like he was struck by lightning, his mouth slightly open for several seconds without saying a word. How? How is it possible? Instructor Kenpachi and Killua are two completely different people, their heights and body shapes are completely different, how could they be the same person? Illumi was there, oh, he also participated in the assessment and witnessed your Killua defeat Hisoka. His strength is probably not lower than mine. At this age, his achievements have far surpassed those of Lord Netero. Silva sighed. Killua's head was buzzing. He still couldn't believe that the examiner in the examination room was actually the very familiar Ko. But at this moment, Killua figured out everything. He finally understood why this examiner with a very strange personality would do those strange things. Let Peng Si pass the test directly, and let his entire team, including Gon, get hunter licenses. If everything was attributed to the examiner's personality before, it was also possible to explain it, but now if the true identity of the examiner is known, everything is logical. Examiner Kenpachi is his brother Ko. How could he be so powerful? Yes. When Examiner Kenpachi was present, Ko was not there, and even found an excuse to say that he was taking a rest. There was no evidence that the two were present at the same time, which means that this inference is very likely to be true. But why did this happen? Brother Ko is so powerful. Originally Killua thought that Brother Ko was a genius. Although he was stronger than himself, he was not so strong that he could catch up with him through continuous efforts. But now, the beast-like Examiner Kenpachi appeared in his mind, and Killua even had a fear that made him tremble slightly. The other party exuded a terrifying aura and was completely different from Brother Ko. And their strengths were completely different. But now, through the mouths of his father and grandfather, he told himself that they are the same person. 014512321 Faloo 1834934441, Killua. It was a bit difficult to digest. Okay, you should see the truth next. Don't worry, we will not choose to offend such a genius. I will let your brother give an explanation for this matter. But before that, I still hope you can cooperate with us. Go and test the potential of this genius. If he can pass our test, our family is willing to reach a permanent cooperation agreement with him. If he can't pass, we will let your friend go down the mountain. In addition, Sanmao is dead. Silva spoke slowly. Killua stood there in a daze. Kukulu Mountain, in the Sea of Trees forest. The giant dog Sanmao has now become a delicacy on the grill, and was directly divided up by Ji Yuan and others. It must be said that the taste is very unique and contains rich energy. No wonder the monster meat outside is very rare and the price is very expensive. Only rich people can afford it. Hiccup, it's so delicious. If it weren't for Brother Ko, I'm afraid I would never be able to eat such a delicacy in my life. Leo Rio burped and stroked his belly. Even a professional hunter can't deal with this guy. Brother Ko is so strong. Kurapika sighed. Brother Ko. Do you think we ate other people's watchdogs? Will they be unhappy? Gon was still biting a piece of meat. No, they will be happy only when we are full. Let's go. Killua is probably waiting for us at home. After eating, Leo Rio stretched comfortably. There is only one way up the mountain from here, so everyone just needs to follow this road. It didn't take long for the footsteps of several people to come down. A wall appeared in the woods, and an iron gate opened in the middle of the wall. A figure stood at the door. A black girl with a black suit and a big hair braid holding a cane. Apprentice housekeeper Canalia. Go away, you are in private territory and you are not allowed to enter without permission. Please leave here. You are not welcome here. Please stop here. If you come one step further, I will have to expel you by force. The black girl Canalia spoke coldly. We are Killua's friends, and we come here just to see him. Please let us in. Gon shouted, and took a step forward. After his foot crossed the line on the ground. Bang! Everyone didn't even see how the black girl in front of them moved, and Gon was knocked out with a muffled groan. Kurapika and Leorio's faces changed slightly. Lika's expression was extremely calm, he squinted slightly, and his eyes were slightly bright. Name, Zoldyck Apprentice Butler Canalia. Entries, Telekinesis Enhancer, Purple, Physical Genius, Purple, Incomplete Assassination, including limb bending, Purple, Loyal, Blue, Lucky Person of Meteor Street, Blue, etc. It must be said that he is indeed a very good lucky person. Compared to other ordinary people, he carries 3 purple entries and a series of blue entries. This person looks old and the black girl who looked like Gon was eye-catching. Of course. He couldn't compare with Li Ketuan, because the guys present were all sons of luck, carrying golden and red items. This Canaria was much stronger than other ordinary people. The other party actually had the power of Enhancer, which was even stronger than the genuine third young master. It was expected that Gon would lose to her. No matter what your purpose is, you can't step into this place. No matter what your reason is, I will only obey the orders of the master. The black girl said expressionlessly. She was actually struggling inside. She wanted to help the third young master, but as an apprentice housekeeper here, she would never allow these people to pass. This was an iron rule that family servants had to abide by. Canaria, you don't want to see Killua being tortured in prison, do you? Li Ku suddenly stepped forward and spoke slowly. The black girl's expression changed instantly. She stared at Li Ku with an unprecedented look of danger and caution. Because she had never revealed any information about herself from beginning to end, but the guy in front of her could say her name. This was mainly because it was too unbelievable, and her name was rarely known to outsiders. Or it could be said that those guys in Meteor Street didn't know her name at the beginning. The other party seemed to have the power to see through human nature, and generally knew what she was thinking now. Master Killua. Especially after hearing from Li Ku that the third master was being tortured, her expression became extremely complicated. She cared about and even admired the third master in her heart, because it was this young master who had the possibility to walk out of the world of cannibalism and come to this truly living world. It was the other party who gave her a brand new life. Even if the third young master wanted her to die immediately, she would not have any hesitation. But now she could not change her position and could only watch the third young master Killua being tortured. Canaria hesitated to speak. She wanted to let everyone go, but she could not make a decision immediately. I understand that you have your difficulties, so I will help you. Fight, Canaria. As a housekeeper, you should stop strange visitors. This is your duty. Li Ku's voice fell, and his figure had crossed the line. Canaria's face changed slightly, but she still gritted her teeth and took out her weapon. She was extremely fast. She dealt with Li Ku in the same way as she dealt with Gon. At least in her opinion, the people in front of her seemed to be of similar age and their strength should be similar. But the next moment, her cane was caught by Li Ku, and she was thrown out. Canaria landed on a tree cleverly, unloaded the power, and took advantage of the situation to build a ricochet back. Limb flexion. Her body became multiple. This is a skill she secretly learned, and this move is enough to defeat the opponent. But what surprised her was that Li Ku seemed to be able to see through her phantom and actually came directly towards his body. Then he gently stabbed her. Go to sleep. Canaria fell down in response. Ding! You defeated Canaria, the trainee housekeeper of the Zoldyck family, and there is a 10% probability of automatically copying the entry. Ding! You heard the echo of strong luck, and strong luck bursts into action. Ding! Congratulations on getting. Congratulations on obtaining, Enhancer, Telekinesis, Purple, Meteor Street Lucky Man, Blue. Ding! Meteor Street Lucky Man, belongs to the Lucky series, automatically absorbed as, Strong Luck, Purple Experience Value, the progress of this term is improved. A sound like the sound of nature rang in Li Ku's mind. Countless energy poured into his limbs and bones. Enhancer, Telekinesis. This is the third type of telekinesis that Li Ku has truly obtained. Realization 100 Flower Blade Wilt Blue. Conjurer, Telekinesis Master, Gold. Enhancer, Telekinesis, Purple. General reference. This is equivalent to telekinesis talent, while the thunder telekinesis and telekinesis clone technique are all skills. Only after having the corresponding talents can you have a real entry ticket. It has to be said. This Canaria is also her own little lucky star. Enhancer telekinesis talent, Purple. No wonder this little girl can use a simple cane to deal with dozens or hundreds of powerful invaders. She is also an absolute little genius. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen by the Zoldyck family as an apprentice housekeeper. Bang! Suddenly, gunshots rang out. Li Ku quickly stepped sideways and blocked the fallen black girl with one hand. He slowly opened his hand, and suddenly saw a deformed, smoking bullet falling to the ground. Who is it? Gon exclaimed immediately. Kurapika and Leo Rio also quickly looked in the direction of the gunshot. Not far away, a woman in a lady's dress could be seen with a little girl beside her. The woman's dress was very strange. She was wearing a lady's dress, but her face was covered with bandages, and she had a strange one-line eye mask on her eyes, revealing only the corners of her bright red lips. A useless waste is not worthy of being in the Zoldyck family. She was holding a smoking revolver in her hand, and she seemed to have no apology for the action of just shooting. But even so, you shouldn't shoot her. Who are you? Gon questioned. You are Killua's friends, right? I forgot to introduce myself. I am Killua's mother, and she is Kaluto. Anime and manga. The lady saluted very elegantly, and the little girl in kimono next to her saluted as well. From beginning to end, they seemed to have no intention of expressing anything about the shooting just now. You are the big brotherly Ku mentioned by Killua. You are very good, but this trip may be in vain. Killua can't come to see you now. The lady looked at Li Ku for a while. But this kind of thing of catching bullets with bare hands is not very difficult, at least in the eyes of this lady. The strength of these little guys in front of her is just as so. She came here because she didn't want these people to meet her son, but she wanted Killua to reflect on himself. Although her beloved son almost disfigured her and hurt her face, she had extremely high expectations for Killua and thought he was a genius that was rare in a century. Will inherit the entire family in the future. Why can't Killua come to see us? We are his friends. Are you trying to stop him? Rio looked at her suspiciously. At least, everyone didn't have a good impression of this noble lady who shot and tried to kill this black girl. After Killua injured me and his brother, the family took the money away, but later he came back to admit his mistake. He went to the dungeon voluntarily, so I don't know when he will come out. The noble lady explained. Shouldn't you apologize for shooting casually just now? Li Ku suddenly spoke. He looked at the two people in front of him, with a hint of arc at the corner of his mouth. Name, Kikyo Zoldyck. Entries, Emitter Talent Nen, Purple, Assassination, Purple, Super Fertility, Purple, Flammable and Explosive, Purple, Extreme, Purple, etc. Name, Kaluto Zoldyck. Anime and Manga. Entries, Emitter Talent Nen, Double Purple, Assassination, Double Purple, Paper Blowing Snow, Purple, Snake Bite Dance, Double Purple, Women's Clothing, Purple, etc. TSK. I have to say. As expected of the direct line of the Zoldyck family, it is the existence of the top assassination family in the hunter world. All the entries they have are absolutely purple. Such a good opportunity to brush the entries cannot be missed. So Li Ku would not miss this opportunity. Since the other party took action first, he naturally had a reason to brush the entries. Without waiting for the two women in front of him to explain, Li Ku moved directly. His figure disappeared on the spot. Not good. Kaluto Zoldyck's eyes changed slightly, and he stood in front of the lady. Paper Blowing Snow. He waved his sleeves and looked, and suddenly dense pieces of paper like snowflakes emerged, and one by one they whistled towards the front like flying knives. He finally saw Li Ku coming towards him. But he found that the corners of the other party's mouth were slightly grinning, as if he was smiling. Is this guy crazy? He dared to face his attack directly without dodging. Does he want to die? Kaluto Zoldyck had this idea in his mind. He frowned slightly, and these pieces of paper slowed down slightly. At least in his opinion, even if this stupid guy was hit head-on, he would not die. It can be regarded as teaching the other party a lesson. But what made him miscalculate was that Li Ku still had no intention of dodging, but rushed forward to face these densely packed paper pieces. Ding ding ding. When these paper pieces that Kaluto Zoldyck was proud of fell on Li Ku, there was a sound like the collision of steel. Anime and Manga. He was confused for a moment. Is this guy a human? How could he resist these paper pieces with his strong body? You should know that these paper moons are attached with abilities. The hardness is no different from that of iron pieces. This is equivalent to rushing up directly in the hail of bullets. The other party also has telekinesis and has strengthened himself. In an instant, Kaluto Zoldyck realized that he did not expect that the other party could comprehend telekinesis at this age. You should know that he is also a real genius, but he is a member of the Zoldyck family. He has received various top-level guidance since he was a child, so he can comprehend telekinesis at such a young age. Snake Bite Dance. The next moment, Kaluto Zoldyck's face suddenly changed, and the pieces of paper that were flying around seemed to have been attacked, turning into a white python and biting directly towards Li Ku. In fact, all the pieces of paper were concentrated to attack one point. Even the strongest defense could not withstand such an attack. The opponent had only the choice of dodging. But what surprised him was that Li Ku did not choose to dodge, but stretched out his right hand to grab him directly. Didn't he want his arm anymore? Kaluto Zoldyck had a flash of thought, but he was shocked to see a faint red color on Li Ku's right hand in his vision. Red telekinesis. Divine power of red. Iron Tank Gold. Enhancer Telekinesis Enhancement. The pieces of paper that he was so proud of fell on Li Ku, and it felt like snowflakes blowing on his hands in the wind. There was no harm at all. The right hand that exuded terrifying pressure made Kaluto Zoldik's face change wildly. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. He could only watch the other party's method and grab his face. Anime and manga. He even saw the other party's palm, which grabbed his head like an egg, and could crush his entire head in an instant. Don't hurt Kaluto. The noble lady Kikyo Zoldyck screamed and exclaimed, and her figure actually had an afterimage. A beautiful high-heeled shoe flew and kicked down to Li Ku's back. Assassination skill, Heartbreak. You should know that before joining the Zoldyck family, Kikyo was also a top-notch assassin, but she chose to marry him because she lost to Silva and wanted to combine with this more powerful assassin to give birth to a stronger heir. Kikyo's own strength is not weak, not only weak, but even very strong. Looking at the whole world, she is also one of the top assassins. The telekinesis wrapped her feet, and this blow was enough to penetrate steel. TSK. Hey! But what shocked Kikyo was that Li Ku did not turn back, and seemed to have no intention of resisting her attack. Still grabbing Kaluto Zoldyck. A way to hurt both sides. Madman. This guy is definitely a madman, intending to bear his fatal injury and then destroy his child. The lady instantly fell into a state of wanting to go crazy, but now it was too late to do anything. Kaluto Zoldyck was also stunned by Li Ku's momentum in front of him. It was too terrifying. Especially when facing Li Ku's palm wrapped in a strange light red light, he had an illusion as if he saw an ancient beast rushing towards him. At this moment, he felt extremely small, as if he was standing in front of a ferocious demon king, with a huge shadow covering him. Boom! Li Ku's fist stopped in front of Kaluto Zoldyck, but the terrifying forward brushed his cheek, making him even close his eyes, and the trees behind him were blown to pieces by the full wind. Flowers 00 starting from Kaluto Zoldyck's standing point, a fan-shaped area of 50 meters was flattened. The blazing fist stopped in front of him. Then it turned into a finger. Brain explosion. Boom! Kaluto Zoldyck was flung out like a sandbag. He fell to the ground, covering his forehead with a big bump, and knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face from the pain. Anime and manga. He had never been so embarrassed in his life, but he was hit on the head by another man. Why didn't he die? Instead, he was so embarrassed. The lady didn't expect that Li Ku didn't mean to kill her child. She just reacted and wanted to take back her ultimate move. But it was too late. Damn! But at this moment, the lady was dumbfounded on the spot. Because she was shocked to see that an identical Li Ku appeared behind her, grabbing her ankle with one hand. Then he clenched his fist with one hand. Bang! A solid punch hit the lady's abdomen, and she even vomited bile on the spot. She was also blown away, breaking 2 or 3 trees in succession before she stopped. This sudden scene made the people standing nearby stunned. Wow, so awesome. Brother Ku. Gon was even more stunned. The whole battle just happened in a flash, just a few seconds, but in these few seconds, Li Ku actually subdued the 2 opponents one after another. It was almost a completely crushing battle. Just now, was I dazzled? Why do I seem to see 2 Brother Ku? Leo Rio rubbed his eyes, looking confused. One is a clone. Kurapika saw the clue, but now he couldn't understand what kind of fighting skill this was. Was it because of the fast movement speed or something else? Because the 3 of them had never touched the real threshold of this world until now. Telekinesis. But Li Ku had already used it. Telekinesis clone, this is the ability obtained by defeating the bald Hanzo. Now Li Ku has 3 series of talents, so he can naturally use it. However, as a clone, its strength is naturally not as strong as the original body, but it is more than enough to deal with this lady. Ding! You and Cultivation Zoldyck have entered the battle posture. Anime and manga. Ding! You defeated Cultivation Zoldyck, 10% chance to automatically copy the other party's entry. Ding! Copying succeeded, congratulations on obtaining, emitter telekinesis, double purple, female clothing, purple. Ding! You and Cultivation Zoldyck have entered the battle posture. Ding! You defeated Cultivation Zoldyck, 10% chance to automatically copy the other party's entry. Ding! Copying succeeded, congratulations on obtaining, super fertility, purple. A voice like the sound of nature rang in Liku's mind. Various energies flowed into the body from nowhere. Emitter telekinesis was lit up. Perfect. The fourth telekinesis system, and it was double purple. The higher the telekinesis talent, the easier it will be to control and operate telekinesis. The gap between geniuses and ordinary people is innate, but this probability does not apply to Liku. Ding! Do you want to fuse, women's clothing, purple? After this item is fused, Liku will like women's clothing. Come on. Crush. Liku couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Which normal man likes women's clothing? Ding! Do you want to absorb, super fertility, purple? This item doubles the bonus for women and weakens it for men. This item belongs to the same type as extraordinary fertility and can be crushed and fused. Item, super fertility, purple. Effect, your offspring will have a high probability of inheriting your excellent genes. If you have a uterus, this effect will be increased to 200%. Thank you. I don't have a uterus. Crush. Liku was helpless. Fortunately, his system could recognize various terms. Otherwise, if all the terms were applied to him, he might become a monster in the future. Ding! Crush, women's clothing, purple, crush, super fertility, gold progress improvement. General reference. A sound like the sound of nature sounded. Lucky is good. There is a 10% chance of getting a double purple term. Zoldyck family is really his lucky star. According to this situation, if he clears all the Killua family copies, he will most likely become the world's #1 assassin. Ahem, UB*************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Zoldyck covered his forehead, stood up with red eyes, and looked at Liko with resentment. Anime and manga. I have to. Boys in women's clothes are really good looking. This Cultivation Zoldyck looks just like a little girl, and she is particularly beautiful. Big eyes, proud upturned lips, and a small nose. Coupled with shoulder-length hair and women's kimono, it is really easy to commit crimes. Why does a boy wear such beautiful clothes? But when you think about it, their entire family is a group of perverts, so these things don't matter. At this moment, Cultivation Zoldyck covered the big bump on his forehead. He would rather be beaten and seriously injured than to have such a shameful bump on his forehead. Cultivation. Stop it. Just when Cultivation Zoldyck was about to come over to provoke Liko again, suddenly the embarrassed lady in the distance rushed over. The elegant long dress and clothes on her body have become tattered at this moment. But now she has no intention of targeting Liko, and even directly blocked in front of Cultivation Zoldyck. Sorry, very sorry, it's my mistake. Cultivation. Hurry up and apologize to the gentleman. If the gentleman hadn't held back just now, I'm afraid we would have died. I am sincerely happy that Killua can have friends like you, but you all understand that, as a mother, I sincerely hope that my children can grow up better. At this moment, the noble Lady Kikyo actually burst into tears. Even Gon and others were moved to tears. It must be said that as a mother, although she is sometimes a little extreme, her care and love for her children are absolutely sincere, and she even protects them with her own life. Mother's love is always touching. It seems that everything is a misunderstanding. Liko retracted his hand with a smile on his lips. This trip to the Zoldyck family is definitely a blood profit for him. Anime and manga. And it seems that Kikyo is very reasonable, which saves him a lot of trouble. Of course it's a misunderstanding. Kaluto. What are you still standing there for? Apologize to this gentleman quickly. Kikyo was already scared. If she hadn't given birth to these children, she would never have given up so easily in front of anyone. But since she had these children, this former top assassin has completely changed her personality. It can be said that maternal love is overflowing. For the sake of her children, she has become a little extreme, and can even give up everything. And just now, Liko obviously let go of his children, including herself, so she chose to bow her head decisively for everything in front of her. This beautiful female loli obviously still has some resentment towards Liko in her heart, and her beautiful eyes glared at Liko fiercely, before she lowered her head reluctantly. Sorry, it's my fault. I hope you will forgive me. These words were almost squeezed out from between her teeth. Kaluto Zoldyck has never been insulted like this since she was a child. Forget it, since it's a misunderstanding, then forget it all. Now can you two take us to see Killua? Liko said with a smile. Of course. The lady quickly agreed. At least she understood that these people in front of her had no ill will towards the Zoldyck family. Otherwise, her son would have died just now. This kindness alone was enough for her to make the right choice. Just as she was about to lead everyone up the mountain, a voice suddenly came from the headset. Ah. Yes, I understand, I will come right away. She hung up the headset, then apologized and pointed to the direction of Liko and others, bowed slightly. I'm so sorry. I don't know why, but my father-in-law and husband sent me a message asking me to go back and deal with another matter immediately. Kaluto, you lead these friends of Killua over there. Don't be angry, these are our guests, I will inform the family. I'm leaving first. After that. Without waiting for Kaluto to speak, the noble lady Kikyo hurried away. Anime and manga. Killua's mother has a really weird temper. But she's also a really good person. Gon sighed as he watched the noble lady leave. Humph. Everyone, follow me. Kaluto Zoldyck covered the red and swollen bump on his forehead with his hand, and reluctantly led the others towards the top of the mountain. He understood why his mother gave in, but he was very dissatisfied in his heart, because Liko was able to defeat him just now by sneak attack. If he had given himself a chance to prepare before fighting again, he would never have lost so quickly. Liko didn't care about these things. After the first defeat of this cross-dressing loli, the most valuable things on her body had been brushed out, and the other entries didn't matter. This place is the territory of the Zoldyck family after all, and Liko is not arrogant enough to think that he can wipe out the entire family of the other party by himself. He took all the entries by forceful plunder. Besides, he has a good relationship with little Killua. Under the leadership of Kaluto, the group arrived directly at the villa halfway up the mountain. Welcome. Master Kaluto. What's wrong with you? At the door of the villa stood a group of male servants in suits and meticulous. The one standing in the first place was naturally the butler Wudong. Liko glanced over. The entries on the other ordinary servants were naturally dispensable. But this butler gave him a good surprise. Name, Butler Wudong. Entries, Transmuter Telekinesis Talent, Purple, Dexterity, Purple, Absolute Calmness, Purple, Meticulousness, Purple, Coin Rain, Purple, Leadership, Blue, etc. Transmuter Telekinesis. Very good. And the attached entries are also quite good, belonging to the improvement of personal internal abilities. No wonder this guy can become the butler of the entire family. In fact, the entry of the black girl is also quite good. If she is trained and raised later, she will naturally be more than enough as a butler. People and society. I have to say that the Zoldyck family is really good at selecting talents, saving a lot of effort. Nothing. They are here to find Killua, I'm leaving first, you are responsible for the reception. Kaluto Zoldyck covered the big bag on her forehead. This beautiful lowly girl, to the boy in women's clothing, obviously couldn't help but glared at Li Ku fiercely before leaving. Hee, please take a seat, distinguished guests. I was really rude just now. Please don't take it to heart and serve you tea. Wudong politely led everyone to salute. He also ordered other servants to serve snacks, tea, and some delicacies. Aren't you going to take us to see Killua? Where is this? Gon couldn't help but be curious. Kurapika and Leone also felt a little confused. They originally thought they could see Killua directly, but they never thought of staying here. Li Ku naturally didn't care. At least in his opinion, the entry of the butler in front of him was also quite good. Please rest assured, you will see Master Killua soon. We just need to wait here for a while. It would be too boring to just sit here. Why don't we play a game to kill time? Wudong smiled and looked at a few people, and then looked at Li Ku. Obviously, he also saw that Li Ku was the leader of this team. As long as Li Ku nodded, the other three naturally had no objection. In order to get Li Ku to agree to play the game with him, he even showed off his skills just after he finished speaking. He threw a coin up, and then quickly interspersed it with dazzling and amazing hand speed. The meaning was to let everyone guess which hand held the coin. This scene made Gon and the other two dumbfounded. Because at this time, although the three of them had obtained the professional hunter license, they had not upgraded their abilities. They had not yet learned to condense. For the three of them, the opponent's speed was simply impossible to see with the naked eye. Kurapika also couldn't see the opponent's trace at all because he didn't have the ability to use the red eyes. If he had paid attention just now and opened part of the red eyes, he might have noticed a little. Everyone, guess which hand of mine is the coin now? Wudong looked at a few people, and his expression became cold. He was very sad that Master Killua left here, and the head of the family had already said hello before, asking him to test the opponent's strength. Anime and manga. So. First courtesy, then force. This is his strategy. You have to guess carefully. If you guess wrong, one of you will die. Wudong smiled. The butlers behind Li Ku, Gon, Kurapika and Leorio each took out a knife and put it on their necks. Because no one cared about these things just now, they thought they came to a safe place and didn't pay attention, so they were kidnapped in an instant. Brother Ku. Gon looked ugly. These guys, actually cheated deliberately. Leorio was also angry and gritted his teeth. After all, the other party is a killer family, and anything they do is understandable, but I just let my guard down. Leorio sighed and looked at Li Ku. Because this butler was clearly targeting him, but he asked himself. Toss a coin. Isn't this game too childish? Should we change to a more exciting game? Li Ku suddenly laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, he pinched the blade on his neck directly, and with a slight force of his fingers, the alloy-forged blade suddenly broke like a biscuit, and flicked his fingers lightly. Ding ding ding. The knives on Gon and the other two's necks were directly broken. For broken knives fell to the ground. This sudden scene made the other servants' faces change suddenly. They were able to serve as servants here, so their own strength was naturally quite good, and they even received a certain degree of training. Ha! Wu Tong was also stunned, and he waved his hand to signal the other servants to retreat. In fact, he originally planned to deliberately test the strength of this group of people, as well as the Master Killua's feelings, when facing a life-and-death crisis. Are they still as firm as they say? Anime and manga. He had no ill will towards the few people, he just pretended to be like this. But now the situation is too difficult to back down. Because Li Ku destroyed their threats, he had no chance to explain. Ding! You and the housekeeper Wudong have entered the battle posture. The system prompt sounded in Li Ku's mind. Very good. Li Ku couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. He naturally couldn't let the other party explain, otherwise when everyone was having fun, how could they enter the battle posture? How to brush out the entry from this family? You guys go down, then sir, how are you going to play? Wudong smiled and looked at Li Ku, and ordered the other male servants to go down. It's very simple. I can see that you are best at coins, so let's have a coin shooting competition. Li Ku smiled. Wudong was stunned. Coins are very common, but if it comes to playing with coins, he has absolute confidence. At least so far, he has not seen anyone who is better than him. And he is an emitter telekinesis. This Li Ku doesn't look very old, even if he awakened his telekinesis like a genius when he was a few years old. But how can these few years of practice compare to his lifetime practice? Okay. Then let's stop with the coins, so as not to make it dirty and difficult to clean. You are also friends of Master Killua. We just tested it just now. We don't intend to hurt you. No matter what, Wudong still said everything he should say. Alas. The only bad thing about this Zoldyck copy is that it is not easy to kill people. Anime and manga. To be honest, Li Ku had a very good impression of Wudong. He was not only polite, but was even killed by Hisoka in the end to protect Killua. He can be said to be a very tragic character, a loyal dog type. Okay 1.9, I promise you. Li Ku nodded. Others stood up and left the area. The two of them stood 10 meters apart in the hall. Brother, are you sure it's only 10 meters? This distance is quite dangerous for you. Wudong kindly reminded. This distance is enough. It may also be dangerous for you. Li Ku smiled. So, shall we start now? Then let's start. The voice fell. Swish, 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 swish. In the extremely shocked eyes of everyone, Wudong's hands even left afterimages in the air. It looks like countless hands are throwing quickly. Coin rained purple. The dense coins like a barrage of bullets instantly whizzed towards Li Ku. But Wudong obviously held back, and these coins were deliberately fast and slow, giving Li Ku a certain amount of escape space. The force was also weakened. Alas. What a kind and loyal dog. Li Ku sighed in his heart. You can't do this. Li Ku smiled and ejected a coin. No. Brother Ku, a coin. They have so many coins. It's over, it's over. What kind of fighting style is this? Seeing Li Ku's way of fighting, several friends were dumbfounded. Not only Wudong, the housekeeper, was also a little surprised. But the next second, the surprise turned into astonishment. 100 flower blade wilt blue. Learn quantum physics. Realization system. Telekinesis is purely developed by yourself. The more skills you know, the more things you know, and the more talents you have, the more abilities you develop will naturally be bizarre. Some guys can even use telekinesis to create people, or other monsters, etc. What Li Ku did was just a simple imitation. He used Menchi's 100 flower blade wheel on coins. If Menchi saw this scene here, she would be stunned, because the limit of her transformation is only 8 swords. If she changed to coins, this number would not change. The effect of this ability is determined by the user's own control of the ability. But in Li Ku's case, it turned into hundreds of coins in an instant. Dang 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 dang. The sound of coins colliding in the air one after another woke everyone up. This is obviously just a transformed coin, but it also has a physical body. All the coins of the opponent were taken down, and none of them could break through to Li Ku. All the coins shot by the housekeeper Wudong fell to the ground in midair. Pa 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 pa. Wutong couldn't help but applaud and praised, what an amazing skill. You are so capable at your age. It is really impressive. Now I will be serious. I hope I won't hurt you. Of course, please be serious. I also want to see your real coin, Mr. Butler. Li Ku saluted very gentlemanly. For such a loyal dog type of person, he really couldn't bear to see this guy die like this. It's a pity that it's hard to say whether the other party will die or not. But now, he can change his strategy. Whoosh! Wu Tong made another move. Watch expert tutorials. This time he only flicked out a coin, but the power and speed of this coin far exceeded all the previous coins. The sharp sound of breaking through the air was as terrifying as a sniper bullet. But to everyone's surprise, Li Ku flicked the coin lightly, and what flew out was not a coin, but a poker card. A poker card condensed by telekinesis. Super Copy Gold. This is the ability that Li Ku had when he was fighting Hisoka, and he noticed the opponent's moves and copied them. For playing cards, you only need to use your mind to condense them. Wu Tong died in Hisoka's playing cards. I have fought with Hisoka before, and I know his fighting style very well. Although I dare not say that I understand it completely, I can at least imitate it. So this time, not only will I copy the opponent's terms, but I will also give this loyal dog-type housekeeper a chance to prepare in advance. At least when this guy is unlucky and meets Hisoka again, he will not be so hasty, and he will have a certain understanding of Hisoka's attacks and fighting methods. Dang! A deafening explosion. In the surprised eyes of everyone, the flying coin was actually cut by the playing cards. Falling to the ground. Wu Tong's face finally changed. Before this, he just thought that Li Ku was very talented in telekinesis, but the quality and total amount of his own telekinesis must not be as good as his own. He has also practiced for decades, how could he be better than a child? But at this moment, he finally realized clearly that Li Ku's nen might surpass his own in quality and quantity. Cutting entities with things condensed by telekinesis. This is definitely not easy. You have to be careful. Mr. Wudong, I am serious too. Li Ku said lightly. Super Copy Gold. 100 Flowers Blade Will Realization System. Blue. Learn Quantum Physics. Emitter Double Purple. Conjurer Telekinesis Master Gold. In an instant. A large number of playing cards appeared in front of Li Ku. With a wave of his hand, these playing cards also rushed towards Wudong Butler like a storm. The situation was reversed in an instant. Wudong Butler, who was originally on the absolute attacking side, was now in an absolute passive position. He had to launch coins one by one to resist these playing cards, but the number of these coins was really amazing. And every angle is very tricky. However, if it is just such a tool, it is not enough to defeat me. Just when such a thought flashed through Wudong's mind, those poker cards that fell on the ground actually spun out again. Super Copy Gold. Stretchable Love. Although this thing is not as good as Hisoka, fortunately he copied the Transformation Telekinesis Master Gold entry from Hisoka. It's just that he didn't get the corresponding telekinesis skills. The control of telekinesis is also meticulous. It is not difficult to pull these poker cards to counterattack again. There is also the move that Wudong died in Hisoka's hands. Although Li Ku has not seen it with his own eyes, as a time traveler, he has this memory in his mind. So he simply imitated it directly. Swish. A poker card almost brushed Wudong's neck and flew back. Playing cards. The battle is over. The whole audience was extremely quiet, and everyone stared blankly at what was in front of them. A large number of broken coins fell to the ground, and the cuts of the coins were extremely smooth. Unbelievable. This hard coin was actually shredded by the cards. No, it should be shredded by these cards that suddenly appeared, and I don't know what they are made of. At least Gon and his friends have not been exposed to telekinesis, let alone the existence of conjurer. Silence. All the male servants present were dumbfounded. They are the ones who know the strength of the butler Wudong best. At least in their minds, Wudong is a truly powerful master. In fact, before becoming the butler of the Zoldyck family, this butler Wudong could be a well-known strong man. But now, such a powerful existence, who is almost impossible to fail in everyone's mind, was defeated by the guy who looks like a little devil in front of him. If the opponent's playing card is closer, it can directly cut the aorta and cut off the entire head of the butler Wudong. Defeated. And the defeat was very thorough. Wudong's mind was blank at this moment. He clearly felt the burning pain on his neck. If the opponent's poker really wanted to kill him, his head would have fallen to the ground now. So strong. This little guy is much stronger than expected. Ding. You defeated Wudong Butler in the battle posture. There is a 10% probability of automatically copying the entry. Ding. The entry was copied successfully. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining absolute calmness, purple. This entry belongs to the red subordinate entry of absolute will. It is automatically merged for you. The progress of the red entry of absolute will is slightly improved. The system prompt sounded in the summary's mind. A little disappointed. But it's not really, at least my luck is already quite good. After all, defeating the opponent in this ordinary battle posture, there is only a 10% probability of copying. Before that, I copied the entries of Kikyo and Kaluto one after another. Even this housekeeper Wudong was copied, which can be said to be quite powerful, and there was not even any failure. It seems that this time we still have to find an opportunity to fight with several big figures of the Zoldyck family. If we can defeat them, it would be great. Of course, the fiery red eyes red is his trump card, and with the thunder psychic power, red, he can instantly burst out 10 times the combat power. It is not bad to defeat Zeno or Silva by surprise. The bad luck now may be a pavement for future luck. I lost, thank you for your restraint just now. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the opportunity to stand here and talk to you now. Get language courses. Wudong slowly stood up, looked in the direction of Li Ku with an extremely solemn expression, and then bowed. Not only him, but the other servants also stood behind the housekeeper, and bowed in the same direction in the direction of Li Ku. Don't be polite, it's just a competition, then it's just a competition, butler, your ability is also very good. Li Ku waved his hand. No, compared to you, sir, I am far behind. I will continue to improve my skills in the days to come. I am happy for Master Killua to have a friend like you. Sir, I was actually ordered to test you here. And everyone, you all passed the test. The Zoldyck family welcomes you. Butler Wudong and the servants behind him made way. Sir, Master Killua is in your care. Although I am the butler here, I don't know what the family thinks of you. I hope that you and your friends can be absolutely careful. I wish you a safe journey. You only need to follow this road all the way to reach the family villa. Butler Wudong bowed again and said from the bottom of his heart. Don't worry, I understand your difficulties. Gon, Leo Rio, Kurapika, let's go. Killua should be ahead. Li Ku smiled faintly and called Gon and the others. Great. Killua, we are here. Gon was immediately excited. I wonder what Killua is like now. I hope he is still fine. So we have to speed up, maybe Killua is suffering. Let's go. Several people talked and left quickly. Looking at the backs of Li Ku and his group leaving. Butler Wudong led many servants to watch them leave until their backs completely disappeared from sight. Butler Wudong, who was bent over, slowly stood up and pushed his black-framed glasses. Sir, this friend of Killua is so powerful. Yes, he looks like a child, but he can even defeat you, the butler. It must be the butler's carelessness just now. If it happens again, the outcome is uncertain. Of course, it must be you, Master Wudong, who did it on purpose. We all know that you care about Master Killua very much and will never stop his friends. The servants behind him were discussing. Wudong smiled bitterly and shook his head, touching the wound on his neck, which was still a little burning. You don't understand, that Killua's friend is very strong, even stronger than the eldest master. I hope everything can be fine. In the Zoldyck castle. Zeno Zoldyck, Silva Zoldyck, Ilmi Zoldyck, Kikyo Zoldyck, Killua Zoldyck, Miji Zoldyck are all here. A group of people are watching the surveillance screen. From this screen, you can clearly see the scene that just happened in the butler's villa. 167 Wudong butler, who was specially arranged by them to test Li Ku. Get language courses. S group strength, was defeated. What are those poker cards? Killua was dumbfounded. He found that he understood Li Ku less and less. Even as Li Ku's friend, the ability that Li Ku showed had far exceeded his expectations. Realization, telekinesis, and control, telekinesis, and even conjure, telekinesis. Killua, your friend is really eye-opening. He performs very well in these three fields, and it is even hard to tell which one is his main field. Silva couldn't help but exclaim. Because telekinesis awakeners often have only one main field, and other fields can be practiced, but they will be much weaker. But in the battle just now, Li Ku showed that he was very tough. The most critical problem is that Li Ku is only a teenager. Could it be that he awakened this ability in the womb and started practicing? This talent is incredible. Fatty Miji even broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. He suddenly felt fortunate that he didn't torture his poor brother too much. After all, this friend of his brother who came to the door was really terrifying. Although he is being a direct descendant of the Zoldyck family does not mean that he will stay in this mountain for his whole life. He will often go to other worlds. If he is targeted by this guy, then the family name will be useless. Maybe he will be killed by the other parties playing cards. Fortunately. At least so far, he is Killua's brother, and the relationship between the two sides seems to be reparable. Kikyo was even more stunned. She originally thought that when they met, the strength shown by the other party was amazing enough, even all the strength, but until now, she realized that she had underestimated the other party. Even a strong man like Wudong was easily defeated, which was incredible. Ilmi, it seems that you have caused us a big trouble. Silva glanced at Ilmi. The taciturn eldest son had a blank look in his eyes, and he was not sure what he was thinking. After 2 or 3 seconds, he suddenly said, the poker ability he just used is Hisoka's ability, and the manipulation of the poker cards just now is one of Hisoka's nen. At his age, he doesn't seem to be able to develop this ability to such an extent, and he is also proficient in the same skills as Hisoka. When they first met, he didn't use this ability. Can I doubt that his real nen is not what you said? But, copy. Ah. Ilmi's words instantly made everyone in the room quiet down. Even Zeno, who was hunched over with his hands behind his back, was stunned. Nen is copied? You should know that the development of nen in this world is diverse, and the same ability can be developed into completely different effects in the hands of different people. But from beginning to end, no one has been able to develop the ability to copy, because this ability is too incredible. Of course. According to the news in Zoldyck, this ability is indeed suspected to have been developed, but it is definitely not as simple as Li Ku. The other party completely copied Hisoka's fighting skills and the way to use telekinesis, but it seems, unable to copy the function. Impossible, there is no such ability in this world. Kikyo Zoldyck screamed. She didn't believe that there would be such a perverted ability in this world. If there really was such an ability, then this person would be invincible. But if it's not this ability, there's no way to explain how he did it. Could it be that someone can imitate the other person's fighting skills after watching it for the first time? That's not something that can be described as genius. Ilmi said with a hollow look in his eyes. Silva was also silent. Someone. Zeno spoke, but all eyes were on the oldest and strongest person in the family. Zeno Zoldyck. Netero from decades ago, now the president of the association, this guy also has such amazing talent. He can quickly learn a lot of fighting skills, but he didn't use this ability as his main direction, but chose to implement the only direction he insisted on. Maybe Killua's friend Li Ku has the same talent as Netero, but if he goes further and further on this road, his future achievements are destined not to be too high. Choosing to copy other people's skills instead of developing what he is really good at will mean that his future will become more and more mediocre, which is a pity. Zeno sighed softly and shook his head. In the past, there have indeed been all kinds of geniuses, including some who are at the level of demons. But this path of purely copying other people's fighting skills will not last long. At least in his opinion. Knowing everything means being unskilled in everything. And if you want to climb the peak of true martial arts, you need to make an absolute breakthrough in a certain field. Writer's resources. Otherwise, you will eventually find that you have wasted too much time. Okay, Killua, do you choose to agree to the matter I just discussed with you? If these friends of yours can pass our test, no one in the family will restrict you in the future. And our entire family will become your girlfriend's eternal ally. If you fail, you need to follow our arrangements. Silva suddenly looked at Killua and said in a deep voice. Killua was silent on the spot. The appearance of Li Ku directly disrupted the family's plan. So adjustments were made. Although Brother Ku is powerful, he is not your opponent at all, and you said that you would limit your strength to test Brother Ku and Gon, which is not credible. No one can be sure whether you will suddenly use your full strength. After all, it is common sense for us killers to lie. Killua stared at Silva with burning eyes. Ha 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 ha. Silva, it seems that you have failed recently. Don't worry, Killua, Grandpa promises here that if your friend can pass our assessment, we will definitely keep our promise. And we will also carry out the assessment process in the agreed way. If your father or I or others violate the agreement, then it will be considered that we have failed. How about it? Zeno Zoldyck laughed and walked over to rub his grandson's head. Killua was relieved and finally gritted his teeth and said, okay. I promise you. I believe in Brother Ku and Gon. Okay, ha ha ha. Let's go, Silva, Killua, they are coming up, Ilmi, follow them, and you guys stay here. Zeno Zoldyck put his hands behind his back and turned away with a laugh. At the same time, Li Ku and his party also walked up along the road halfway up the mountain. Finally arrived in front of the castle of the Zoldyck family. Surrounded by tall trees, the huge treetops blocked out the sun, and the environment looked particularly eerie. The dark and eerie castle gate opened, and a faint smell of blood emanated. Are there no guards? Is this the mansion of the Killua family? Anime and manga. Leo Rio was a little surprised. There is a sound inside. Kurapika frowned slightly. He vaguely heard some sounds coming from the depths of the castle. Let's go. Killua should be inside. Li Ku just glanced at the castle, narrowed his eyes slightly, and then strode in. Gon and the other two followed. The interior of the castle was very large, just like a maze, and it looked a bit dark. Is it so energy-saving? Don't even like to turn on a few lights? But Li Ku, who was walking in the front, was responsible for leading the way. His perception was very sharp, and several people followed behind him. After walking for more than 10 minutes and turning around, everyone finally arrived at the castle hall. Killa. After seeing this scene in front of him, Gon suddenly lost control of his emotions and screamed. In front of him, Killua, the little friend of the past, was hanging in the air, covered in blood and with a lot of wounds on his body. A burly man with golden curly hair next to him was whipping him. Silva Zoldyck. After hearing the voices of several people, Silva stopped and turned his head to look at them. His eyes paused slightly on Li Ku. Stop it now. If you keep fighting like this, Killua will die. Who are you? Why are you torturing Killua like this? Gon was furious and rolled up his sleeves to fight, but was pulled back by Rio and Kurapika. This guy is very strong. Although Kurapika has not awakened his nin yet, his perception is the strongest among the few people with the characteristics of the red eyes. Anime and manga. Don't be reckless, Gon. Rio also reminded repeatedly. Who are you? Silva pretended not to know and spoke in a dull voice. We are Killua's friends. Who are you? Why are you torturing him? Gon said angrily. Me? Ha, I'm his father, what's wrong? Do I need your permission to deal with my own son? Silva sneered, and his iron whip was still covered with blood. Killua seemed to have fallen into a coma, and the shackles on his wrists were bloody and looked particularly distressing. Father. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. How can there be such a father in this world? But he is your son. Gon couldn't believe it. Are you really going to beat him to death? Too cruel. I can finally understand why Killua doesn't want to go home. Rio and Kurapika couldn't help but complain. It doesn't matter if you beat the useless trash to death. You didn't come to tell me this on purpose, did you? You are not welcome here, so go back quickly. Silva sneered. Brother Ku. You must save Killua. Don't let him be beaten to death by this cruel father. Gon begged with red eyes. Duh. Li Ku sighed softly. He brushed out the Super 5 senses, gold from the giant dog Sanmao, and fused the magic spider induction entry. In fact, after seeing this scene in front of him, Ku was also surprised in his heart. But he soon discovered something was wrong. Because he could hear Killua's heartbeat. Anime and manga. The other party's heartbeat was very stable, without any weakness caused by such abuse. In other words, the scene in front of him did not seem to be real. Should I cooperate with you in acting? Ha! Li Ku has already guessed most of it in his mind. But now he is worried that he has no chance to brush these guys' entries. Since others have created such a good environment for him, it seems that he doesn't have to worry too much. What an interesting family. It is indeed a loving family, except for killing the son. But Li Ku has to act along. There is no need to let the other party know that he has seen through it, otherwise how can he explain that he is crazy and hits everyone he sees? How to get these entries? Ha 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 ha. And what is standing in front of him is a super vault. Name, Silva, Zoldyck. Items, assassination, double gold, physical skills, gold, conjurer talent, telekinesis, gold, telekinesis bullet, telekinesis skills, gold, steel body, gold, poison resistance, gold, all resistance, purple, absolute calmness, gold, etc. This guy is simply a mobile, gold vault. It's so cool. As long as you can get any item from this guy, it's a big profit. So. Act. Brother, follow the act. Killua. Damn it. You are not worthy of being his father. There is no such father in the world. Even our friends can't stand it. Let Killua go. Anime and manga. Li Ku glared at him with an expression of righteous indignation. Silva frowned slightly, and his evaluation of Li Ku declined a little. He originally thought that this little guy had such amazing talent and such powerful strength. If he could be stronger and more stable, he would definitely become the top existence standing in this world. But he was a little disappointed. It was obvious that the other party seemed to be a little impulsive, but at the same time he was a little relieved. At least the friends his son made were all sincere friends. Oh. Release Killua. Do you want to interfere in my family affairs? Silva sneered. Li Ku didn't waste any more words. Speed gold. The figure disappeared instantly. Divine power red. Silva's face changed slightly. The opponent's speed was not beyond his expectations, but the opponent's fist shocked him a little. Because he clearly felt the amazing power of the opponent's fist. The same punch was thrown. Silva's fist was bigger, and it was also wrapped in a light purple telekinesis. Boom! The two fists collided. Deafening explosion, visible airbags exploded, blowing the people around them back one after another. Under Silva's surprised gaze, a playing card telekinesis cut the steel cable, and Killua fell into Liku's arms. Anime and manga. Killua. Wake up. Killua. Like exclaimed anxiously, damn it. I will definitely avenge you. Gon. After that, he threw Killua to Gon's direction. Killua. Gon hugged her, but the next second he was kicked from behind, and the whole person flew out holding Killua. Ilmi. At this time, he appeared in his true form. No. Protect Gon Killua. Kurapika and Leorio exclaimed at the same time. Dare to take action in Zoldik's family, they have violated our rules, kill them, Ilmi. Silva said. Understood. With a hollow look in his eyes, Ilmi rushed directly in front of Leorio, and then cut his neck with his sharp palm. Blood gushed out in an instant. Leorio covered his neck blankly, his eyes widened, and fell to the ground in disbelief. His hands and feet even twitched, and finally he lost his breath. No, Leorio. Gon roared in pain when he saw this scene. Kurapik's eyes turned red. His emotions had been greatly fluctuated. He originally thought that everyone was just an ordinary friend, but after seeing Leorio die, he could not control his inner anger. The fiery red eyes were automatically triggered. But Ilmi was faster. Puff. Before Kurapika could show it, his expression became dull, and blood gushed out of his chest uncontrollably. Anime and manga. A sharp dagger pierced his heart and came out. Cough cough cough. Why did I fall here? I still have revenge to take. Kurapika stared at his heart blankly. He wanted to struggle to stand up, but Zhao Qian stumbled uncontrollably and fell to the ground. Behind the two, Ilmi appeared. No. Gon cried heartbreakingly, and the whole person seemed to be in a state of madness. Ilmi's figure disappeared on the spot. Boom. He was actually knocked out by Gon's punch. This scene made Ilmi stunned, but his attack had already landed on Gon, and the poisoned green nails scratched Gon's face. Then this green poison was spreading at an alarming speed, covering the whole area in the blink of an eye. Gon's entire body. He spat out a mouthful of green blood. He fell down and stopped moving. All dead. The sudden scene made Li Ku freeze in place. In just a few breaths, all three of his friends were killed. Oh. What a sad thing this is. So sad. So painful. By the way, how should I behave? Yes, 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 it should be very sad. All. Lika's expression became extremely angry at this moment, and even the veins on his forehead popped out. Even at this moment, Li Ku wanted to give himself a trophy. Oscar winner. If he hadn't obtained the Super 5 Senses gold entry on the way here, he would definitely think that everything in front of him was real. But in fact, he could clearly hear the steady heartbeats of Gon and the other two. These three guys were just asleep. Anime and manga. Although it is not clear what means the other party used to do it, the fact is that there is no pure danger to life. It seems. This Silva Zoldyck took great pains to test his true strength, even pushing himself to the brink of emotional collapse. Wouldn't it be better this way? Otherwise, what better excuse would I have to beat up their whole family? Right? Ha 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 ha. Ha. Seeing this scene, Li Ku cooperated with their performance. He growled like a beast, and the whole person seemed to fall into a state of emotional collapse. It's you. Li Ku roared, his eyes full of bloodshot as he rushed towards Ilmi. Hee hee, I overestimated you. Now you look like a beast that has lost its mind. No matter how powerful it is, it will become useless in the hands of a beast. Ilmi had a faint smile on his lips, and stared at Li Ku, who was coming towards him with empty eyes. At the beginning, he lost to Li Ku because he used the disguise technique and could not use all his strength, but now it is different, he is in normal state. Ilmi looked at Li Ku, who was getting closer and closer calmly. He saw at least a dozen flaws in the opponent's attack. He even thought of at least more than 10 ways to break the opponent's attack. Silva Zoldyck in the back crossed his arms and obviously had no intention of attacking. He wanted his eldest son to test the limit of this so-called genius. Found it, a flaw. Ilmi chuckled. He just turned slightly to avoid the attack of Li Ku in a rage, and then stabbed Li Ku in the back with a hand knife stained with poison. Of course. He would be reserved and would not kill Li Ku directly. He was just testing Ji Ku's strength. Obviously, the result this time made him very disappointed. He originally thought that he would be a strong opponent, but he never thought that he would lose his mind so easily. Maybe this thing can't be said that Li Ku is easy to lose his mind, but that he values feelings too much. If the same thing happens to him, Ilmi guarantees that his emotions will not fluctuate too much. As a member of the Zoldyck family, he has been instilled with the concept of absolute cold-bloodedness and calmness since he was a child. Nothing can become a threat to him, even if his father and other family members become bargaining chips in the hands of the enemy, he will not be flat. Because the family's teachings are that you will never give up your fighting power and weapons in front of the enemy for any reason. Obviously. The other party was born in an ordinary family. Although he has good talents, he is still far from being as good as himself. You lose. Ilmi hummed in his heart, and his nails flashing with a faint purple light hit Li Ku's back. Clang. But there was a sound of collision like steel, which made him stunned for a moment. His hand knife can even cut steel, but is this guy's skin harder than steel? Ilmi's face changed suddenly. When he wanted to react, he was shocked to see that Li Ku, who was exposed, had twisted his waist and turned his body, and his fist wrapped in hot energy smashed down head-on. Divine power red. Physical skills gold. Iron tank gold. Thunder telekinesis red, thunder fist drum. The thunder power that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye poured into Li Ku's right fist. Li Ku's explosive power instantly reached a new level. Many effects were maxed out at once. Boom. A deafening explosion, visible air waves exploded with the two of them as the center. Ilmi vomited blood crazily, and the whole person was instantly blown away like a sandbag. This time the power far exceeded any previous time. Ilmi rolled down in the distance, covered with scars, his hands were all broken, and they drooped limply. Blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth, and the whole person looked extremely embarrassed. A dent with a diameter of more than 20 meters was exploded on the ground. The power of a punch. It was extremely terrifying. Ding! You defeated Ilmi in the battle posture, and there is a 10% probability of automatically copying the entry. Ding! Copying failed successfully. Li Ku couldn't help but mutter in his heart, he didn't copy any entries. What a pity. He couldn't kill this guy here, otherwise the probability of obtaining entries would be 100%, and he could obtain multiple entries at one time. Very amazing explosive power, like the reaction instinct of a beast, and after entering the angry state, he obviously has the ability to strengthen, and the hardness of the skin has reached an extremely high level. Stop, Ilmi, you have already lost. Silva Zoldyck commented. He glanced at his son who was struggling to stand up in the distance, stepped forward, and stared at Li Ku in a state of scorching eyes. Little guy. Your opponent is me. To hurt my people in my family territory is the biggest provocation to the Zoldyck family. But you, little guy, probably don't have much reason now, and you can hear what I say clearly, so let me wake you up. Silva Zoldyck spoke with an expression. His amazing momentum suppressed Li Ku. Sure enough. After feeling this amazing momentum, Li Ku, who was furious and lost his mind, turned his head and aimed his attack at Silva. Mind bullet. Without saying anything, Silva made a starting move, and the mind bullet constructed by the E-temporal structure whizzed in. Boom! Boom! It bombarded the ground like a missile, but what surprised Silva was that Li Ku's reaction was surprisingly sharp, and all his attack techniques were avoided by the opponent. It seems that it is still very difficult to hit with a long-range attack. I have to do it myself. Silva moved his knuckles and twisted his neck, making a crackling sound. In the back room, the old man Zeno was standing by the window overlooking everything that happened. TSK 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 TSK. Very amazing power reaction and defense. It can be said that he is a super genius with all-round development. The only regret is that he is not calm enough and is easily bought by emotions. Zeno made his own comments. According to the current state, he may be able to hold on for 3 minutes in front of Silva. In the monitoring room, Miji and Kikyo were watching the surveillance screen. Ah! Big Brother! Big Brother lost. The fat man Miji was stunned. At least since he was old enough to understand, he had never seen Big Brother Ilmi lose a battle. In his impression, Big Brother was almost invincible. And the battle just now, both sides were defeated directly after just one move. Especially when he saw the traces of explosion and collapse on the ground, the fat man couldn't help but tremble in his heart. This guy is not like a human at all, he feels like a humanoid monster. This kind of power is really amazing. No wonder Big Brother lost. Ilmi. The noblewoman Kikyo screamed a little crazy. Seeing Ilmi injured, she was heartbroken, but more of it was horror. The strength of Li Ku in his exposed state was so terrifying. Even Ilmi couldn't resist him. Of course, the most important reason for the defeat just now was Ilmi's contempt for Li Ku. It can be said that both times he lost because of carelessness. But this can't be blamed entirely on Ilmi. The first time was because of the explosion of divine power of Red. It was like a child suddenly hit 100 kilograms of full force, naturally catching an adult off guard. The second time was because of the blessing of Thunder Fist Drum. After blessing the Thunder psychic power of Red, Li Ku's strength increased again. From 100 to at least 500. The sudden increase in terrifying power caught him off guard and he was defeated again. Ilmi was bitter. Inside the castle, Silva's figure disappeared on the spot. The next moment he appeared beside Li Ku and kicked him with a whip kick. Boom! Even Li Ku, who was in a furious state, was kicked back and slid more than 10 meters before stopping. Silva was even more amazing in terms of strength. Little guy, let me wake you up. Silva spoke expressionlessly, and he dodged and chased in front of Li Ku again, and attacked Li Ku again. 014512328 Faloo 0333133391. Every blow is fatal. Different from the fighting style of ordinary people, the fighting style cultivated by this killer family is extremely dangerous. Any physical fighting skills, such as elbows, sige, knees, palms, fingers, etc., are fatal threats. It can be said that the whole person is trained to be the most powerful fighting machine. Puff. Blood splatters. Silva pierced through Li Ku's right shoulder with a palm, and then followed it with a connecting elbow strike, breaking Li Ku's right arm and knocking him flying. Roar. But Li Ku, who was knocked flying, did not wake up because of the pain, but still roared like a beast. Silva frowned slightly, and he rushed forward again to wake Li Ku up completely. Silva, be careful, it's almost over, if you continue like this, Killua will wake up. Zeno's voice came from the headset. Silva did not reply, but moved forward again, leaving a residual image behind. He grabbed Li Ku's other intact arm. It's over. He has completely lost the power to resist, and it will be easy to wake him up next. Puff. Blood bloomed again, and Silva's hand injured Li Ku again. He breathed a sigh of relief. Snap. But at this moment, Chu Ba was shocked to see that the other party's bloody hand actually grabbed his arm directly. And he was surprisingly strong. He didn't look like a seriously injured guy at all. What shocked him even more was that he saw Li Ku's right arm, which was obviously injured, recovering quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. I got you. Hey. Li Ku suddenly grinned, revealing a beast-like smile. His eyes were blood red. At this moment, Silva had an illusion that he was bitten by a dark continental monster. It was as if he had awakened a terrifying monster. Oops. Silva realized that something was wrong in an instant. He wanted to distance the two of them, but found that the other party's hand was holding him tightly like an iron hoop, and he couldn't get rid of it at all. Moreover, the strength was incredible, and he even felt that his hand bones would be crushed. Old dang. You hit me so hard just now, and now you finally took the bait, and I should also give you a good show. Li Ku was excited. The wounds on his right arm were not a problem at all. With the abilities of super speed regeneration, purple and healing, purple, as long as his head was not cut off or his heart was not crushed instantly, other injuries could be healed quickly, and it would only consume some physical strength. Then now. It's my moment. Showtime. Divine Power Red. Thunder Psychic Power Red, Thunder Fist Drum. Fire Red Eyes Red. Enhancer Psychic Power Purple. Physical Skills Gold. Iron Tank Gold. Assassination Skills Gold. Boom. In an instant. Li Ku opened his eyes directly. Unlike Kurapika, who would attach special effects to the red eyes when opening the fire red eyes, Li Ku did not have any special effects after opening the fire red eyes, but this effect was real. As expected of the top blood limit in the entire hunter world, all special systems were maxed out at the moment of opening. And his own combat power also soared to a very terrifying state. At the beginning, Kurapika had only passed the hunter assessment, and when he was still a rookie, he defeated the top combat power of the Spider Brigade, Yuvajin, by opening the fiery eyes. This fiery eyes can be said to be the top cheat in this world. You should feel honored, Ba. You are the first person to taste the taste of my fiery eyes. Li Ku laughed wildly in his heart. The next moment, the fist wrapped in a trace of terrifying lightning and scorching heat fell towards Silva. The two were completely in close combat. Half-meter combat. Every punch hits the flesh. Boom. 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 A deafening explosion. Preparing emergency kits. It seemed that the entire castle was crumbling. The terrifying and amazing air waves rolled everywhere. Each time Li Ku's punch landed, it was blocked by Silva's fist, but the ground behind him exploded one after another, and huge fist marks fell one after another. It was as terrifying as a bomber. At this moment, the interior of the castle seemed to be under the bombing of a heavy bomber. On the balcony, Zeno Zoldyck, the old man with his hands behind his back, who was preparing to watch the end, was stunned at this moment. He looked at the terrifying attack power below in disbelief. This level of power has even reached the level of Netero. Is this guy really a rookie who just got a hunter license? This terrifying power is simply incredible, and it is not something that a human body can produce. Could it be that this kid still has the blood of the Dark Continent monster in his body? Countless thoughts emerged in Zeno Zoldyck's mind at this moment. He clearly saw that his son was obviously losing in this super close-range melee. Silva's fist was completely suppressed, and began to break the skin, bleed, and even bloody. In the monitoring room, the lady and the fat man were completely dumbfounded. Their minds were blank. Some suspected that everything they saw on the surveillance screen was not real. That was Silva Zoldyck. Although the contemporary family in the entire family was not the strongest in terms of combat power, it was at least the strongest in appearance. But even so, now it has become like this. Especially Li Ku, that guy is now like an artillery position, just like a missile bombardment. It is even worrying that if the battle continues like this, the entire castle will collapse. The two opened their mouths so wide that they could fit 2 goose eggs, and their expressions were extremely horrified. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Is that Daddy? Is this true? The fat man softened his eyes, feeling unbelievable. He had a feeling that he was dreaming, and it was a very long nightmare. Ah! Silva! He actually hurt Silva. The lady screamed in horror, as if she had seen something incredible. Kikyo was also a top assassin. He chose to marry Silva because he was defeated by him. She was naturally very clear about her husband's strength. At least in the whole world, he was also one of the top ones. But now, not to mention that he couldn't take down the opponent, he was even suppressed by the opponent in close combat and retreated step by step. Is this really the Silva he knew? No. It was that kid who was too abnormal. The terrifying fist power, even the aftermath of the fist wind was enough to blast the ground of the castle into a dent and crack. You can imagine. How much terrible pressure did Silva, who was at the center of the storm, endure? But all this was completely beyond the two people's expectations. This was a scene they would never see in their dreams. Inside the castle, Ilmi stood up with difficulty. He even forgot the pain of his broken arms. The empty eyes rarely revealed the emotions of surprise, shock, and disbelief. He stared blankly at the scene of the battle in front of him. Boom! 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 The terrifying explosion sounded, and it even felt like it would never stop. Silva's response has become more and more hasty. Li Ku, who has activated the red eyes plus thunder power, has an absolute explosion of combat power at this moment, more than 10 times. Such a terrifying explosion is simply unbelievable. Especially the lightning that emerged from the opponent's fist, which also made Silva feel paralyzed. He couldn't even remember how many punches he had gathered. But the opponent was like a crazy beast, grabbing his hand and almost digging into the flesh, and the two of them were completely crazy half-meter hand-to-hand combat. Silva also has steel body, gold. Generally invulnerable to swords and guns, water and fire, a real steel man. When Li Ku's fist landed on him, there would be a thunderous explosion like steel colliding. But the same. Silva's fist landed on Li Ku. Iron plate tank, gold plus enhancer telekinesis plus fire red eyes plus thunder telekinesis. It also burst out with a steel-like sound. It was like two iron men constantly fighting. All the skills did not exist, it was a real fight, and it became a competition of endurance and resistance, and the two sides fought madly. The ground and wall behind Li Ku also collapsed because of the punch that penetrated his body. But compared to each other, Silva's side was more miserable. Li Ku's full power was terrifying. The ground and wall behind Silva had completely broken and shattered, almost turning into powder. Blood was splattered. The extent and area of the wall and ground behind Li Ku were obviously not as shocking as Silva's. Silva's burst was not as good as Li Ku's full power. Everyone was stunned. A punch-to-flesh attack. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't say a word. They could only open their eyes wide and look at everything in front of them stupidly. Even Zeno, who was standing on the high platform, was silent. The horrific fighting lasted for more than 10 minutes. The interior of the entire castle was in ruins, and there was no good place to be seen. The two stopped attacking. Smoke and dust filled the air. It was extremely quiet. Everyone looked at the messy ground in front of them with burning eyes. It was almost like a ruin. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Hey! Everyone suddenly saw a man covered in blood, like a beast, walking out slowly. His other hand was holding a strong man who was also covered in wounds and fainted. Silva was beaten down. Seeing this scene, everyone present was collectively dumbfounded, and everyone felt that what they saw was not real. No, Silva. How could it be? It's definitely not official. How could this be possible? How could Silva fail? How could he lose to such a little devil? Lady Kikyo screamed hysterically and unbelievably. She couldn't believe that her husband would lose to such a kid. Although the other party was indeed very powerful, at least in her impression, her husband was almost invincible. The fat man Miji was also dumbfounded. He sat on the chair blankly, looking at the surveillance screen in front of him with lifeless eyes. And the lowly Kaluto who just knocked on the door was also dumbfounded. Anime and manga. He looked at the scene on the screen in disbelief. In his impression, his father who was like a god of war was dragged by the guy in front of him who made him extremely unhappy like 10 dead dogs. Lost. My father actually lost, and the man who was like a god of war lost to this kid. Kaluto felt that his 3 views were all hit by an unprecedented strong impact. In the training ground, the seriously injured Ermi was stunned. He had thought of countless results, but he never thought it would be such a result. Even before this, he was a little annoyed about his defeat. It was not because he was careless, but because Li Ku suddenly burst out with incredible strength. Every time, he could burst out with several times the previous combat power. This is simply not the power that humans possess. But even so, he always believed that his father would defeat this difficult guy, because his father had never made any mistakes or failures from beginning to end. He is the Optimus Prime of the Zoldyck family. But now everyone has witnessed with their own eyes that this Optimus Prime of the family was destroyed by someone. And it was an unknown little guy. Unbelievable. I can't believe it. If you think about it this way, it doesn't seem to be a particularly embarrassing thing for me to lose to this kid. Because the power used by the opponent in the battle with his father just now was at least several times more than when he fought against himself. Indescribable. Ilmi's mood at this moment is extremely complicated. At least before this, he was considered a genius of the family, and so was Killua. Science. But now, compared with the young man in front of him, Ilmi suddenly felt a little ridiculous. What so-called genius, what so-called evil, was completely vulnerable in front of this monster. The appearance of this guy was simply a nightmare for everyone. For the first time, strong emotions emerged in Ilmi's empty eyes. Reluctant, helpless, and desperate. Because the opponent's age and talent far exceed his own, he may not have the chance to defeat this guy in this life. On the high platform, the old man Zeno's hands behind his back trembled slightly, and he stared at the bottom with wide eyes. Looking at his son who was in such a mess for the first time. The last time his son was in such a mess was probably decades ago. At that time, he was still a boy who was still wet behind the ears. He was severely taught a lesson by himself and tasted the taste of failure. But since that time, Silva has never failed again. He rose with absolutely dazzling talent until he entrusted the entire family to his hands. Unexpectedly, he was defeated so thoroughly now. Although this failure also had a certain factor of underestimating the enemy, if Li Ku had not chosen the close combat method and deliberately used his own injury to lure the opponent into the trap, Silva would never lose so easily. Even if he couldn't defeat the opponent, he would draw. But this kind of close combat within half a meter has nothing to do with skills and assassination. It is purely a competition of strength and endurance. Whoever has stronger attack power, longer health bar, and higher defense can win the final victory. Obviously, his son lost in front of Li Ku who turned into a beast. This guy. The strength he just burst out is at least 10 times more than that against Ilmi. Incredible. It's incredible. And Silva is not underestimated. Even Zeno himself will definitely make a similar choice. It can only be said that Liku is too cruel. The first arm just made Silva take it lightly, and the second arm made Silva choose to end the battle. Visual art and design. In the end, he took the bait. Is it relying on the instinct of a beast? Or a crazy fighting style? Netero, what kind of monster do you fancy? Zeno couldn't help but wail from the bottom of his heart at this moment. In his time, Netero had already stood at the top of the pyramid, even far surpassing the second-ranked one, truly a leader. It was impossible to look up to him. But now, this little guy favored by Netero, in terms of talent and evilness, even far surpassed the original Netero. You have to know that this little guy is only a teenager now. After 20 years or even longer, no one can imagine how terrifying he will be. This era is changing. I'm afraid there are no more ships for us old guys. Zeno couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Below, Silva, the patriarch of the Zoldyck family, was held by Liku like a dead dog, and a trail of blood flowed on the ground. Ding! Congratulations on defeating Silva in the battle posture Zoldyck. 10% chance to automatically copy. Ding! You heard the echo of strong luck burst. 2. Ding! Congratulations on copying, physical skills, gold, mind bullet, gold. Ding! You have, physical skills, gold, automatically merged into, physical skills, double gold. A sound like the sound of nature rang in Liku's mind. Immediately, a large amount of information poured into Liku's mind, among which was the ability of Silva's physical skills and mind bullets. The prerequisite for mind bullets is Conjurer Mind Power. And now Liku has brushed out a Conjurer Mind Power Master, gold from Hisoka. That means, the moment he obtained this ability, he had the ability to use mind bullets. Perfect. The enhancement of physical skills made Liku's physique become much stronger. Visual art and design. The dignified Zoldyck family patriarch was defeated by a teenager at this moment. This scene was really too shocking. No one dared to stop Liku, including Yilmi, who could only watch him dragging his father with one hand and walking slowly forward. Almost done, kid. A figure fell down. It was Zeno Zoldyck. The former patriarch who was watching the show on the high platform before was also the second strongest person in the family now. As for the first one. Sorry, it's not Silva Zoldyck. Although he is the patriarch of the entire family, his actual combat power is weaker than that of this old man. It's just that the old man has withdrawn from the battlefield and lived in seclusion behind the scenes. This is equivalent to an open secret. But in fact, as a time traveler, Liku understands that the reason why the Zoldyck family has been able to maintain its position in the assassination world for so many years is of course due to the leadership and strength of Zeno and Silva, the patriarchs. But there is still, that one, Maha Zoldyck. This guy is the strongest of the entire Zoldyck family, Zeno's grandfather. He is a contemporary of Netero. He even has the title of the second strongest fighter in the world. And this guy has not died so far, and is still alive in this world, but it is not clear where he is. When he was young, he even went to the Dark Continent with Netero and his son Jaeger Zoldyck, but the final result was an embarrassing escape. Back. Since then, the Dark Continent has become a taboo topic for humans. It is precisely because of Maha's relationship that the Zoldyck family can maintain its prosperity in today's human society. Even though it is a killer family, it can live in a tourist attraction without being besieged by other forces. Statistics. Behind this must be the result of the competition between multiple forces. Looking at the bloody boy in front of him like a beast, Zeno was very emotional. If it were anyone else, as long as they were not the one Netero liked, they would probably have no chance to leave here today. But Li Ku is the one Netero liked. Zeno didn't want to fall out with Netero. So even if Li Ku killed Silva today, he could only swallow the bitter fruit. Ilmi in the distance was in a complicated mood at the moment. He never dreamed that the situation would become so bad. Originally, he thought that the Zoldyck family would defeat this person with an absolute advantage, and then get some secrets about him from the other party. But now it seems, they failed to steal the chicken and lost a handful of rice. It is even possible that all members will fall. But now, Grandpa Zeno has taken action, so everything has been settled. Let go of Silva, we are not enemies, and they are fine without your friends. Old man Zeno said faintly. Hey. But at this moment, Li Ku's acting skills are still online. Showing a smile like a beast. The effect of the red eyes has not expired yet. Since the opponent has already shown that he has no ill will towards him, no matter how he makes a fuss, Zeno, the old man, can only swallow his anger. With Netero backing him up, he dare not touch him. But in order to prevent this old guy from taking an unconventional approach, Ji Ku was on guard. He pretended to make a move, and a hunter license fell out of his pocket. Clang! It was a 2-star hunter. And the next moment, the beast Li Ku threw Silva out like trash, roaring towards the old man Zeno and died. 2-star hunter. It turns out that Netero has known about Li Ku's strength for a long time. It seems that Ilmi has really caused us a big trouble this time. Science. Zeno couldn't help but smile bitterly. He naturally saw the 2-star hunter license clearly. 2-star hunter is different from ordinary hunter. This thing needs the approval of the president of the association to obtain. Moreover, Ilmi personally participated in the assessment. The information he provided was in the results of the assessment. Everyone only obtained an ordinary hunter license. But now it seems that Li Ku has been favored by Netero, which even makes Zeno a little suspicious. Will the old guy Netero have already accepted him as his apprentice? If this is the case, if he hurts him here, it will probably be quite troublesome. Netero is not really easy to talk to. To be able to truly sit on the throne of the world's number one, and no one else dares to provoke, it is definitely not just amiable. Netero's iron-blooded wrist is also amazing. It was just a moment of surprise, Zeno found himself in a passive position. Li Ku was still bombarding him. Pure physical skills plus telekinesis enhanced attacks were like a wild beast that had lost its mind. With Silva's previous experience, Zeno, as the old patriarch, naturally had a wealth of combat experience and would not let himself be passive in such a battle scene. He just dodged Li Ku's attack with a few light dodges. Then he saw the opportunity. Dragon head play painting. Roar. A dragon head made entirely of telekinesis roared towards Li Ku, instantly blocking all the pursuit routes. It must be said that the old ones are still the best. It's a pity. The effect of the red eyes is almost gone, and now the 267 guys in the old family are alert again. It's difficult to defeat him under normal circumstances. Family. Li Ku sighed in his heart. Silva consumed too much of his own strength, and the red eyes could not be kept open. Of course. Now it is physical skills and double gold blessing, and the red eyes will last longer. But it's still very troublesome to take down 2 cities in a row. Zeno's entry. I'm quite envious. Divine power red. Fiery eyes red. Physical skills double gold. Thunder mind power red. Thunder fist drum. Boom. Like directly bombarded Zeno's dragon head painting head-on. The energy of this thing was even more amazing than Silva's. It pushed him out forcefully. The terrifying force even made Li Ku feel like he was bitten by a real dragon. But this push only lasted for more than 10 meters before it stopped abruptly. Arcs of electricity jumped and flashed on Li Ku's body. His hands actually grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the dragon head, like the king of power in ancient times. Roar, Li Ku roared like a thunder beast. Tear. In the shocked eyes of Zeno the Zoldyck, his dragon head painting was torn into two halves. There were even lightning flashing at the crack. Red eyes, disappeared. The ultimate time is over, what a pain. What a pity. The ultimate time is over, I still want to make another fortune. Li Ku sighed in his heart, and then fell to the ground as if he had lost control. He did not faint, but acted the whole trick for Zeno to see. After confirming that Zeno and the others did not really want to attack him, Li Ku automatically put himself into a light sleep state. Sleep disorders. When he woke up, it was already bright. Brother Ku. Brother Ku. You finally woke up. Seeing Li Ku wake up, Dawn immediately rushed over and almost burst into tears. Great. I was worried for a long time. Brother Ku, you scared us to death before. Leo Rio was also surprised and excited. Brother Ku, do you feel uncomfortable? Kurapika said worriedly. They woke up earlier than immediately. In fact, they were just knocked down by Ilmi's sleeping pills, and they did not suffer any injuries. Everything they did was just to stimulate Li Ku's greatest fighting power. Li Ku did not disappoint them. Brother Li Ku. Thank you. Killua, a handsome little boy with silver hair wearing clean clothes, stood beside him with red eyes. Although he was restricted in his movements and even in a sleeping state, his consciousness was extremely clear and he could clearly perceive the situation outside. He also learned that Li Ku went into a state of rampage because of the death of him and his friends, and even defeated his father and his brother easily. Unimaginably powerful. For himself, this brother Li Ku can be said to be a true ally. Even during the time when Li Ku was in a coma, Killua threatened his family that if Li Ku died or could not wake up, he would leave the family and never come back. This was his promise to Li Ku. Now that Li Ku has woken up, the other family members present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this monster finally woke up. Even my dad hasn't woken up yet. This guy's recovery ability is really abnormal. The fat man Niji was amazed. He didn't dare to look at Li Ku and instinctively took 2 steps back. The little girl Kaluto gritted her teeth and stared at Li Ku. He felt that his 3 views were completely shattered. The other party actually defeated his father who was almost omnipotent in his impression. He even had nightmares these days, and he dreamed of a big devil in his dream, and that big devil was Li Ku. The little girl Kaluto clenched her pink fists and stared at Li Ku with big eyes, with an expression of anger and fear. Anime and manga. The lady Kikyo was also here. Ah! Mr. Li Ku, you finally woke up. It was our family's poor hospitality. Are you okay? The Zoldyck family will not be your enemy. After seeing Li Ku wake up, she made a sharp and high-pitched cry, seeming excited and nervous. A terrifying genius who can defeat her husband at this age. How terrifying will she become when she reaches adulthood in the future? This is definitely not a monster that the whole family can afford to provoke. And Grandpa Zeno has already asked everyone about what to do after Li Ku wakes up. The Zoldyck family will never be an enemy of Li Ku, even. Hee, how do you feel? My friend, the old man is Zeno Zoldyck. We met 2 days ago. Zeno Zoldyck walked up slowly, and a smile appeared on his old face. 2 days ago. Li Ku showed a somewhat confused expression. He had to act in full. He pretended to be unconscious, and he knew that he had been lying on this bed for 2 days. During these 2 days, their family invited various top doctors, and even Zeno personally treated him. You have been unconscious for 2 days. It seems that after entering the rage state, you seem to have forgotten everything that happened. Please watch VR. Zeno Zoldyck has made all the preparations, and even put the relevant videos directly in front of Li Ku. Even if he watched these videos again. Gon, Killua, Leori and Kurapika were stunned. The scene was really shocking. Especially when Lee Ku went berserk, he was like a human tank, destroying everything he went. There was also the scene where Silva and Zoldyck were fighting each other half a meter apart, punching each other in the flesh, which made people's blood boil. How to, DIY and expert content. This is a real battle. Especially at the end, Lee Ku became the final winner with blood all over his body, and walked out of the ruins like a beast. That scene was really too shocking. Even though the result was already known, the whole audience was still silent. Everyone's eyes were filled with unprecedented shock. Lee Ku also showed the shock and surprise he deserved very professionally. Is this really me? Why do I have no memory at all? How is Lord Silva? If I hurt Lord Silva, I would be extremely guilty. We are Killua's friends. Lee Ku cooperated with the performance very well. It's okay, Silva's injury has almost healed, but that guy is probably more serious than you. It may take 10 o'clock for him to wake up. Zeno smiled and comforted, looking at Lee Ku's eyes more like an elder looking at his body, even with a hint of doting. Ilmi, come out, explain to Lee Ku why you let him come here. This time everything happened because of you. I hope you can give Lee Ku a good explanation. As long as you are not satisfied, I will punish you according to the family law. The old man Zeno said in a deep voice. Ilmi was sent here by 2 servants, but at this moment he was tied up and even asked for forgiveness. Lee Ku, we didn't know you were a person Netero valued before. My grandson Ilmi almost caused a disaster this time. You can vent your displeasure to him, or even kill him. I can guarantee that no one from the family will come to trouble you. He brought this upon himself. The old man Zeno said in a cold voice. Hearing this, the fat man Miji trembled all over, his face as pale as paper. He was now extremely glad that he did not take the initiative to offend the monster Lee Ku, otherwise his fate would be no different from that of his elder brother. But he couldn't understand. The eldest brother has a very high status in the family, and even grandpa loves him very much, but in this situation, he would rather abandon him. The words of old man Zeno made the noble lady Kikyo scream out of control. Father-in-law, you can't do this. Ilmi is your eldest grandson, how can you let him die? She thought it was like crazy, Ilmi was also her favorite, how could she bear to kill him? Shut up. Listen to your father. Little friend Lee Ku, we were reckless in the past 2 days. We just wanted to test you, but we didn't expect you to give us a big surprise. My father's words are also my words. The Zoldyck family will never take action against you. If you can't do it yourself, I can choose to do it for you. Family. If you are also full of anger towards me, I can also hand it over to you to deal with. Life and death are up to you. Outside the door, Silva strode in. This man is still the same as before, as if he is unapproachable, with an extremely cold gaze, a face as sharp as a knife, and a burly figure. He is extremely cold. Or to be a child of this family, you must be aware of death from that moment on. As a killer, no one knows which will come first, an accident or tomorrow. Ilmi's eyes were empty. He had no objection to what his father and grandfather said. He had already realized his death a long time ago. Death dash. Silva's words frightened Gon, Leorio, and Kurapika, because it was the first time they saw such a cold family relationship. But they already knew what happened 2 days ago through the video. They could only say that this joke or this test method was really too much. Killua's heart was also very complicated at the moment. He was very afraid of Ilmi, but when he learned from his grandfather and father that Lee Ku would kill his eldest brother with just one word, he was still a little trembling. But he would never say a word because Lee Ku saved him, which led to what happened 2 days ago. But he didn't expect that even his father was willing to make such an amazing compensation. All eyes immediately looked in the direction of Lee Ku. Because everyone knows that Lee Ku's words can determine the future of Ilmi, even Silva can be determined. It seems that the Zoldyck family is determined to join Li Ku's allies. Or for the sake of the family. For the sake of continuation, Zoldyck will never offend such a terrible enemy as Li Ku. Since they can't become enemies, it's best to become friends. If they still choose to protect Ilmi at this point, it is very likely that they will touch Li Ku instead. The other party is the one that Netero has taken a fancy to. 2-star Hunter. That thing actually used to tell the top strong men in the world that Li Ku is the one that Netero has taken a fancy to. Of course. Those guys who are not well informed 1.4, or those who can't occupy such a high position to see things, will not know the meaning behind this disgusting hunter license. Even Zeno Zoldyck suspected that Luo was training Ji Ku as his successor. So between the family and Ilmi, there is no second choice for such a choice. Silva also made the same choice. For the sake of the family, he could sacrifice his son, and even himself. Science. DB. Li Ku couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a cold-hearted family. In order to maintain the continuation of the family, they would rather kill their own offspring, and even themselves. No wonder, if it weren't for this, I'm afraid Killua's family would have been destroyed by other killer families long ago. Li Ku was also full of emotion in his heart. It must be said that the Zoldyck family can stand at the top of this world, and naturally it has its strengths. Lord Silva, Mr. Ilmi, let everything that happened in the past go. This is not your fault, and I should also bear part of the responsibility. Let the past go, everyone. Li Ku said with a smile. His words instantly cleared the extremely depressing atmosphere, and everyone's mood seemed to have improved. Ilmi looked at Li Ku in astonishment, and emotions emerged in his empty eyes, which were somewhat complicated. Silva was also stunned. Zeno's tense heart finally relaxed, and a smile finally appeared on his wrinkled face. Friend Li Ku, I, Zeno Zoldyck, promise here that as long as I live in this world, our entire family will become your most steadfast ally. Please accept this little gift from me. Zeno Zoldyck smiled. A strange black token was handed to Li Ku. It was made of neither iron nor wood, and there was a dragon head logo on it. Father? Silva couldn't help but change his expression at this scene. On the contrary, Ilmi, Killua, Miji, and Kikyo were all confused. Reading manga series. This is the family token left by our ancestors. As long as you have this token, our Zoldyck family can do one thing for you without any conditions. In addition, with this token, you will be treated as a VIP in any intelligence agency of our family. You can retrieve all the information below the authority of the head of the family. The old man Zeno handed it over and said solemnly. This, isn't it equivalent to a guest? Or an authority token like an honorary chairman? It's pretty good. Is this, the legendary clan order in our family? So, it's like this? Killua was also stunned. He had heard about this thing from his grandfather when he was a child, but he had never seen it. Not only him, but even Ilmi had never seen it. Father-in-law. Are you sure you want to give such a valuable thing to others? If this brother Li Ku uses this token recklessly, it may cause a huge disaster to our family. The noblewoman Kikyo screamed, looking worried and nervous. But at this moment, she naturally did not dare to target Li Ku. After all, her husband was defeated by Li Ku. Little friend Li Ku is Killua's friend is also a friend of our family. This is my decision. My friend, please accept it. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you again in the next period of time. I won't stop Killua's choice again. This thing is part of the reward I pay you as an old man. Zeno said with a smile. Others have already said this. If I don't continue, it would be a bit too tactless. In any case, Zeno is one of the few people who truly stand at the top of the human world today. Then I thank you. Killua is Gon's friend, and naturally my friend, don't worry, I will take good care of him. Liku smiled and accepted the token 28. If he didn't accept the token today, I'm afraid that the old buyers would still feel uncomfortable. After accepting it, they felt more at ease. Besides, how could they refuse this free lunch? This thing may play a significant role in the future. The Zoldyck family has been operating its industry for dozens or hundreds of years, and its intelligence agencies are spread all over the world. With this thing, they can save themselves a lot of trouble. Of course, as a killer family, their intelligence agencies are very secretive. That's great. Ha ha ha. Liku, you can come here often when you are free in the future. Zeno Zoldyck said with a smile. Of course, old man, I have an unwelcome request, I wonder if you can consider it. Liku suddenly said. Well. Just ask, old man, as long as I can do it, I can agree. Browsing digital magazines. Zeno was in a very good mood at the moment. I once heard from President Netero that Master Zeno is one of the strongest people in the world, so I have always hoped to have a chance to fight him. Is it convenient today? Liku smiled and showed his white teeth. He has not yet brushed the old man Zeno's entries, and Liku has discovered a rule, that is, those opponents who have been defeated by him will not drop entries if they are defeated again in a short period of time, and a certain cooling time is required. However, Zeno is different. This guy is now the real behind-the-scenes boss in the Zoldyck family. At least it was like this before Maha came out. Moreover, every time Liku saw this old man in front of him during this period, he felt itchy in his heart and was jealous of the entries on him. Name, Zeno Zoldyck. Entries, Conjurer Psycho Grandmaster, Red, Assassination Grandmaster, Red, Psycho Skill Dragon Head Painting, Red, Psycho Circle, Double Gold, Super Calm, Gold, etc. As expected, he is a man who can face off against President Netero. This guy has 3 red entries, including the Psycho Skill entry. But if ordinary people want to practice this skill entry that has reached the red level, they will never be able to do it in their lifetime without talent. Only those truly extraordinary geniuses can spend their entire lives to practice it to the red level. And once this entry is copied, it will become Liku's wedding dress. So cool. Ha. Ha ha ha, are you planning to spar with me? Of course there is no problem, let's go to my training ground. Old man Zeno said with a smile. Of course, just the 2 of us. Liku suggested. Zeno was stunned for a moment, then smiled and agreed, okay, everyone, you wait here for a while, the old man and the young man will go to spar. After saying that, Zeno and Liku left directly. Everyone in the scene looked at Liku's back eagerly. Killua's eyes were even more complicated. Reading manga series. As a member of the family, he was considered a genius since he was a child, and his only goal was to defeat his brother Ilmi. But for a long time, he was immersed in the inner fear of his brother, and even as long as he saw his brother's face, he would be afraid from the instinct. As for his father and grandfather, they were almost insurmountable mountains in Killua's heart. He didn't even think about defeating his father or grandfather. But now, the elder brother Liku that he met not only defeated his brother Ilmi, but also beat his father. In his impression, his father was almost invincible like a god of war. He was dragged out of the ruins by Liku, covered in blood like a dead dog. That scene was deeply imprinted in Killua's mind was unforgettable. He thought that as long as he worked hard enough, he could catch up with Liku, but he only found out now. Liku was already on another level. He was already as powerful as his father and even his grandfather, and he was more like a child in front of Liku, but the age difference between them was not big, even only 2 or 3 years. Now, in front of everyone, Ji-ku actually challenged his grandfather. This completely broke Killua's thoughts and crushed his 3 views. At this moment, he suddenly realized how ridiculous he was in the past, thinking that his brother was invincible. Even the brother who thought he was invincible was defeated in just 1 move in front of Ji-ku. He still had a long way to go. This elder brother Li Ku was the goal he should pursue. I've decided. From now on, elder brother Li Ku is the goal I will pursue for the rest of my life, and I must catch up with elder brother Li Ku. Killua suddenly shouted, clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with unprecedented fighting spirit. Reading manga series. Me too. I want to catch up with brother Ku. Gon was also very excited. Then, let's shout a slogan too. Leorio's mouth twitched awkwardly. He didn't have such a whimsical idea as these two little guys. And after this period of contact, Leorio also realized that his talent in fighting was not so outstanding, at least it seemed so at present. It was completely a fantasy to want to catch up with Li Ku. Forget it, it won't take long for brother Li Ku to be known in this world. He must be one of the top existences in the future in this human world. It is my lifelong honor to be his friend. Kurapika sighed softly, feeling deeply. By the way, Kurapika, didn't you say you wanted to seek revenge on the brigade? If brother Ku. Leorio's eyes suddenly lit up. Shut up. Leorio. This is my own business, and has nothing to do with brother Li Ku. I will personally avenge the hatred of our people, and I don't want brother Li Ku to get involved in my disputes. The people in the brigade are not safer than Zoldyck. Kurapika said dully. That guy. I really want to go and see him. I wonder how Grandpa will beat that guy. Fatty Meiji pouted. 0909. Lolita Coluto was a little unhappy. He is definitely not Grandpa's opponent, but Grandpa should not be ruthless, it's really hateful. She was still a little upset about being defeated by the other party. Now there is one more person stronger than herself, which is really an unhappy thing. Ilmi was silent. Suddenly he felt someone patting his shoulder. Turning his head, it was his father, Silva Zoldyck. You are careless, Ilmi, I approached you and you didn't notice it. Don't worry too much, there are always monsters in this world that are far beyond geniuses. If you can't surpass them, then try to get close to them and become their friends. Isn't this a way to survive? Silva said comfortingly. He understood. I'm afraid his eldest son is under great pressure now. Being defeated by Li Ku with one punch. Whenever he thinks of this, it is absolutely depressing. Ilmi did not speak, but looked at the direction where Li Ku left with empty eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Taking psychology courses. Secret training ground. Hee, today is just right, old man, I also want to see your true strength. Do you remember the last time you fought with me? Zeno said with his hands behind his back. When? Li Ku was confused. On, self-cultivation of an actor. At the beginning, it was because of acting that Netero, the old man, suffered in front of him, and the red entry exploded. Even Netero has beaten himself, not to mention that he has gained so many entries now, and his strength has greatly improved compared to before. Why don't you beat this old man down? Of course, if there is an opportunity to sneak attack, you should do it. I only care about the entries, and winning or losing doesn't matter. I hope the goddess of fate will favor me. Oh. Then let's get started. Zeno nodded, a little regretful that Li Ku had actually forgotten the previous battle. But thinking about it, he could burst out nearly 10 times the fighting power. He must have fallen into great emotional fluctuations, and it was natural to lose his fighting reason. Okay. Let's start, Master Zeno. Li Ku said very friendly. Punch. Divine power of red. Zeno saw the opportunity and blocked it with his hand. The powerful force was released, but it was far from what he received from Li Ku that day. Sure enough. This little guy can't fully control his burst of power. If he can really control his burst of power 123. Then he is definitely a player comparable to Netero. It is hard to imagine that a little guy who is only in his teens can reach this level. It's really God chasing him to feed him. Then I will train this little guy well. Thoughts flashed through Zeno's mind. The two of them fought each other like they were acting, and he seemed to understand Li Ke's moves more and more. Obviously, Li Ke had not really learned to fight, but relied more on his instinctive intuition and strong physique. This kid is absolutely a true genius. If there is a real fighting master to train him, his future achievements will be limitless. It's almost over. Be careful, my friend. Zeno waved his sleeves, elegant and calm. Dragon Head Shihua. Of course. He deliberately suppressed his own strength, not even 30%. He still remembered that Li Ke tore his move apart when he was rampaging, but now Li Ke was in a normal state, so he didn't dare to take too many risks. And Li Ke, the sixth man, had already shaken the gun before the big move. Browsing digital magazines. Divine Power Red. Absolute Wilf Red. Thunder Psychic Power Red, Thunder Fist Drum. Physical Skill Double Gold. Psychic Clone Gold. Iron Plate Tank Gold. Fiery Red Eyes, Open. Boom. In an instant, all of Li Ke's abilities were directly opened, which meant that thunder surged on his fist. Zeno's face changed suddenly. Damn. This kid is cheating me. He reacted instantly in his heart, but it was too late at this moment. Boom. At this moment, Li Ke was like a Vajra Buddha with lightning wrapped around his body, and his terrifying fist hit the dragon head Shihua head-on. Zeno's proud moves were abruptly destroyed by the storm. Even if he continued to increase his output, it was too late. A trace of electric arc even emerged from the fist wind. The terrifying fist pressure made it very difficult for Zeno Zoldyck to move. The ground under his feet was cracking at a speed visible to the naked eye. But at least he was the strongest man standing in the entire human world. He roared, and his aura was also fully opened. He squatted slightly, and another dragon head appeared. Boom. But just as the dragon head appeared, a Li Ke suddenly appeared next to him, also wrapped in lightning, like a thunder god of war. Two thunder gods of war. The Li Ke directly met Zeno's back dragon head, and the front Ji Ke broke the dragon head and came to meet him. Like a world-destroying killing god, a terrifying aura bloomed. Boom! A deafening explosion. The whole castle was shaking violently, as if it was killed by a war missile. Boom boom boom. The deafening sound even made the visitors think that the castle was going to collapse. What happened? The faces of the people present suddenly changed. The sound came from Grandpa. Killa was also stunned. Everyone hurried to the direction of Zeno Zoldyck and others. Anime and manga. In the training ground. The two stood still. Li Ke's shirt exploded. These ordinary clothes and fabrics could not withstand the power of thunder at all. When Li Ke opened the continent, they had exploded into pieces. The perfect vest line, the muscles were streamlined like a cheetah. The black hair moved without wind. It was like a battlefield Shura killing god, but at this moment, the momentum dissipated and returned to normal. There was no wound on the old man. The two, just as they said, they had a friendly exchange. Of course, the premise is not to look at this training ground that was almost completely destroyed. A 100-meter-long gully burst out on the ground behind Li Ke, and all the bricks and stones along the way were overturned. The school was like a huge dragon head, sticking out from the ground. The wall behind Zeno had completely collapsed, and a terrifying fist mark of 30 meters appeared. This fist directly blew up the wall, but from the broken outline, it was vaguely felt that it seemed to be a fist mark. Unimaginable. What kind of battle did the two experience? Is this, a friendly sparring? Gon and others were stunned. Am I not dreaming? Oh my god. This level of terrifying attack feels like it can even flatten a house. Leo Rio was extremely shocked. Too strong. It can be said that the battle between the two of them has completely exceeded the level of ordinary people. Incredible. Kurapika's eyes appeared a faint red, and his pupils shrank to the extreme. Anime and manga. Unlike Gon and others, his observation ability is the best among all people. Just by looking at the dilapidated scenes in front of him, he could almost guess the battle scene just now. It must be that the old man used the strange dragon head ability, while Li Ku used his fists completely. The two terrifying beings like humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex had a head-on confrontation. But as for the final result, he couldn't infer it, because there were no scars on the two people's bodies. On the contrary, Li Ku looked more embarrassed because Li Ku's shirt had been completely shattered. At least the old man didn't seem to have any losses. Grandpa! Killua exclaimed in astonishment. Fatty Miji, Loli Kaluto, Ilmi and others also looked at it in a daze. The battle between the two was definitely a battle between the top human strengths, which completely refreshed everyone's concept of battle. The battles of others were definitely small fights, and only the battles between these two top beings were real battles between humanoid weapons. Father-in-law. Father. The noble ladies Kikyo and Silva spoke at the same time. Silva had personally experienced the terrifying destructive power of Li Ku. But he couldn't understand why Li Ku, who was not in a rampage, could use such a terrifying power. It seemed that his evaluation of Li Ku was not high enough. Ahem. It's okay, we were just having a friendly exchange, Li Ku. That's about it, you really opened my eyes. Sometimes I envy Netero. Why is luck always on his side? Are you interested in learning our family's assassination technique? Zeno sighed. It would be great if he had discovered Li Ku first, instead of through Netero's relationship and his grandson's relationship. Then Li Ku's relationship with the family would be even closer. Family. Huh. Grandpa, didn't you say that these skills of our family are not passed on to others? Killua was confused. As the top assassination family, these top skills passed down by the family will not be taught to the outside world. Only the direct bloodline of the family can practice. And the prerequisite is to have absolute talent for practice. For example, the fat man Miji, although he is also the family's bloodline, his practice talent is obviously unqualified, so he has no chance to learn the family's core assassination technique. Because once one's own strength is not enough, after learning the family's core assassination skills and falling into the hands of the enemy, it is very likely that the enemy will be tortured by words and deeds to obtain these family skills. Only true geniuses can practice. Such as Illumi and Killua. This is the fundamental rule for the entire family to stand in this world. But now the real leader behind the family, Zeno Zoldyck, personally said that he wanted to give the family's assassination skills to another person. Of course Killua did not refuse these, he was just very curious. The grandfather who always said what he meant actually made such a decision. Father-in-law. This is the core assassination technique of our family. It must not be passed on to others. Lady Kikyo was a little anxious. Fatty Miji also looked at Li Ku nervously. You can say that Zeno was going to give this assassination technique to Li Ku, which meant that he had completely regarded Li Ku as his own. Can I say? Actually, I have learned the assassination technique of your family. It's just not very convenient to use. What's more, for me, I don't need to spend a long time to practice these skills hard. I just need to keep exploding the opponent's entries. That is the truly efficient way. I am a man with a system, so why would I choose such a primitive way of practice? Thank you for your kindness, old man. If there is a chance, I would be happy to ask for advice, but I am afraid I don't have time now. However, Killua is by my side, and I will ask him if I have time. Li Ku didn't say too much. Because now I already have the entry of this assassination technique, and the level is not low, maybe I will suddenly use it someday. In order to solve unnecessary troubles, it would be more convenient to lay out the paintings in advance. Haha, that's right, Killua, from now on, I'll leave the family's core assassination techniques to you, little friend Li Ku. Anime and manga. Old man Zeno was stunned for a moment, and then his wrinkled face was almost blooming with a smile. Yes, Grandpa. Brother Liku, I will teach you all the assassination techniques I know. No, not teaching, but learning from each other. Killua blushed. With his strength, he dared not call Liku. After all, Liku is now a whole level higher than him. Ha ha ha. This is the best. Okay, let's go to the last dinner to welcome Liku, and friends such as Miss, Leorio, and Kurapika, and celebrate that my grandson Killua has found his own direction. Zeno said with a smile. Liku was naturally in a very comfortable mood. He couldn't help but glance at his entry panel. There was a system record on it. Ding! You defeated Zeno Zoldyck in the battle posture, and there is a 10% probability of automatically copying the opponent's entry. Ding! You heard the Strong Luck duet. Strong Luck takes effect. Ding! Congratulations on successfully copying the entry. Conjurer Telekinesis Grandmaster, Red, Advanced Telekinesis Skill, Telekinesis Circle, Gold. You already have Master of Telekinesis, Gold, automatically absorb this entry. Conjurer Telekinesis Grandmaster, Red Entry Upgrade, 2. Automatically merge related entries for you. At this moment, Liku is in a very good mood. Conjurer Master of Telekinesis, Red. Effect, you can have the Conjurer Telekinesis control standing at the top level of the human race. You can perfectly control this series of telekinesis and make creations. Telekinesis Circle, Gold. Effect, the telekinesis circle is formed by expanding the telekinesis outward from the center of itself to form a circular aura area. You have a very high talent for circles. Ha 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 ha. But now everyone is present, Liku even has an excited impulse to roar to the sky. This is absolutely too cool to hear a lucky duet. The Strong Luck entry is definitely my lucky star. It's a pity that there are too few things in this world that have luck-related entries. It's almost difficult to encounter them. It's a rare existence. With a 10% probability, I scraped off 2 entries, one of which is a red entry. Master of Telekinesis. Compared to Hisoka's Telekinesis Master, it's a step up. There's also a high-level telekinesis skill circle. Directly a gold achievement. You know, the Fuso swordsman in the brigade, whose name is Watt, has a range of only a few meters, while Zeno Zoldyck has a range of 300 meters. Anime and manga. Of course. That's the result of his training. Now Liku's gold represents his talent in this area. However, with Liku's rich background, his circle range in the future will only be higher than Zeno's. I have to say that the Zoldyck family is really my treasure house. I have to come back to brush it more when I have time in the future, and it's best to wait until this kind of battle cools down. The banquet was very lively. Including the black girl housekeeper at the time, as well as Wudong and others. It can be said that the whole family is celebrating. Lord Liku, I didn't expect that you would eventually become a partner of our family. I am the housekeeper Wudong. Please notify me when you come next time. Wudong saluted Liku very gentlemanly. And me. Lord Liku. Thank you for that. The black girl also knew that Liku had helped the noble lady Kikyo for her, and she was grateful. No problem. By the way, Canaria, can I ask you for something? Liku suddenly thought of something and said. Of course, Lord, if there is anything within my ability, I will definitely do it for you. You are a guest of the family and a friend of the young master. Canaria nodded quickly. Lord Zeno, I hope to borrow your Canaria for a while. Is it convenient? Liku suddenly said. Of course, Canaria, you will follow Liku for this period of time, and you must meet any of his orders. Yes. Lord. Liku, if you like Canaria, I can give her to you. Zeno said friendly. Canaria was even more expectant. It is her lifelong blessing to be favored by a top powerhouse like Liku. Zeno Zoldyck, Silva and others were hoping that Li Ku would take a fancy to this trainee butler. As long as Li Ku had more thousands of years with the family's position would be more stable in the event of any unrest in the future. They were extremely optimistic about Li Ku. Especially Zeno. Others had no idea that they were defeated in the training ground, but this little guy could actually control himself and burst out 10 times the fighting power at will. The opponent's punch did not fall, but he had already been defeated. Zeno understood that there was no need to verify that Li Ku would definitely replace Netero as the strongest person in the human race in the future. He even believed that Li Ku now had a fighting power that was not inferior to Netero. Of course, he was in a 10-fold fighting posture. But Li Ku was still so young now, and his future lifespan would definitely exceed 200 years or even longer like Netero. It was unimaginable how far and how high such a demon-like existence would go in the future. It was the greatest blessing for the Zoldyck family to have such an ally who defied the heavens. Anime and manga. It's okay, it's just some small things. I will let Canaria come back after a while. Li Ku explained. Hearing this, the black girl's beautiful eyes flashed a little sad, and then she became excited again. No matter what, at least she can become Li Ku's servant, which is also the greatest luck. The banquet is over. With everyone's farewell, Killua and Canaria joined the team, and Ji Ku led everyone away. Including Zeno and Silva, all the family members have been seeing Li Ku off all the way. After they arrived at the foot of the mountain and arrived at the location of the Huang, Haoli Zhao, Spring Gate, they watched Li Ku leave and stopped. Alas! Times have changed. Zeno suddenly sighed. Ilmi, you should stay at home to practice during this period, and also say hello to our intelligence agencies around the world. At any time, you must try your best to protect Li Ku and his friends, and refuse to accept any commissions related to them, no matter what the price is. Zeno ordered. Ilmi responded in silence, he understood. His life goals will also change. Li Ku will become a terrifying mountain in his life, and it is very likely that he will spend his whole life trying to climb the peak. Father-in-law, why did Li Ku take Canaria away? The noblewoman Kikyo asked curiously. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, don't try to explore Li Ku's secrets, this is a good thing for you, and for our entire family. Anything that happened here these days, all of you must not disclose it to the outside world, this is an order. Go back, Silva, you should also practice further, when Killua comes back next time, you should grow to a height that surprises us. Psychology. Zeno glanced at his daughter-in-law, put his hands behind his back, sighed and turned around. Kikyo's face changed slightly, and sighed, as long as Killua is safe, then Li Ku is really a demon. Silva and others also turned and left. Although he is the patriarch of the family in public, he is only a minor king. When Zeno is present, his father is the major king. But Canaria? Why was she taken away? Kurapika, I asked Grandpa about the troop. Killua suddenly said. Trouble? Killua. I know, don't worry, there will be a major auction in Ukexin City on September 1st. According to the information Grandpa and his friends have, Phantom Troop is very likely to appear in this city. Ukexin City? You mean the largest auction in the world? Leorio was surprised. Kurapika's eyes changed. It can be said that the purpose of his trip was to pay back Phantom Troop. The information he got now was naturally clear. In fact, after the Zoldyck family confirmed their alliance with Li Ku, they took the initiative to reveal this information to Kurapika, which was also a gesture of goodwill. Well, there will be at least 50,000 participants in that auction, but the members of the troop usually act in groups, Kurapika. Killua was still ready to speak. Thank you, Killua, and Brother Ku, Gon, Leorio, I think we can say goodbye here temporarily, I will go to Ukexin City first, don't worry, I won't be so reckless as to cause trouble to their entire brigade alone, after all, I am not strong enough now. Anime and manga. My current plan is to find a job and make money as a formal lover. Kurapika explained. In order to avenge his people, he was under tremendous pressure. With a calm character, he naturally would not choose the stupidest way because of his emotions. Go, follow your own ideas, Kurapika, but don't choose to face the brigade alone. Li Ku suddenly spoke. Brother Ku. Kurapika looked at Li Ku in astonishment. We are friends. In half a year, we will meet in Ukexin City. At that time, I will help you complete your revenge. Li Ku's voice was very calm. But in Kurapika's ears, it was still Jing Lei. Kurapika's eyes suddenly turned red, and he even wanted to kneel down to thank Li Ku. He knew that with Li Ku's participation, the possibility of his revenge would become extremely high. Li Ku's current strength is absolutely amazing. If the two of them work together to deal with the members of the brigade, they will definitely be able to do it. But if this is the case, Brother Ku will also be involved in this dispute. This is my own business, Digeo. Kurapika wanted to speak, but his words were stopped by Li Ku. Brother. The Phantom Troop guys are the top talents from Meteor Street. Apart from anything else, the entries on them are absolutely enviable. If I deal with them myself, even if I kill them, it will be considered as eliminating harm for the people, and there will be no psychological burden. By the way, I can help Kurapika to get revenge. Isn't this killing 3 birds with 1 stone? We are friends as agreed. Whether it's you, Kurapika, Killua, Leorio, Gon, and Canaria, we are all friends. Friendship. Li Ku patted Kurapika's shoulder. My system is destined that I can only have a way out if I live with the separated. Gon and his group are the lucky ones of this world. As their strength increases in the later stages, the items will evolve. When the cooldown of the battle stance is over, repeat the brushing. Keep brushing all the items. We are friends, brother, you are my treasure trove of items. Of course. There are feelings, at least Kurapika and other guys are indeed friends in this world. Brother Ku. Woohoo. So touching. We are friends for life. Kurapika. Gon was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Brother Ku. From now on, you will be my big brother for life. Leorio was so moved that he burst into tears. Killua's eyes were also wet, and Canaria felt the feeling of friendship for the first time. So this is friendship. For the sake of friendship, you can even give up your life to protect each other. This is what friends are. Canaria was shocked. This was the first time in her life that she felt truly protected. Okay, Brother Ku. Thank you, I don't know how to repay your kindness. But I will remember your kindness in this life. I'm leaving, my friends. See you in half a year. See you in half a year. Kurapika. Have a safe journey. I'm leaving too, Brother Ku, and everyone else. I got my hunter license and I plan to go back to my hometown. I still can't let go of my dream of becoming a doctor. If I get into a public medical school, I won't have to pay such high tuition fees. I'm going back to study hard. Leorio took out his hunter license. Anime and manga. His dream is to become a doctor. Wish you success, Leorio. Li Ku smiled. Keep going. Leorio. I'm counting on you. Yeah. Leorio also chose to leave. Brother Ku, Sib, where are we going? Gon, Killua, and Canaria looked at Li Ku. Everyone present had already regarded Li Ku as the boss. But in terms of strength and knowledge, Li Ku was indeed the boss who deserved it. We're almost out of money. Is there any place to make money? Li Ku rubbed his chin and asked. Indeed. Although he got the 2-star hunter license, the old man Netero didn't give him any cash. This thing can be sold for money, but it can't be used as money. And according to the expected development, this good place can be used to brush entries. Sky Arena, I know. You can make a lot of money here. Let's go, Brother Ku. And this place can also help us practice. But even if we take an airship to go there, it will take 2 days. Killa's eyes lit up. Then let's take the airship. We probably won't have much money left after buying the ticket. Li Ku looked at his pocket. A good cook cannot cook without rice. When he came here, he forgot to ask old man Zeno for money, cough cough cough, maybe he won't give it to him, or maybe he forgot. The few of them are now professional lovers, but their pockets are cleaner than their faces. I have money, Lord Li Ku, Master Killua. Currencies and foreign exchange. Canaria on the side whispered and took out her purse. This is my salary card, Lord Li Ku, please accept it. Give me the salary card. Li Ku smiled bitterly and handed the black girl's salary card back. Take it yourself. When we get to the Sky Arena, there will be plenty of money. Your money will be useful in the future. Meteor Street. That's why Li Ku is looking for Canaria, she was born in Meteor Street. But now, of course, we should go to the nearest copy first. On the spaceship. Brother Ku. What was the move you used to defeat Killua's father in his house before? So powerful. Gone, Killua, and Canaria came over. This kid has a really long reaction time. He only remembered to ask me this question now. Telekinesis. To be precise, this thing is a special ability. Canaria, you should also have it. Li Ku explained. He even has a red telekinesis master entry on him now, but the problem is. Li Ku is not the material to be a teacher. On the contrary, it is not as easy to understand as Canaria's explanation. It's a pity. Now Gon and Killua have not yet comprehended telekinesis. So it is a little difficult to understand what Canaria said about telekinesis. Don't worry, you should be able to comprehend it soon. Li Ku had a headache and handed the 100,000 Ys to Canaria. After all, it was just a question of telekinesis basics, and Canaria was enough to deal with the two little guys. He returned to his room. But at this moment, his eyes flickered. In the hunter world, telekinesis is almost equivalent to an omnipotent ability. Some guys can even develop this ability to reverse time, which is really exaggerated. One of the most peculiar abilities is the telekinesis beast. Now I already have a telekinesis clone, and I also have a Grandmaster level telekinesis red entry. It seems that I can try to develop some telekinesis skills of my own. Li Ku sat down at the door of the room and took a deep breath. In his mind, the relevant information of all the entries emerged. When these entries were obtained, the system sent all of Jin Jiangxiangmi's memories and some experience of cultivation to the area at the same time. That is to say, the original owner of these entries worked hard for a lifetime, and all the experience and insights accumulated will become Li Ku's. Now his achievements in telekinesis are definitely at the Grandmaster level. A ball of lightning emerged in the palm of Li Ku's hand. This lightning seemed to have breathing, a strange cocoon, beating with his heartbeat. Sure enough, it works. The so-called mind beast is actually the control of mind power. Whether it is Biscuit's Beautician or other mind beasts, they are all created based on this. The essential difference lies in the way the mind power circulates. Just like ordinary people build houses with sand, but some people use sand to make glass at high temperature, and some people even extract other elements from sand to make high-explosive missiles, etc. Writer's resources. The same essence, different methods and processes will have different results. Li Ku tried to integrate some ideas and thoughts of the clone technique and mind beasts. As his mind power continued to flow in, the beating thunder cocoon beat like a heart. Then a trace of veins was outlined. It was a human figure. A human-shaped mind beast. Constructed by Li Ku himself. And after the construction was completed, he had a very wonderful feeling. 0145123228 Faloo 0333333111. It was like, this was not an ordinary mind beast. It was more like an extension of his arm and an extension of his perception. He could actually share the other party's vision, sense of smell, 5 senses and 6 consciousnesses, and even easily send out a ray of consciousness to control this mind beast. Ding! Congratulations on your ability to create your own ability by combining the strengths of hundreds of schools of thought with your own ideas, Thunder Mind Beast, read. A sound like the sound of nature rang in Liku's mind. This figure finally took shape. 2 days later. The airship arrived at the Sky Arena. This thing is the 4th tallest building in the world, with 251 floors and a maximum height of 991 meters. Wow! So many people. Are they here to participate in this arena too? After getting off the airship, Liku and his companions walked into the Sky Arena and saw a long queue. Unlike the Hunter test, there are strict rules here. You just need to defeat the opponent. The bonus will also increase as you climb the levels. This is the Holy Land of Barbarians. Killua explained. Because he has been here before and achieved very good results, he is quite familiar with this place. Liku and the other 3 are here for the first time, and they are still quite curious about everything around them. Especially Liku, his eyes are shining at this moment, looking at the black crowd in front of him. Those who can come to the arena are naturally strong, including many professional hunters. However, what disappointed Liku was that at a glance, most of them were white, green and blue entries, and there were few good ones. I don't know how many white and green entries you have to accumulate. It's quite a headache, and naturally it's not within Liku's consideration. As for the lucky type of entries, I didn't see them. Everyone, it seems that this is your first time to come to the Sky Arena. Please fill in your relevant information here, and please go to the side after filling in the information. The receptionist spoke softly and handed over several forms to everyone. Anime and manga. Liku and others looked at the forms sent over. They just filled in other basic information related to identity information and did the most common survey. Among the materials handed over, there was also a basic rule manual for the arena. It clearly stated some matters that should be paid attention to in this Sky Arena, as well as the rules for 4 matches with opponents. In the Sky Arena, where only saints can advance, an average of 4,000 people challenge higher levels every day. More than 1 billion viewers enter the arena every year. There are all kinds of measures in the arena. High-level warriors can even have an entire floor. After seeing that several people were professional hunters, the receptionist even specially led the way for several people. What a pity. The good-looking receptionist was dressed in blank entries. Please go this way. In this building, the levels up to the 200th floor are based on hours. That is to say, the fighters who win on the 50th floor can go to the 60th floor. If they lose, they will fall to the 40th floor. As long as you pass the 100th floor, you will have a private room. Below is the arena. I wish you all the best. The receptionist took them to the arena area. The bottom floor of the arena is like a huge funnel. The surroundings are all spectator stands, which are full of people. Below are more than a dozen arenas for competition. Because Liku and his friends are newcomers, they all start from the first floor. From the first to the 251st floor, a total of 26 battles are required, which means that there are at most 26 opportunities to brush entries. But according to the 10% probability of defeating the opponent, the benefits are not great. Fortunately, if the opponent does not choose to surrender in this Sky Arena, he can even be killed directly. No responsibility will be held. It is also good news. But even so, if one person wins in a row, he can only defeat 20 opponents, and at low levels, the strength of those opponents must be quite poor. I am afraid that only opponents above 100 levels can produce some good entries. These do not seem to be too much trouble for Li Ku. Because Li Ku's mind moved slightly. Suddenly, a few hundred meters away from him, in an inconspicuous place in the stadium, a heart of thunder appeared one by one. And quickly took shape and turned into a human figure. Thunder Beast, Red. This is the exclusive ability developed by Li Ku and the leaders of the 100 schools after he came to this world. Something similar to a shadow clone, but it can change into various forms. What a good day, soon, this arena will also succumb to my throne. Ha ha ha. Li Ku laughed wildly in his heart. Thunder Beast Grimjow Jakich. Thunder Beast Ulquiora Cipher. Thunder Beast Saitama. Unfortunately, even Li Ku can only control 3 mind beasts at most. And the current action range of the mind beasts is only about 10 kilometers. Once this distance is exceeded, the mind power circulation structure in the mind beasts will decline and then dissipate. As a user, Li Ku can share the 5 senses and 6 consciousnesses with these mind beasts, and can exchange positions with the mind beasts. This is the real red entry skill. It is equivalent to Li Ku having a few more clones, and they can still die for him. As a time traveler, he naturally has to play more. After Li Ku modified the Mind Bullet, obtained from the Zoldyck family, it can naturally become the Black Void Flash of the 10 Blades. You just need to keep using the clones to brush the entries. Registration Office. Excuse me, what's your name? The lady at the front desk looked nervously at the man with short blue hair, a white half-mask on his face, and a fierce aura like a beast. Desks. Oh, the Thunder Beast Grimjow Jagajek. Leopard King Li Ku sneered at the stage lady, grinning and showing his white teeth, and swept the audience with a very provocative look. Asterisk. What a fierce look. Hiss, looks very strong. Leopard King Li Ku's eyes made the other contestants' faces change slightly. And Li Ku, who had transferred his identity, felt very good to control Leopard King Grimjow. It's fun to play with a skin. It's not me, Li Ku, who killed people, I'm a 5-year-old. It's Grimjow, the pervert, who killed people. Tisk, he want to fight with me? You're welcome at any time, but remember to take your life with you. Leopard King Li Ku laughed wildly. He wished someone would be provoked to cause trouble, so that he could kill people without restraint. What a pity. There were not many idiots coming. Generally speaking, these idiots were basically just low-level entries, which were boring to him. What a pity. But it was good. Through Grimjow's identity, Li Ku got the second ticket. With this ability of the Mind Beast, he might be able to create a force of his own. The core members are all his Mind Beasts, and the next level members can recruit some strong people in this world, tut. After all, when he stands at the top of this world, the entire hunter world will become a livestock farm that provides him with entries continuously. Of course. As a moral traverser, Li Ku will still try his best to maintain the original peaceful order and will not carry out large-scale killings. A gentleman loves money and gets it in a proper way. Your name. At the front desk. Desks. A full 10 meters of space was directly vacant, and everyone looked at the strange man standing at the front desk with horror. Black-winged demon Ulquiora. Of course. He was in normal state, wearing a white 10 blades outfit, with his hands in his pockets and a thin sword on his waist. His face was expressionless. But the dark green tear marks on his face made everyone understand that this guy was definitely not a normal person. Especially the transparent black hole on his neck. F***K. This guy has a hole in his neck, how can he still be alive? Hiss, with such an injury, even a monster would die. Monster. Damn it. Why do I feel that he is very similar to the guy with short blue hair before? Both of them have this strange white bone mask. Could they be from the same place? Stay away, this guy is definitely not easy to mess with. It must be said that Okuyura's expressionless face is even more intimidating. There is a hollow on his neck and tear marks on his face, which looks like facial paralysis. In this hunter world, the more weird the expression, the more capable the person is. The weaker the person, the sooner he will be killed. "Sir, please write down your name." The front desk lady's voice trembled, and she didn't even dare to look at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu Liku wrote down his information directly. Okuyura. Then he joined the team on the first floor. Another window. Yellow combat suit, red underwear worn outside, red cape, shiny bald head. Boiled egg head. The style is quite simple, similar to the appearance of a silly man with 5-cent special effects. Eggs. No way. This guy can also come to participate in the competition. I see that this guy is skinny and has no muscles at all. It would be great if I could match this guy as my opponent. There are people who come to the arena every day to try their luck. Many people are very interested in this boiled egg head. For people with low scores, luck is also very important for ranking. Sometimes, luck is very good, and the opponents you meet will have problems one after another. The ranking will rise directly. Of course. If you get a higher ranking, it is basically determined by your strength. "Sir, may I ask your name?" The receptionist at another registration window said politely. "Oh, my name is Chiyu. Do you have a supermarket sale this Saturday?" Boiled egg head Liku scratched his head and said cutely. "It's really interesting. I was wearing a small roll and talking to others. I was dressed as Saitama in another world and was mocked by someone. Everyone was shocked that the boiled egg head was the big devil." Various books emerged in Liku's mind. He can transfer his body to control Saitama, or he can let the mind beast act freely. However, the mind beasts that act freely are stupider. They don't have real consciousness in essence, and they can only recover and operate according to the implanted mind power circulation structure. So, the mind beast is more about considering Liku's ability to do multiple things at the same time. The problem is not big, but full of fun. The bad taste of controlling puppets. In the arena. Player number 10086, please prepare for battle. In the arena. The referee's voice sounded. Liku and others were assigned to the Q-Zone arena on the first floor. Liku's opponent is a guy who looks big and strong, with muscles all over his body and hideous scars on his face. Name, Yamashina. Entries, strong, blue, powerful, blue, close combat, green, irritable, green, etc. Although it is a first-floor area, there are indeed some good entries. At least the big guy in front of him looks good. Wow! It's that B************* D Yamashina. If I remember correctly, he fought to the 100th floor and was defeated when he reached the 110th floor. That kid is unlucky to encounter such a monster. Damn! It's another fish pond game. It's disgusting that a master comes to fry fish. Fortunately, I didn't encounter it. I'm afraid that kid will be traumatized by the beating. This can't be blamed on others. Since he chose to come here to compete, he must be prepared to fail. Although he is a newcomer, there are many spectators in each ring area. After seeing Liku's opponent, some sharp-eyed spectators couldn't help but exclaimed. "Huh, did you hear me? Little brat, I'm in a good mood today. Just kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, and I'll let you go. I'm a master above the 100th level, and I'm here to attack the 200th level." The strong man named Shanku grinned. "Ah. If you kneel down and kowtow 3 times, I'll consider being gentle." Liku sighed helplessly. There are all kinds of birds in the forest, but I didn't expect that I would encounter such a mentally retarded guy. Can we start? Referee. Liku looked in the direction of the referee impatiently. Hearing this, the strong man's face turned red with anger, and his muscles and veins bulged all over his body. With his exaggerated body and muscles, he looks like a flood beast, and his appearance is still quite intimidating. At least in the world of ordinary people, he can definitely be regarded as a top fighter. Of course, but, please be careful. The referee trembled and spoke quickly. Go to hell. Kid. The strong man Shan Ku roared, like a roaring tank, and smashed his huge fist directly at Li Ku's head. He had decided to teach Li Ku a lesson. Some soft-hearted spectators in the nearby audience even closed their eyes, unable to bear to see Li Ku being beaten and bleeding. Bang! The huge fist fell directly in front of Li Ku, but was blocked by a small hand. The two people were completely disproportionate in height and size. The current state was nearly 3 meters tall, while Li Ku was only a normal 1.7 meters. And the opponent's arm was thicker than Li Ku's thigh. But at this moment, his four-stage fist was lightly received by Li Ku. Very weak, SOSO. Li Ku commented with a dull look. Damn it. Ah. The sturdy man wanted to get mad, but Li Ku was too lazy to waste time with him and pushed him lightly with his palm. Bang. In the extremely shocked eyes of everyone, this sturdy man who looked like a meat mountain flew backwards heavily and hit the wall in the distance. The extremely hard wall collapsed at this moment, and the sturdy man was embedded in it and had completely fainted. Ding! You defeated Shan Ku, and there is a 10% chance to control the opponent's entry. Please give me flowers. 0. Ding! Copy failed. The system prompt sounded in Li Ku's mind. Headache. What a garbage. This kid. Pervert. How can he be so strong? That's Shan Ku. Hiss, I can only say that Shan Ku is unlucky. I didn't expect that this kid is actually a hidden master. Even the protective wall collapsed due to the collision. I'm afraid the strength of this kid is at least above 100 levels. More than 100 liters, it may reach 150 or even higher. The audience nearby was stunned, and even the players in other arenas changed their expressions slightly. It was like a king suddenly dropped from the bronze game. He also made a coquettish operation. Writer's resources. This group of noobs were stunned. But at this moment, Li Ku was not in the mood to pay attention to the thoughts of these noobs, because he was very busy. Mind Beast Transfer. In an instant, Li Ku's consciousness appeared on the bodies of other mind beasts. Leopard King Lao Lu. A grab and kill instantly defeated the opponent. Ding! Congratulations on defeating Kai Bao in the battle posture, 10% probability of copying the opponent's entry. Ding! Copy failed. Smash! Try Saitama again, this time without transfer, directly control the mind beast to fight remotely. There was a loud bang on the first level ring. One Punch Man Saitama punched his opponent away. But no system prompt sounded. Sure enough. If you don't do your own professionalism, you can't activate the system. It seems that it's still a hard life. You must transfer your consciousness at the moment of defeating or killing the opponent. 0. Xiao Wu draws his sword. The heart of an arrogant murderer opponent in front of him was pierced. In this sky arena, there is no restriction on any participants, whether they are criminals or professional hunters. So this also led to the fact that the sky arena is mixed with good and bad people, and it has become a gray area. So there is not much psychological burden to kill people here. What's more, the murderer directly drew his sword against Xiao Wu. So. Ding! Congratulations on killing the arena player Zidu. Ding! Congratulations on automatically looting the entries, Dagger Mastery, Blue, Poison, Green, Irritability, Green. Ding! Irritability, Green Automatic Crushing. A sound like the sound of nature rang out in Li Ku's mind. Xiao Wu's sword drawing also caused a brief commotion in the arena in his area, but it was quickly calmed down. In this sky arena, death is the most common thing. However, since Xiao Wu and Li Ku were not far from the arena, they were also seen by Killua and Gon. What a dangerous guy. Even at the moment of killing the opponent, there was no emotional fluctuation. Killua's pupils shrank, and he felt unprecedented solemnity. He was once a master who planned to reach the 200th floor. He was thrown here by his family when he was 6 years old. He had to reach the 200th floor before he could leave. This process took him 2 years. Now after a few years, he came back here and found that everything was still familiar. But now, Killua felt everything was so strange again. The man with the sword in the distance gave him a very dangerous feeling. The battle between Gon and Killua also ended in one move, stunning the audience. Sir, based on your performance, we decided to send you directly to the 50th floor. If you need any help, please tell us. A staff member ran over with sweat dripping down his face and spoke to Li Ku and his friends with great respect. Killua had been to the 200th floor, and Li Ku and Gon showed combat power far beyond this level, so there was no need to stay here to fry fish. As for Canaria, she followed everyone as a maid. The group was sent directly to the 50th floor. Ding! The elevator door opened. Hello. My name is Zoosi. I am very honored to meet you. In the battle just now, I have noticed you. Your contempt is really eye-opening. Suddenly, a little boy's voice came from behind. Li Ku turned his head and looked. His eyes lit up instantly, and even his face showed an unprecedented excitement. A short-haired little boy wearing a kung fu outfit appeared. Zoosi. What really surprised Li Ku was the entry on the other party. Name, Zoosi. Entries, Super Perseverance, Double Gold, Emitter Telekinesis Talent, Double Purple, Heart Source Boxing, Blue, Perseverance, Blue, Lucky Guy, Purple, etc. Yoshi. It's really a case of looking for something without any effort. I didn't expect to see the lucky talent again in this little boy. And this little guy has the purple lucky talent as soon as he appears. And he also has double gold 4, Super Perseverance. A very rare entry. It must be said that he must be a person favored by fate, a real son of luck. People search. TSK TSK TSK. Interesting. It's mouth-watering. I'm gone. Please teach me. This is Brother Li Ku, and this is Killua. Gon introduced familiarly. Because these little guys look about the same age, and this little boy is even younger than Gon. As peers, everyone will naturally be closer instinctively. And their performance in the novice field just now was the most eye-catching. All of them were able to resolve the battle within a week. Little boy Zoosi seemed very surprised. He didn't expect to see someone about his age in this sky arena, and the fighting power shown by the opponent was also amazing. This naturally made him realize that these peers were equally talented. Hello. Li Ku also smiled and greeted, and Gon and the others were chatting enthusiastically. Smashed the little boy. Forced his entry. This thought flashed through Li Ku's mind. However, as a normal person, he was not crazy enough to become a slave to the system and do whatever it takes to become stronger. Of course, some small tricks are okay. Get out of here. Little devil. Suddenly, a very unfriendly voice came from behind Zoosi. When he turned around to look, he saw the arrogant old six. Grimjow. TV guides and reference. Mind Beast. Li Ku is of course a good guy, but the bad guy is old 6 Grimjow. Police. 040, Blast 1. Before the other party could react, Leopard King old 6 jumped out with one kick. Little boy Zoosi had no time to react and was kicked away. Little guy, I hope your luck is not too bad. Li Ku prayed in his heart. If this fighting posture cannot produce the desired attributes, I might consider other methods. It takes a cooldown to leave the battle and swipe this thing again, but the cooldown time for each target is different. For example, Gon and Killua, after the attributes were swiped out at the beginning, Lee Ku tried to fight against them and defeated them, but the system gave a battle cooldown prompt. It hurts. But fortunately, the attributes I want have basically been swiped out, so it doesn't matter. Ding! You defeated Sky Arena player Zoosi in the battle posture. Ding! 10% chance to automatically copy the opponent's entry. Ding! You heard the echo of strong luck. Ding! You heard the resonance of strong luck. Ding! Congratulations on automatically copying the target entry, lucky, purple. It is detected that this entry and strong luck belong to the same series of entries and can be merged, and automatically merged for you. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the special entry, lucky star, gold. The sound of nature sounded in the organization's mind. Perfect. It's absolutely perfect. Although Emitter's purple telekinetic talent makes me feel a little hot, I still want this lucky entry the most. Visual art and design. It's so comfortable. Wait. Looking at the system prompt, it seems that this time I got this entry not by chance. It's the mutual resonance between the two lucky entries. Then can I understand it as? It's very likely that my luck value exceeds that of this little boy, so I can directly plunder the other party's luck. Of course, these don't matter, because the lucky entry has been obtained and promoted to a new entry. Entry, lucky star, gold. Description, your luck is extremely strong. With this entry, your hidden luck value will be greatly improved, and you can specify a drop once a day. No limit on defeating or killing. The moment Lee Ku saw the information of this entry, he felt his brain buzzing. Perfect. It's so perfect. This entry is simply tailor-made for his system. It can be said that the appearance of the lucky star entry directly makes up for his biggest weakness. Because defeating a target does not guarantee the entry, you must consider killing it, which pushes Lee Ku into a murderous maniac. But now the appearance of the new lucky entry has allowed Ji Ku to see more possibilities. This entry can not only increase your hidden luck value. You can even specify a drop once with 100%, and the cooldown time is once a day. It's so cool. For me, this cooldown time is unlimited. Defeating one person every day is so comfortable. People search. Even in the Sky Arena, not all entries are what Lee Ku wants. Killing the target can read 100%, but defeating the target only has 10%. But now with this lucky star entry, it means that once you encounter the desired entry, you can defeat the target within one day and specify the drop directly. The ability will be refreshed on the second day. It's so cool. Perfect. Ha 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 ha. Grimjow Lee Ku couldn't help but cover his face and laughed excitedly. This guy is so arrogant. Too cruel, he didn't even let children go. Don't say anything too cruel, who can come here is not a cruel person. I hope I won't be matched with this lunatic. After seeing this scene, the other competitors nearby couldn't help but step back a few steps. No one would take the initiative to stand up and act as a hero or a good person. On the contrary, Gon and Killua gnashed his teeth at this moment, and the black girl protected Lee Ku tightly, obviously thinking that the old six in front of them was a very dangerous person. Hee hee. Do you guys want to fight? Leopard King Lee Ku grinned and looked at a few people, but unfortunately their time was still cooling down and they could not refresh this bar for the time being. But the character setting cannot be broken. Mind beasts are for outsiders to see, and different mind beasts need different personalities. I just need to act according to the personality of the Leopard King. And Lee Ku's definition of the old six is to attract hatred, and it would be best if there are many guys who can't stand all this and want to come and make trouble for me, then I just have an excuse to kill them all. Haha, refresh the entry. Visual art and design. Xiaowu is also a killing personality. As for Saitama, let's just play soy sauce for now, maybe consider letting him stay permanently in the future. Of course, the premise of permanent residence is that the ability research and development of one's mind beast has achieved a breakthrough, and the control distance is longer, the endurance is longer, etc. Cough cough cough. Stop it. Zoosi fell down from the wall, holding his stomach, and stood up with difficulty, staring at Grimjow, asking Gon and others to stop. This is my business, please don't affect others. May I ask, why did you kick me just now? Zoosi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Oh. You blocked my way, kicking you is not a problem, right? Grimjow Li Ku laughed arrogantly. That expression was almost like putting his face up and letting others hit him. But if someone wants to come over and slap him in the face, then Li Ku will naturally have a reason to kill the other party. No one wants too many entries, and of course the entries that are delivered to the door are taken. Tech. Unexpectedly, Zoosi actually covered his stomach and looked deeply at Grimjow Li Ku, then turned and made way. Deck. Li Ku looked at him unexpectedly. I didn't expect that this little guy would be so patient. Hee. Grimjow Li Ku also grinned and turned away. Zoosi. Why are you? Gon and Killua didn't understand. Anime and manga. Zoosi shook his head, his eyes full of fear and caution. This guy is too strong, far beyond us. If we provoke him, it will definitely be a big trouble. There is no need. He gritted his teeth. Only those who had just touched this kick could feel the power of the other party. Completely above himself. He didn't want to affect the few friends he just made because of this matter. I have to say that in terms of character, the little Shota is still very good. Very good, Zoosi. A clear voice suddenly came from the corner. It was a young man wearing a white shirt and trousers, wearing glasses, and looking gentle and refined. At this moment, the man was smiling, looking at the little Shota Zoosi, showing a very satisfied look. Acting master. Zoosi called excitedly, even forgetting the pain in his stomach. Sir over there, please wait a moment. Wing called Grimjow Li Ku. Oh. Hee. Li Ku, who was standing in the back, had a slightly brightened eye. This business is coming. Ha ha ha. The big and the small are here, the old are here, it's really a set, I like it very much. Name, Wing. Entries, Enhancer Telekinesis Master, Gold, Heart Source Fist, Gold, Teaching and Teaching, Gold, Justice, Gold, Nervous, Purple, Patience, Purple, etc. Very gorgeous entries. At a glance, there are almost a series of golden entries. Of course, there don't seem to be many entries that can really serve as combat power. And more of them are other additional attribute bonuses. Standardized and admissions tests. The one in front of me is the famous Wing, Gon and Killua's telekinetic guide. The disciple of Biscuit, the master of Zoosi. This guy should be very strong. The golden entry, if placed in ordinary people, is 1 in a million. But in front of Li Ku. Sorry. The golden entry can only be considered as medium quality among all the entries of Li Ku. He has many double gold entries, even red and black. But using Wing's entry is really good. Which one do I need to specify? Enhancer Telekinesis, Gold. Add the talent first, and the skills of the Heart Source Boxing can be solved later. It is very rare to encounter a golden talent. What? Are you going to avenge this brat? Fight here or go to the ring? Grimjow Lik said with some anticipation. Revenge? No. You may have misunderstood. I hope you can tell me your name. I am Zoosi's Master Wing. If I have the chance, I will ask you for advice. As a master, I will not let my disciples be bullied and do nothing. Wing said very gentlemanly. Grimjow Lik said with some anticipation. Revenge? No. You may have misunderstood. I hope you can tell me your name. I am Zoosi's Master Wing. If I have the chance, I will ask you for advice. As a master, I will not let my disciples be bullied and do nothing. Wing said very gentlemanly. Rimjo, number 7291. Coward. Grimjow Lick complained and walked away. TV guides and reference. Wing said nothing more, but let him go. Zoosi, show me your injuries. No danger, it seems. Mr. Grimjow kept. Wing lifted up the boy's clothes and took a look, then his frown relaxed. Holding back. But he was almost kicked to death by Zoosi. Gon couldn't understand. Grimjow is very strong, this man must be able to reach more than 200 floors. Zoosi, you still have a long way to go in your practice, and the setback you suffered this time is just a small episode. If you want to become a real strong man, you need to face all kinds of difficulties and problems. If you want to take revenge for the injuries you suffered today, I hope you can reach more than 200 floors first. Wing began to teach Zoosi on the spot. Yes. Acting master. I will definitely work harder. More than 200 floors. To deal with Grimjow. Zoosi's fighting spirit was high immediately, and he seemed to not care about the injury he had just suffered. Trust Wing very much. Gon and Killua were confused by this scene, and Li Ku was also slightly surprised. It is worthy of the entry of teaching and learning, Gene. Yun-gu, this guy, is born to be an excellent teacher. Talent. Real talent. And the key is, Gon and Killua's awakening of telekinesis. Li Ku felt that this matter should be handed over to the good man in front of him. Although he has many entries, he is really not good at teaching and learning, and he doesn't want to be good at this thing. Let's take one step at a time. If Wing doesn't teach Gon and the others what to read. Li Ku considered teaching himself, and actually asked Canaria to give guidance on the way here. But it is obvious. The black girl has telekinesis, but when asked to explain the reason, she was confused and made people laugh bitterly. Visual art and design. Very good. Zoosi. Just keep this mentality and belief, only in this way can you become stronger and never give up, Zoosi. Wing encouraged loudly. Yes. Acting master. Zoosi stood at attention and said loudly. DB. Li Ku suddenly felt that these two guys were a bit like the master and apprentice of Konoha's Kanglan beast. Sorry, I made you laugh. What are your names? Wing noticed Li Ku and his friends and said very gentlemanly. Li Ku. Gon. Li Ku is our big brother. Killa. Canaria. Several people introduced themselves. Wing, thank you for wanting to help Zoosi just now. I will remember this kindness in my heart. We should meet again. Goodbye, everyone. Wing smiled and said goodbye to Li Ku and his friends, and Zoosi also bowed and left. Alas, what a pity, the moving entry is gone, otherwise, let Grimjow beat up Wing. Or Xiao Wu. Forget it, there is a long time to come. If I remember correctly, this guy is the secret instructor of the association, responsible for teaching the use of telekinesis. We still need him to teach Gon and Killua telekinesis. Li Ku gave up this idea. Wing, who was leaving here, picked up his mobile phone. Well, I have seen the future star you mentioned, Mr. President, and Gon and others. He does have absolute talent. I have promised to teach Xiao Jie and others telekinesis when we reach the 150th floor. As for your future star, Mr. Li Ku, forget it, he should have awakened telekinesis, right? But President, in addition to your future star, I have also found several other guys with very strong potential. Understood, I will pay attention to them for you. Wing smiled bitterly. The president of Netero even called him personally, hoping that he could check Li Ku's performance in the arena for the president. Educational resources. There was no other way. The power of the association was too great. After Li Ku and his group registered in the Sky Arena, all the information had been received by Netero. The old man was not at ease with the safety of Li Ku and his group, so he took great pains. Hunter Association Headquarters, President's Office. Netero hung up the phone, feeling very happy. His intelligence followed Li Ku and his friends all the way from the time they left Kukulu Mountain to the Sky Arena. Zeno, that little guy, is quite insightful and made the right choice. As for the other talented guys Wing mentioned, they are indeed worth paying attention to, but if they don't have justice in their hearts, they will probably only become trouble in the end. This is just right. If those guys can meet Li Ku, it should be a very exciting game. Netero smiled. If he knew that those tough guys mentioned by Wing were all Li Ku's mind beasts, Netero's expression would probably become very interesting. Exploring spiritual practices. He still didn't know that Li Ku had grown to a level far beyond his expectations. Mind beasts are something that even Netero himself can't handle. Sky Arena. The 50th and 100th floors are two watersheds. Players who can reach the 50th floor are basically elite, and those who exceed the 100th floor are considered masters among masters. In this Sky Arena, you will get monetary rewards as you increase the number of floors. The reward for the first floor is very considerable, 152 yuan, which is equivalent to the price of a can of juice. If you win here on the 50th floor, you will get a bonus of 50,000. Listen, Killua said that when he reached the 190th floor, he got 200 million yuan, and then he used all the money to buy candy. 200 million candy. Really arrogant. The players who can reach this floor are obviously much more elite than those in the rookie field before. Each of them looks fierce and seems to be difficult to mess with. Number 10086. Against number 8221. Please go to the C ring on the 50th floor. The voice came from the radio. Brother Ku. Come on. Come on. Brother Li Ku. Come on, sir. Killua, Gon, and Canaria all wished Li Ku well. Li Ku didn't care, anyway, he came here to fry fish. But after Li Ku 28 came on stage, he was a little speechless. His luck was really bad. It turned out to be Zoosi, the little guy who had just been killed by him and was still in the cooling time. Learning new languages. It's Mr. Li Ku. Then. I'm sorry. Zoosi was also surprised, because there were many contestants on the 50th floor, and they could meet again, which was just luck. Come on, use your strongest strength. Li Ku was helpless, but considering Gon and Killua's subsequent training and the small wing boss he would kill on the way, he still had to try his best. So. On the field. It was a completely one-sided battle, and poor little Nie was beaten by Li Ku. In the end, he tried to burst out his telekinesis, but was scolded by Wing outside the field. This battle ended in failure. Li Ku successfully advanced to the next round. Sure enough, it's telekinesis. It's the same telekinesis as Big Brother Ilmi. Big Brother Li Ku can also, but I still can't understand how to open aura nodes. Killa frowned. On the way here, Li Ku had already popularized some knowledge about telekinesis with them. After all, in this world, only those who truly master telekinesis can be considered to have stepped into the threshold of being a strong person. Killua and Gon are still at the level of relying on brute force, and they cannot get inspiration in just a few days. They won the game without a doubt. Killua reached the 190th floor when he was 8 years old, so this place is naturally easy for him. Gon's potential is even more amazing than Killua, of course. In fact, Canaria can reach the 190th floor, and there is even hope for the 200th floor. But she positions herself as a servant. After the game, Li Ku and others saw Zoosi kneeling down in the corridor to admit his mistakes. Because telekinesis is only used at the 200th floor. Booking ghost tours. But in fact, this cannot be blamed on Xiao Jingtai. With Xiao Jingtai's strength, it is almost impossible to reach 200 without using telekinesis. But it is obvious. Wing's purpose of doing this is to hope that he can reach it through pure practical ability. It is a kind of training for himself. Hearing whether his agent is teaching in this way, Xiao Jingtai is also awakened at this moment, full of incomparable fighting spirit. Mr. Wing seems to be a telekinesis master. I wonder if I can ask Mr. Wing for help. After Li Ku and others arrived, he smiled and said, "It turns out that you are here, it's fate." Wing's eyes lit up, of course, as long as it is within your ability. He is full of goodwill for these people to protect his disciple Zoosi. I want to ask Mr. Wing to teach my younger brothers Gon and Killua about telekinesis. Like said straight to the point. Yes. Mr. Wing. Can you teach us what Zoosi said about training? Gon was also excited. He had also seen that Li Ku's telekinesis was powerful, but he was helpless. His elder brother had amazing combat power, but he seemed to have no talent in teaching. Telekinesis. Okay, everyone please follow me. Wing was originally a secret instructor of the association, responsible for the awakening of professional hunters' telekinesis. Ordinary professional hunter, if they have not awakened telekinesis, are extremely fragile. Only after awakening telekinesis can they be considered a real strong man. Several people followed Wing to where he lived. Then this super instructor began to teach several people. This kind of thing is already familiar to him. Telekinesis is divided into 4 major elements. Booking ghost tours. Entanglement focus the mind and gaze at oneself. Calm the mood, which is a mental concentration method to keep emotions stable. Absolute eliminate one's own aura and not be detected by the enemy. Refining, use entanglement to concentrate the mind, burst out a strong aura, and sublimate the will through refining. Release, the will of refining can change according to the object, so-called winning by momentum. I don't move, the enemy retreats. The above are called the 4 major actions, collectively known as mind. Wait. Li Ku was a little surprised. Because in his memory, Wing lied when he taught Gon and others for the first time. He didn't teach them the real mind. But this time he actually taught them the real thing. And he even released various effects himself. Strange. Li Ku looked at Wing with a strange expression. It seems that his appearance has more or less changed the original destiny of this world. If this is the case, there is no need for him to worry too much about other things. And judging from this teaching result, Wing has to be said to be a real gold medal instructor. And he is a genuine gold medal instructor. He has the golden entry of teaching and solving doubts. With his meticulous explanation and penetrating guidance, Jia and Killua's telekinesis training was magically on the right track. The next thing was naturally to practice. It was difficult to get started with telekinesis, but what was even more difficult was the subsequent practice. Booking ghost tours. It takes a long time to accumulate, or even a lifetime of hard work. Of course, this kind of thing does not exist in Li Ku, he only needs to plunder or copy the other party's entries. Many people have spent their whole lives to forge golden entries, and even red entries can fall into Li Ku's body. A real plunderer. Mr. Li Ku, you should also be a master of telekinesis. I believe you have already told you too about some related things. Wing suddenly looked at Li Ku. Li Ku suddenly realized. So that's it. Perhaps because of his own existence, Wing did not continue to test Killua and Gon, and directly gave them the most convenient way. And if he lied in this teaching, it would make Wing and others fall into the point of moral condemnation. After all, no matter what, Li Shu and the 10 people had saved his disciples at the beginning. If Wing does not want to teach telekinesis, he can choose to refuse directly, but if he teaches wrongly, it will harm others and repay kindness with hatred. You barely understand a little, Mr. Li Ku, why don't we have a fight, and also demonstrate it to Gon and the others? Wing pushed his glasses and suddenly said seriously. No. Brother. I didn't think of any excuse to brush you off, and you actually came to me. This is really a good brother. Li Ku almost laughed like a pig. This Wing is really a good person. I was just worried that I had no excuse to find this guy to brush the entries, but I didn't expect that he would come to me directly and hit the gun. Learning new languages. But after all, in front of these kids, the reservedness should still be maintained. Ahem. Well, in this case, in order to facilitate Gon, Killua, Zoosi and other friends to practice, Teacher Wing and I will fight each other and give everyone a demonstration, but Teacher Wing, you have to be careful, I am still a little bit strong in this aspect. Li Ku said without any modesty. Wing couldn't help but become more curious. A person that President Netero values so much, even calling him a future star. He was very curious. Because in his memory, President Netero had never given such a high evaluation even to his own master. You can say. This was the highest evaluation he had heard from the president so far, and he was also very curious about what kind of person could make the president value him so much. If Wing knew that Netero was ambushed by Li Ku, the sixth brother, and was almost seriously injured, he probably wouldn't have made such a naive request. Of course, this is a friendly match after all, and both sides will have reservations. You don't know whether the system will regard this as a battle posture. But it doesn't matter. Once on the battlefield, it's not up to Wing to decide. Great. Master. Killua, Gon, you have to watch carefully, my master is very powerful. Brother Li Ku, don't be afraid, my master will definitely be measured. You must hold on a little longer. Zoosi became excited. He hadn't seen his master take action for a long time, and in his impression, his master was invincible. But the little guy's words instantly made Killua and Gon next to him look complicated, and even the black girl looked weird. What's wrong? Zoosi was confused. Nothing, I just feel that I should be careful, it might be your master. Brother Li Ku is very, very, very strong. Learning new languages. Gon also got excited. Yes, he should be much stronger than your master. Zoosi, you should worry about your master. Killua also sighed. This is a man who can beat his father after all. Don't you understand how good your father is? Dad can definitely beat the Teacher Wing in front of him. But anyway, it was just a drill, so they watched it seriously. Inside the room. Living room. This is the most spacious place. If you want more spacious, there is really no place, because this is the room of the Sky Arena after all, and it is also a room on the 50th floor. 110 does not have any luxurious equipment such as a special training ground. You can only make do with it. But for Li Ku, it is completely enough. If you fight in this living room, it is all about close combat. It seems that you are really strong, Mr. Li Ku, let's start. Wing's eyes lit up slightly, and he took the starting position of the Heart Source Fist. Practice. Instantly. Wing's momentum suddenly changed. Gon and Killua's faces suddenly changed, that's the feeling. Especially Killua, his face turned pale instantly, and even his body was shaking slightly. Because he saw the same terrifying aura as his brother on the other party. Pure practice oppression. Breath oppression. For people without telekinesis, this feeling is very terrifying. Booking ghost tours. Li Ku didn't mind, and he also started practicing. As a master of telekinesis and the owner of the red entry, this thing is naturally easy for the organization. And he deliberately maintained the oppression similar to the other party. The two sides fought. Both of them were extremely fast, but still within the clear limit, as if they were demonstrating to several little apprentices. But as the battle progressed, Wing's expression began to become strange. Because he found that no matter how high his aura was or how fast his fighting speed became, the opponent could easily take it all. Very strong. Really strong. This Li Ke's strength far exceeded his expectations. Several little apprentices were also stunned, obviously very fascinated. Li Ke was also patient, and he and Wing demonstrated most of the moves abruptly, trying to let these little guys learn as much as possible. It's almost time, Mr. Li Ke, the next time should be our time, let's fight for real. Wing suddenly rushed up and whispered in Li Ke's ear. He really wanted to know to what extent this evil genius valued by the president was, and why the president's evaluation of him even exceeded that of his master. Ding! You and Wing enter the fighting posture. Bingo! Perfect! The so-called fighting posture should be entered directly after the opponent is full of hostility towards you. This saves him a lot of trouble. Okay, then, fight. Li Ke was serious. The next moment. It was really just one hit. Learning new languages. Boom. With a dull explosion, Wing was instantly blasted back. Ding. Congratulations on defeating Wing in the battle posture. Ding. 10% chance to automatically copy the opponent's entry. Lucky star ability triggered. Please select the entry you specify to copy. A sound like the sound of nature rang in Ji Ku's mind. So cool. A heavenly sound rang out in the organization's mind, and in an instant, countless energies emerged from nowhere and poured into Li Ke's limbs. Enhancer Master of Telekinesis Talent. Gold. Before this, Ji Ku had a purple telekinesis talent. Now that he has obtained the gold, his talent has skyrocketed to a higher level. In the hunter world, telekinesis is king. But even Netero, who stands at the top of the world and is known as the strongest human being, cannot master all telekinesis. Or in other words, Netero can use all series of abilities, but he can never reach the gold or even red level in every series. But Li Ke can do it. Conjurer Telekinesis Grandmaster Red. Enhancer Telekinesis Master Gold plus Purple. Emitter Telekinesis Dual Purple. Manifestation Telekinesis Blue. Wait. Perfect. It won't be long before Li Ke can become a real hexagonal warrior. No flaws. The biggest flaw is being too perfect. After obtaining the Enhancer Telekinesis talent, Rick's Enhancer skill page is directly opened. Enhancer. As the name suggests, it can be understood as the effect of armed color domineering. When telekinesis is attached to any object, such as cards, hair, etc., it can make the target indestructible, like steel. And the later the blessing effect, the more amazing it is. I have to say, Wing is really a good helper. Li Ke is in a very good mood at the moment, but there is a look of panic on his face. Are you okay? Teacher Wing. I was a little careless and used too much force just now. Li Ke hurried over and apologized. Wing fell on the sofa with a complicated expression. He originally just wanted to test Li Ke's strength, but he didn't expect that after both sides got serious, he would be defeated by the opponent in one blow. The opponent's strength and speed achieved a leapfrog growth in that moment. Very strong, in a hurry, I didn't have time to defend myself, and was directly defeated by one move. No wonder I was favored by President Netero. Wing's heart is quite complicated at this moment. It's okay. It seems that Mr. Li Ke is hiding his abilities. I didn't expect that at your age, you can actually possess such a powerful and amazing fighting power. Your future achievements must be limitless. Wing sighed from the bottom of his heart. This made Zoosi, the disciple next to him, dumbfounded. He couldn't understand what had just happened, because in his mind, the master was almost invincible. In his opinion, even the masters above the 200th floor of the Sky Arena might not be the opponent of the master. But now, on this mere 50th floor, a young man who met for the first time and even looked not much older than himself, actually defeated the master. And in that lightning moment, he didn't even see anything clearly. Teacher Wing is polite, I'm just lucky. Li Ku sighed. He was indeed lucky, after all, he was a man with a system. I also have to thank Wing and Xiao Jingtai. One of them directly raised his luck item to gold, and the other one directly opened the enhancer Nen talent for him. Both of them are my benefactors. Then the others exchanged pleasantries. Wing obviously had a new look at Li Ku and the others, and naturally did not dare to hide anything about Gon and Killua's guidance. Because he knew very clearly that if Li Ku wanted to teach these two little guys about telekinesis, it would definitely be easy. So there was no need for him to hide anything, and he taught them very seriously. As expected of a gold medal mentor, this teaching of gold items is indeed very effective. When explaining these things, he can explain them in a very simple and in-depth way, and let the learners have a better experience. Under Wing's careful guidance, Killua and Gon's Nen development has also entered a new chapter. Books and literature. Well, I really want to thank Mr. Wing this time. If it weren't for you, my two friends might not have understood the key so quickly. 10. Li Ku saluted. You're welcome. With Mr. Li Ku, your strength is more than enough to teach you too. I'm just the icing on the cake. I believe it won't be long before we can hear your name in this sky arena. Wing politely sent them away. Li Ku and the other two chatted for a few words and said goodbye. Looking at the backs of Li Ku and the others leaving, Wing fell into deep thought. Master. Is Mr. Li Ku really that strong? Is he stronger than you, the acting master? Zoosi looked at his acting master with a confused face. He had never seen the acting master have such emotions today. Because at any time in the past, the acting master seemed to be calm and in control of everything. Zoosi. Work hard, you are a genius among 100,000 people. And those two little guys are geniuses among millions of people. In front of them, you are not much different from ordinary people. As for Mr. Li Ku, I'm afraid he is a monster that only appears in 100 million people. Such a guy is destined to have his name passed down throughout the world in the future. He is someone we need to look up to. Wing sighed. The little boy who heard this Zoosi was dumbfounded and stood there blankly. The following days were naturally very boring, but there were some small pleasures of killing monsters and earning points. Especially after obtaining the golden entry of Lucky Star, Li Ku's efficiency in brushing entries increased greatly. Every day, lock in one of the most desired entries, and all other junk entries are not important. If there are other ones you want, just let the bad guys Grimjiao and Xiao Wu kill them directly. As for the boiled egg passerby King Saitama, he will purely focus on luck and accumulate character. Considering that after my own beast mind ability is super great in the future, maybe I can leave a clone, boiled egg teacher, here to brush entries as a permanent ambassador. A certain number of entries are obtained every day. Most of the entries have no effect, until then it was crushed and turned into experience points to fill other entries. But some other entries were also brushed one after another. Of course, in this low-level match, there is no entry for telekinesis talent. Even if there is, it is of the blank level. In fact, in the Sky Arena, only when you step into the 200th floor will you meet a real master. Telekinesis is the entrance ticket to the 200th floor, the threshold. The best entries brushed below the 200th floor are some strength, speed, defense, health bar, hidden weapons, poisoning, and camouflage. Li Ku didn't care, and took them all. Anyway, this thing has more skills than less. The entries with the same attributes can be directly merged, and the entries with different attributes can be kept. Gon and Killua's promotions were also very good. What a pity. For many days, there was no second entry related to luck in the entire Sky Arena. It seems that it is an overestimation to describe this thing as rare. But there was an accident in one game. Li Ku's clone Saitama met Gon. *NE. Li Ku directly found an excuse for the Saturday sale and chose to surrender, automatically landing on the 1000th floor. This made Gon very confused that day. Because he had seen the bald man's record, all the battles were resolved with one punch. He even had the title of One Punch Man. But the battle with himself ended without starting, which was a bit weird. And after this period of fighting, plus the frequent telekinesis with Wing, Gon and Killua both awakened early. Wing was not shy, plus Li Ku had taught the two before, so it was natural. They directly had a ticket to enter the 200th floor. And now, a group of highly popular super rookies appeared in the entire arena. These super rookies are very similar, all of them have the title of One Punch Man. Li Ku, Gon, Killua, Grimmjow, Ulquiorra, Saitama. These people rushed to the 190th floor with a completely overwhelming posture. At this moment, in the dim corridor leading to the 200th floor. It's really interesting. I originally just came here to hunt for my favorite fruit, but I never thought, it's really surprising. Grimmjow, Ulquiorra, Saitama. This world is really surprising. There are so many delicious fruits all of a sudden, it's really exciting. The clown man Hisoka standing at the end of the passage had a crazy expression, and his eyes were flashing with light. Like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark, he exuded an extremely dangerous aura. He had reached the 200th floor of the Sky Arena a long time ago. In fact, if you exceed the 200th floor in this Sky Arena, you will no longer have any bonuses, and all battles are fought for honor. Even the probability of death above the 200th floor is much higher than that below the 200th floor. But even so, there are still countless contestants who are extremely crazy to reach above 200. He came here for revenge. Li Ku. This guy, who was obviously his fruit, actually stung his mouth. But this made Hisoka even more crazy and excited. He liked the feeling of being hurt by his prey. Only such business could arouse people's desire to conquer. He wanted to defeat and kill Li Ku fiercely, and let the other party look at him desperately before dying. This was the best way to enjoy the fruit. So, Hisoka came. And from the moment Li Ku and his team stepped into the arena, he noticed Li Ku and his group, and followed every battle of Li Ku along the way. Interesting. Very interesting. However, the more delicious the fruit, the more you need to wait. After I kill Li Ku, there are still several other delicious fruits that need to be tasted. This is something that many people are intoxicated with. The greatest meaning of life is like this. Hisoka closed his eyes in enjoyment, with a touch of curve at the corner of his mouth. 190th floor. Wow! We are so awesome. It took us less than a month to get here. Killua. Gon was very excited. The entire Sky Arena is like a huge tower. The area gets smaller as you go up. The area of the 190th floor is obviously much smaller than the first floor. However, there are very few people who can get here. Almost all of them are so-called strong people with names and reputations. Of course, most of these so-called strong people are noobs, because they don't even have the most basic telekinesis and have not stepped into the threshold of the strong people in this world. It just means that they have a combat power far ahead of ordinary people. It's like when I was in the professional, the examiners who were killed in the hunter assessment were probably of this level. Some of them also had some old silver coins hidden, but under Li Ku's eyes, they were all exposed. Unfortunately, they were all junk. These guys have telekinetic talents, but they are basically white and green. Li Ku has no interest in taking action. At the beginning, he killed white items for 10 years on Whale Island, and the things were added with gold. These trash can only live at the bottom, there is no need to bleed them here, but it makes me look like a murderer, which is really bad. But this time, the situation is obviously different. Because when the old sixth leopard king squeaked up, the nearby contestants they all retreated in a circle. There was also the tough guy Ulquiorra, because this guy killed a lot of people on the way under Li Ku's control. The two ruthless, Qian Hao Zhao, guys were amazing. On the contrary, the egg-headed Saitama gave people the feeling of being harmless. In fact, it doesn't matter, they were all created by Liku. And Liku was surprised to find that when he controlled these three beasts at the same time for such a long time, his mental power and skill proficiency were also growing rapidly. It can be said that this is a very good way to train yourself. Soon. The battle on the 190th floor was even easier. Anyway, they are all small fish here. Several people continued to implement the style of the one-hit man and easily defeated the opponent. What's more, now Gon and Killua have both learned telekinesis. Although they are not very skilled in using it, their combat power has obviously improved. Thanks to Brother Ku and Teacher Wing, I feel that my strength has obviously become stronger after opening the aura nodes. Even if I don't use telekinesis, my 5 senses and 6 consciousnesses are much stronger. Killua was full of emotion. The last time I cleared the 190th floor was when I was 8 years old, and I stopped there at that time. The three of them entered the elevator with their pockets in their hands and went up again. The next floor is the 200th floor. I heard that those who can reach here are the real strong ones. Their ranking changes are very stable. Gon was a little excited and nervous. 200th floor, I don't know how far we can go. I believe Brother Ku should be able to reach the end, right? Killua was full of emotion. All the way here, he didn't see Liku look serious at all, and he was very relaxed. Just go and see and you will know. Liku smiled. DJ. The elevator sounded. The 200th floor reached Meow. At this moment, the circle centered on Liku instantly spread out in all directions. Mind Garden. It was the entry that I had brushed out on Old Man Zeno, golden in color. Now Liku is a prototype of a hexagonal warrior, so after this thing is opened, its range actually exceeds Zeno. 500 meters. It is the limit of Liku's circle now. But in fact, it is enough to cover most of the upper level of the sky arena. It can be said that you are all in my domain. At this moment, in the dim corridor, Hisoka's expression suddenly changed. He clearly felt a strange mind power sweeping over him, and then covering the entire arena. His face became extremely ugly. Circle. As a master of mind power, he naturally knows this thing very well. And he was also shocked to feel that the other party's mind power was above his own. Who actually arrived here? Hisoka frowned. If he was a hunter waiting for prey before, preparing to hunt here leisurely, but at this moment, he felt a chill on his back and his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. This feeling was very unpleasant. And it was a sixth sense from the heart, giving him a very strong intuition that at this moment he seemed to have become the prey of a very powerful guy. Not only himself, the opponent even covered the entire upper layer of the sky arena. Then, this weird feeling only lasted for a few seconds and disappeared again. The mind circle is like a scanning radar. If it is released for a long time, it will consume a lot of energy. Even Liku did not have such luxury. If it can be used in close combat to compress the range of the mind circle, the effect is equivalent to the observation haki. Through the mind power covering the body, the opponent's actions can be detected in advance, so as to make the best response. If the range is covered, the consumption of one's own mind power will be greater. But just this moment of scanning is enough. Liku has already checked some people in this arena. The most eye-catching one is naturally that Hisoka. Get out. Suddenly, a very arrogant voice sounded. Short blue hair, blue eyes, a half mask with white bones on his cheeks, hands in his pockets, revealing his strong chest muscles, and a black hollow in his lower abdomen, a katana across his waist, and a man wearing a white 680-10 blade suit appeared. The sixth Grimjow, Liku's mind beast. Huh. Hisoka was stunned, because he didn't even notice that the other party had arrived in front of him. This guy was also one of the targets he was going to hunt. But he didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to provoke him. Moreover, the guy in front of him gave him a strange feeling, but he couldn't tell where it was strange. Hisoka was slightly stunned. Grimjow Leek had already chosen to attack. The claws fell. Boom. Hisoka was repelled, and the wall was like tofu dregs, with 5 meter-long marks cut into it. What an amazing destructive power. Grimjow Leek looked at Hisoka with a sneer, and said sarcastically without giving him any face, "To be honest, what I hate most is insidious guys like you. If you look at me like this again, I don't mind digging your eyes out." Hee hee. Hisoka sneered, looked at Grimjow deeply, and then slowly looked away. Grimjow Leek was not polite, and strode in directly. Interesting. It's really an intoxicating taste. Hisoka licked his tongue, looked at Grimjow Leek's back as he left, and looked deeply at the direction of the elevator, and finally chose to leave. Originally, he was going to check whether his other fruits were ripe here. But now it seems that all this is unnecessary. Because there are so many fruits arriving at the arena now, I am afraid I can't eat them all in one bite. Things are getting more and more interesting. Hisoka sneered, his hands in his pockets and his back disappeared at the end of the corridor. At the other end of the corridor, the elevator door opened. Gon, Killua and Riku came down. Wow! This place is really different from downstairs, such a big floor-to-ceiling window, and there are so few people here. Gon was surprised and looked at the empty corridor. At least on the 190th floor, you can still see people crowded together, but here, it feels like there are basically no people. The corridor is very quiet. Riku has a smile on his lips. It seems that his Grimjow's mind beast is very effective, and it directly clears the way for him in advance, saving some unnecessary trouble. He doesn't want to watch Hisoka show off here. I wonder if the progress of Hisoka has cooled down now. The black girl can't come up anymore, because she is not a contestant and can only stay on the 190th floor. However, as a big boss above the 200th floor, there are naturally rooms on the 190th floor for the black girl to live in, so there is no need to worry about her problem. The three of them went straight through the passage. "Welcome to the 200th floor, please sign in here." The receptionist here is obviously much prettier than the one downstairs. It turns out that the quality of service for high-end customers is much better, and you can see blue entries on the receptionist. Of course, these things are quite useless to Riku. Because this receptionist is just an ordinary person, these entries on her are more of a bonus to the service. Are you ready to apply for the competition right away? This episode adopts the Declaration Battle System. We have prepared a 90-day battle preparation period for you. During this period, you can choose to participate on any day. Of course, it is no problem to fight every day until you are exhausted. You can get another 90 days of preparation period for each battle. But if you don't fight within the time limit, you will lose your qualification and your record will be cancelled. Please pay attention. The receptionist said with a smile. You said 1 fight per time, which means how many fights do you need to fight on this level? Gon asked curiously. You must win 10 games to pass this level, but if you lose 4 games before you win 10 games, you will lose your qualification. After you win 10 games, you can challenge the level master. The level masters are the 21 top fighters. From the 230th to the 250th level, each level is occupied by a fighter. You three know, if you can defeat these level masters, from that moment on, you will become the ruler of this level. In addition, you can also participate in the fighter festival held on the top floor every 2 years and get the right to compete in this fighting Olympics. The front desk lady said a lot of news. To put it bluntly, the main purpose of fighting on this upper floor is to pursue stronger and gain higher honors. But in fact, the so-called Fighter Olympics is absolutely bragging. Because at least the outside world rarely hears about this thing, which means that even if such a competition exists, it is probably not popular. But no matter what, it seems to be a very good opportunity for me. Only the strong are worthy of contributing entries to myself. This is definitely a holy place for brushing entries. Gon and Killua were confused when they heard it. No matter how you look at it, these two little guys are actually just children. They are not interested in the honors that the front desk lady said. Their biggest purpose of coming here is to make money, and then challenge other players. Because they have witnessed Lee Ku's strength, the two of them also have a heart that wants to become stronger at this moment. Hey! Girl, I signed an agreement to fight every Monday and Tuesday. Suddenly, an arrogant voice sounded. Grimjow Lee Ku. The sixth one is here. He even glanced at Lee Ku and the others with great arrogance. Brother Lee Ku, this guy is very dangerous. Killua's face suddenly changed slightly. He even had an illusion that he was back to the time when he didn't have telekinesis at all, and faced the terrifying feeling of his brother. The guy in front of him was definitely very dangerous. There was a sense of brutality like a beast. I felt it too. Gon also looked solemn. Lee Ku's expression was indifferent. Damn it. As for your own telekinetic beast, the character setting cannot collapse, and the more so, if you get into trouble in the future, you will not think that this guy has anything to do with you. The bad Leopard King has nothing to do with Lee Ku. He is a bad guy, and Lee Ku is a good guy. Ah. Is it really like this? Sir, if you fight for 2 consecutive days, it will be very dangerous for you, and as long as you have a life, you can get a 90-day cooling bandit. The front desk lady was also startled and reminded him quickly. Why are you talking so much nonsense? It's only Monday and Tuesday, these 2 days I'm free. The Leopard King grinned and glanced at Lee Ku and the others, his eyes full of arrogance. Soon. His things were done. On Wednesday and Thursday, continuous fighting. The mind beast Xiaowu came over, cold as a piece of ice. Even if he didn't get close, he had a sense of indifference that kept people away from him. 0145123228 Faloo 0333434441, especially the transparent black hole on his neck, it was even more chilling. A guy with a hole in his chest can still live here, he must be either a ruthless person or a wolf destroyer. Hiss, Gon and Killua's hearts were inexplicably tense. Before, there was no pressure below the 190th floor, but now at the 200th floor, both of them felt great pressure. At least the Leopard King and Xiaowu in front of them gave the two a very, very dangerous feeling. This is an instinctive intuition. The front desk lady was so scared that she trembled all over, especially when she saw 2 green tear marks on Xiaowu's face. This non-mainstream exclusive is really a bit bluffing. She didn't even ask a question and directly handled the relevant procedures for the other party. It's definitely a monster. Why did 2 such monsters suddenly appear today, and they chose to fight for 2 consecutive days? Once they reach the 200th floor, many contestants will choose to rest immediately after winning once. In order to maintain their current floor status, they even deliberately selected carefully, depending on the game time of other contestants. If they are those extremely powerful contestants, they will naturally choose to stagger with the other party. So as a front desk lady, she often receives good intentions from some contestants, hoping that she can provide some information about other contestants. Convenient for choosing opponents. But the 2 guys in front of them didn't have any needs in this regard, but instead said that they were definitely fighting madmen if they wanted to fight continuously. There are only 2 outcomes for a guy like this on the 200th floor. One is that he will die very quickly, and the other is that he has absolute strength. To be honest, no matter which one it is not the one that the receptionist is willing to provoke. Well, please help me choose. I can fight on Friday and Sunday. On Saturday, I have to prepare to go to the supermarket for a special sale and have no time to participate in the battle. Suddenly, a boiled egg head with a strange style came over, looking harmless. It is even hard to understand how this guy can reach the 200th floor. After seeing Saitama in front of her, the receptionist was also confused for a long time. She even couldn't help pinching her cheeks, thinking that she was not awake and not dreaming. But after pinching herself and hurting herself, she found that this was actually real. The egg-headed guy in front of him is a real 200th level contestant, and he also requires continuous fighting. And these three guys have one thing in common, that is, they have no requirements for their opponents, that is, anyone who is above 200th level, including any level, can challenge these guys. In fact, as a contestant at this level, you can set certain rules, at least to prevent contestants who are higher than you from coming down to fry the fish pond. Monster. Then, sir, don't you consider fighting separately? In fact, you only need to fight once every 3 months. Seeing that this braised noodle head seemed to be easy to talk to, the front desk lady took a breath and kindly reminded him. This is not necessary, I came here to fight. Saitama Liku said seriously. Okay, prepare it for you right away. Today happens to be Friday. Is it convenient for you to fight today? The front desk lady asked. Saitama Liku nodded, of course, I came here specifically to play the game today, of course it is convenient. 11. Okay, I'll arrange it for you right away. The front desk lady said hurriedly. Ah. It's you. Mr. Saitama. Gon recognized the egghead and exclaimed excitedly, because he didn't understand why Saitama suddenly gave up. Oh, you are. Saitama Liku's acting is online. I'm Gon. Do you remember? We met on the 110th floor. Really? I can't remember it. Maybe I've played too many games recently. Is there anything I can do for you? No. I'm really excited to meet Mr. Saitama here, Brother Ku. Mr. Saitama is really powerful. He's also the type of one-punch man. The corners of Liku's mouth twitched, and he sighed helplessly in his heart. Saitama is really one-punch man, brother.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.